Spring, when both the Seahawk and its pilot took a direct hit, things went from bad to worse. U.S. Navy SEAL Lieutenant Tom Paoletti took over the controls and lurched the helicopter skyward as Jazz and Lopez worked to keep the pilot from bleeding to death. The elite, 8-member squad had come into this latrine of a country to see to the safe departure of a diplomat's wife. The mission was important enough to warrant the presence of Lieutenant Paoletti, SEAL Team 16's commanding officer. In fact, the order had come down from Admiral Chip Crowley himself. Crowley had told Tom frankly that he hoped the CO's appearance, along with that of his executive officer, Lieutenant Junior Grade Casper, Jazz, Jaquette, would make these fascist assholes behave like neither fascists nor assholes. Maybe, just maybe, if Tom was there with his easy-going, let's be friends smile, countered by the take me very seriously rows of ribbons on his chest and his calm air of command, maybe these bottom feeders would actually do as they'd promised, and let them walk out with Mrs. Hampton in tow. And maybe, if Tom had Jazz standing beside him, 6 feet tall and nearly as wide across, very stern, very silent, very black, and very, very dangerous looking, this mission would, indeed, turn out to be no more than an 8-man escort job. The local government had insisted up and down and backward and forward that Mrs. Hampton wasn't being held against her will, so Tom and his squad had taken a commercial flight in, rented a van at the airport, and driven out to the hotel the Hamptons had been living in before Ronald Hampton had made the mistake of taking a day trip to a neighboring country without his wife. In the course of a single afternoon, without warning, the political situation in the area had changed so drastically that old Ron and his entourage weren't allowed back in. Mrs. Hampton was actually at the hotel, a fact that had caused Tom to pause and reflect on the possibility that they were simply going to escort her, without incident, to the airport. He'd considered it at some length as he and his squad sat sipping iced tea in a pleasantly cool garden courtyard while Mrs. Hampton packed. Her arrival in the lobby was announced by the presence of 6 enormous suitcases. Mrs. Wilhelmina Hampton. She was one of those leathery tan 50-something women who looked as if she should be wearing tennis whites with the little panties under her skirt at all times, holding a racket in one hand, a martini and cigarette in the other. She didn't look particularly glad to see her SEAL escorts, and when Tom gently suggested she ship most of her luggage home, that the local government's habit of extensive luggage searches might cause delays, she objected with the kind of whine that made him wonder why the United States was going to so much trouble to get her out. He pointed out slightly less gently that temporary delays in this neck of the woods frequently turned into permanent delays. Although the whining didn't stop entirely, it lessened in intensity, and 3 of the suitcases were grudgingly left behind. Tom handed her off to Petty Officer 3rd Class Mark Jenkins, squeaky young, complete with an earnest, angelic freckled face that belonged on a choir boy. Jenk was, in fact, a devious hellraiser and the best professional liar Tom had ever met in all his years in the teams. Jenk gave Mrs. Hampton his most adorable smile, asked her questions about her grandchildren, and led her to a seat safe in the middle of the van even as, in Tom's direction, he pointedly scratched the side of his face with his middle finger. As they pulled out of the hotel parking lot, O'Leary was in the back riding shotgun. A black sedan's on our 6. They were being followed, but Tom would have been surprised if they'd left the hotel without a tail. Jenk and Lopez were oohing and eyeing over pictures of Mrs. Hampton's profoundly ugly grandchild when they heard the first of the sirens in the distance. Ensign Sam Starrett, who was driving, met Tom's eyes in the rearview mirror. "Steady," Tom said, until they knew for certain those sirens were coming for them. Making a run for it would be foolish. Running would blow this entire charade out of the water, and right now they were still firmly planted in pretend. The government was going to let them get on that plane. Sure they were. Wildcard, also known as Petty Officer First Class Kenny Carmody, was riding up front, monitoring the radio, fine-tuning the signal for the benefit of Ensign John Nilsson, the team's language expert. 4 cars and 1 Army transport LT, carrying a full platoon heading out from the airport, ready to intercept, ordered to use force if necessary, Nilsson reported. Wildcard turned back to look at Tom with glee. But then again, there wasn't much Wildcard didn't do with glee. Plan B, Your Holiness. Admiral Crowley had stressed the importance of using diplomacy over force in carrying out this mission. Tom knew if his squad fired the first shot, there'd be a hell of a lot of explaining to do. But he'd far prefer an uncomfortable few hours in front of Crowley's desk, explaining that, than having his entire squad and the delightful Mrs. Hampton spend the next 6 years of their lives in some shithole prison cell, the subjects of an Amnesty International letter-writing campaign. Plan Bravo was looking like a damn good choice. Let's do it. The words had barely left Tom's lips before O'Leary neatly shot out the front tire of the black sedan. Starrett took a hard right on 2 wheels, leaving both the main road and the swerving black sedan in the dust. Mrs. Hampton started screaming as they narrowly missed a head-on with a vegetable truck. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Jenk raised his boyish tenor to be heard over her. "Mrs. Hampton, ma'am, even though we were assured you'd be able to leave freely on a commercial airline flight, we made backup provisions for an alternative means of departure. We've got a Seahawk helicopter meeting us just outside of town. Lieutenant Paoletti believes our wisest course of action is to head for that alternative means of departure at this time." "LT, my foot's on the floor," Starrett shouted. "This piece of shit's maxing out at 45. They were bouncing through the narrow, potholed side streets at a speed that seemed alarmingly fast. But Tom knew that if they were being actively pursued, it very quickly wouldn't seem fast enough. It wasn't any wonder Starrett couldn't get this thing moving, though. They'd filled the beat-up passenger van with 8 large men, a woman who wasn't exactly a lightweight, and 3 very heavy suitcases. There was only one thing they could lose to try to lighten the load. Or rather, there were 3 things. Tom met Jazz's gaze. His zone knew exactly what he was thinking, which was good, because he didn't have to say the words aloud. Mrs. H was already upset enough. But O'Leary, who was sitting in the back with the suitcases, wasn't on the same wavelength. "O'Leary, help me jettison the ballast," Jazz ordered the sniper in his sub-bass Darth Vader voice. Mrs. H had stopped screaming, but she was still clearly unhappy at the thought of flying out via helo. Thankfully, she wasn't familiar with the nautical terms jettison or ballast. At least the protests wouldn't begin until it was too late to make a difference. "I get airsick on anything smaller than a 737, she complained. Tom leaned over the back of his seat, turning to face her, hoping that what he was about to say would make her realize the gravity of their situation. "We just heard a radio message that ordered 4 secret police vehicles and a transport carrying 30 soldiers to stop us by any and all means," he told her, getting right in her face, making it impossible for her to look anywhere but directly into his eyes. "I don't imagine you had the opportunity to tour the Central Prison while you were visiting this country, ma'am, but picture, if you will, someplace dark and cold, filled with rats and the stink of unwashed bodies. If that sounds like a place you'd like to spend a few years, say the word and we'll let you out at the curb." Mrs. H was quite silent. In fact, she didn't let out more than a strangled squeak as she noticed the draft from the open back door and saw the last of her suitcases cartwheeling down the street like that old American Tourister commercial. Tom doubted anyone, including her very important husband, had ever spoken so bluntly to her in her entire life. "I need you to stay close to Petty Officer Jenkins," Tom continued. If he or I, or anyone in the squad for that matter, gives you an order, you must follow that order without question, without hesitation. Am I making myself clear? She nodded grimly, her mouth tight. Abundantly, Lieutenant. Although you can be assured I'll be writing a letter directly to your commanding officer about this. Those suitcases were filled with designer clothing, all expensive, some irreplaceable. Keep your head down and your mouth closed, ma'am, Tom told her. We will get you out of here so you can write that letter. I promise you that. Mrs. Hampton couldn't resist one last question. What's to keep them from shooting down your helicopter? We've got full support from the U.S. Air Force standing by, and an agreement that acts as a permission slip from NATO for our fighters to use force if necessary, a fact we'll start broadcasting across all channels as soon as we get into the air. They'd have to be crazy to fire on us knowing that. My best estimate, he glanced at his watch, has us landing on a U.S.-friendly airfield in just under an hour. I'll see to it you get stationery and a pen when we arrive. And if something goes wrong, Mrs. Hampton said acidly, is there a plan C? There's always a plan C, ma'am. C stood for Creative Solutions on the Fly. It was one of the things Tom's Special Operations Squad did best. But Plan Bravo went like clockwork. With Nilsson monitoring the radio, Starrett keeping his foot to the floor, and Wildcard navigating their way through the twisting streets, they made it to the extraction point right on schedule. The Seahawk approached on schedule, too, dust swirling as the pilot touched all the way down so they would be able to toss Mrs. H on board. The snafu came from a jeep full of patrolling enemy soldiers. It was one of those stupid-ass coincidences that set Tom's teeth on edge. The patrol had been in the exact wrong place at the exact wrong time. Obviously, they had seen the helo and come to check it out. If they'd been 90 seconds later, the helo would have been off the ground. 90 seconds later, and the SEALs would have been moving quickly out of the soldiers' weapon range. Instead, the patrol came around the corner, weapons locked and loaded. But Lopez had been watching for exactly that, and he reacted first, lobbing a grenade in the soldiers' direction as Tom and Jazz lobbed Mrs. Hampton onto the helo. The soldiers scattered, but one of them managed to get off a few wild shots. It was sheer misfortune that one of those bullets went through the open door and directly into the shoulder of the pilot. But Tom got them up and he got them away. It had been a few years since he'd flown one of these birds. If it wasn't quite smooth sailing, it was close enough. "Christ, Skipper," Jenks shouted over the relentless din Mrs. H was still making. "We're smoking." Shit, they were. The engine was sending out a plume of smoke like a signal flare. A bullet must hit one of the two engines. Talk about a lucky shot, son of a bitch. They were already well outside of the city and moving fast toward the border, but they weren't going to make it over. Not with one engine gone. And Christ, the fuel gauge was going crazy. They'd been hit in the fuel tank, too. A smoking engine and a leaking fuel tank didn't make for a good combination, unless, of course, you wanted an explosion. He had to bring this puppy down, and he had to do it now. The landscape below was barren and dry, a desert filled with unfriendly-looking rocks and not much more than a whole lot of dust. It looked more like the moon than the lush New England countryside where Tom had grown up. "Brace!" Tom shouted as he wrestled the helo down to the ground. The landing was bumpy hell. It was just short of a crash. Anything not strapped down went flying. "Jazz, get Mrs. H out of here. Move." His men were already in motion. Jazz and Jenks each had Mrs. Hampton by an arm. As they lifted her out of the Seahawk and across the bone-dry ground to shelter behind an outcropping of rocks, she was shouting and struggling, her voice nearly hoarse. Lopez and Wildcard took the pilot, and Nilsson, Starrett, and O'Leary had already filled their arms with as much gear and water as they could carry away. Tom was the last one out the door, and he hit the ground running, thinking, shit, that speech he'd given hadn't done a whole hell of a lot to shut Mrs. Hampton's flapping mouth. And then he heard what Mrs. Hampton was shouting about. Her purse. She'd left her frigging purse behind. "I'm sorry, ma'am," he heard Jazz say. "You'll have to do without it." "That thing's a time bomb. It's going to. My heart pills are in my purse." Mrs. Hampton's raspy voice seemed to echo against the rocks, slapping up among the walls of the gently sloping hills. Heart pills. Shit. The world went into slow-mo. Tom saw Jazz step out from behind the rocks, heading back toward him, toward the hello. But Tom was at least 30 yards closer. He tried to execute a half-court pivot but skidded in the dust, scrambling to keep his speed up as he raced now back toward the helicopter. 10 steps, and he was inside, searching for the goddamn thing. It was invisible, like most women's handbags when you really wanted to find them fast. He dropped to the metal floor, searching under the seats, and jackpot. It was beige leather, and it must have slid forward when he'd landed. He grabbed it and was out the door in a matter of heartbeats, running as hard and as fast as he possibly could. Tom was at least 20 yards from the shelter of the rocks when he heard the Seahawk blow behind him, felt the force of the explosion send him hurtling through the air. The ground came up to meet him far too quickly. Damn, he thought as he tucked Mrs. H's handbag against him, protecting it with his body. This was going to hurt. And then he stopped thinking as his world went black. Chapter 1-8 August Tom swung his duffel bag down from the overhead rack and shuffled slowly with the other passengers off the commercial flight and out into Boston's Logan Airport. Moving slowly was good, especially since, like right now, he still had bouts of dizziness from that head injury that had nearly taken him out of action permanently. Outside the terminal, the city skyline was muted by the hazy morning sky. Welcome to summer in New England. The humidity would lift, Tom knew, as he headed toward the tiny North Shore community of Baldwin's Bridge. The stiff ocean breezes kept the temperature down and the skies blue in the picture-perfect tourist town. Tom was staying only until Sunday. He had 30 days of convalescent leave to fill, which pissed him off. He didn't want 30 days, damn it. He just spent far too much time in the hospital, too much time away from his command. Of course, thanks to Rear Admiral Larry Tucker. At this point he wasn't sure he even had much of a command to return to. Was it any wonder he'd lost his temper when he'd found out that, while he was in a frigging coma, Tucker had tried to make SEAL Team 16 a line item to be deleted on the upcoming fiscal year's budget? And when Tom had found out that Tucker had taken 16 So Squad, the elite group of men that Tom had taken years to handpick, nicknamed the Troubleshooters by some and the Troublemakers by the non-SEAL brass like Tucker, and scattered them to the ends of the earth. But Tom had only lost his temper with the Rear Admiral. He hadn't thrown the man through the 4th-story window of his D.C. office. He hadn't even slapped the self-satisfied smirk off the bastard's face. All he'd done was list his objections perhaps a little more strenuously than he normally might have. And for that, he'd lost another week of his life undergoing psych evaluations, as teams of medical doctors and psychiatrists tried to decide whether or not his outburst was directly related to his recent severe head injury. Tom had tried to assure them that, indeed, his loss of temper was merely a side effect of dealing with Tucker. But his doctor was a Captain Howard Eckert who was up for promotion and eager to please Rear Admiral Tucker, and Tom's excuses didn't fly. Eckert gave him 30 days convalescent leave in an attempt to recover further from the head injury. The doctor and the shrinks warned Tom that with such an injury it wasn't unusual to experience some temporary and slight changes in personality, aggressive behavior, feelings of persecution and paranoia. And of course there was the dizziness and headaches. He should try to stay calm and relaxed, because after 30 days, when he returned to the naval base in Virginia, he would undergo a similar set of psychiatric tests, after which his fate would be decided. Would he be given a medical discharge and cut adrift, or would he be allowed to continue his career in the U.S. Navy? Tom didn't want choice, but he knew that Tucker would be pushing to have him safely retired. And that meant Tom needed to spend these next 30 days doing everything he could to get as rested and relaxed and as sane as possible. He knew himself well enough to know that going home for more than a long weekend would be a major mistake as far as staying sane went. And Tuesday through Sunday made for a very long weekend. But a short visit would be good. He wanted to see his great-uncle Joe. He even wanted to see his sister, Angela, and his niece, Mallory. Mal had graduated from high school this year. Her teenage years were proving to be as rocky as his and Angie's had been. Apparently it still wasn't easy to be a Paoletti kid growing up in highbrow Baldwin's Bridge, Massachusetts. Hell, there were members of the police force who still bristled when they saw Tom coming. He was 36 years old now, a highly decorated and respected commanding officer in the U.S. Navy SEALs, yet all those old labels troublemaker, fuck-up. That wild Paoletti kid persevered. No, as much as he missed Joe's solid company, a weekend in Baldwin's Bridge would definitely be long enough. But maybe he could talk Joe into going to Bermuda with him for a week or two. That would be cool. And if Joe insisted, Tom would even bring Charles Ashton along on this trip. Mr. Ashton was Joe's crotchety best friend or arch-nemesis, depending on the two old men's moods. He was a contender for Mr. Scrooge and the Grinch all rolled into one delightful alcohol-soused package, but Joe had known the man since the Second World War. There was a lot of history behind his loyalty, and Tom could respect that. Besides, any man who'd managed to father Kelly Ashton couldn't be that bad. Kelly Ashton. Tom thought of her every time he returned to Baldwin's Bridge. Of course, he thought of her when he wasn't there as well. In fact, he thought of her far too often, considering it had been more than 16 years since he'd seen her last. What were the chances she'd be visiting her father this week, while Tom was in town? Slim to none. She was a doctor now, with a busy, full life that didn't include sitting around, waiting for Tom to come home. And 16 years was surely enough time for him to stop thinking about her. She'd obviously stopped thinking about him considering she'd been married. Of course, now she was divorced, which meant exactly nothing. For all he knew, she'd already remarried. Stop thinking about her. She wasn't going to be there. Tom worked his way through the crowded airport, heading toward the overhang where the shuttle to the subway called the T in Boston would pick him up. He passed the luggage carousel, weaving his way through the throngs of people who were surging slightly forward now that the conveyor belt had started moving. The crowd was made up mostly of vacationing families and older travelers waiting for their suitcases. The businessmen and women had all packed lightly enough to carry on their bags, and they were long gone. But there was one dark-suited man in the crowd, about Tom's height, his light brown hair streaked with gray. He reached down to pick up his bag from the conveyor belt, turning to hoist it up onto his shoulder in a strange, twisting move that made Tom stop short. No way. There was no way that, out of all the places in the world, Tom should run into the man known only as the merchant in Logan Airport. His hair was too light, although that'd be easy enough to change. His face was different, although it was roughly the same shape. But his nose and cheekbones were softer, less pronounced, his chin slightly weaker than Tom remembered. Could a plastic surgeon do all that? Was it even possible? Tom moved closer to the man, trying to get a better look. His eyes. The color was different. They were a muddy shade of blue and brown, that funky no-single color that brown-eyed people could get when they bought blue-tinted contact lenses. But it didn't matter what color they were. Tom would have recognized those eyes anywhere. Still, he'd only gotten a glimpse. God, was it possible? The man moved with his duffel bag still on his shoulder, heading for the door, and Tom followed more slowly, hampered by the crowd. Now that he was walking, the man moved differently than the merchant had, but a man who was the subject of an international manhunt would no doubt have worked to change his walk along with his face and his hair color. Still, that one twisting move. Tom had seen that many times on several different pieces of video, rare footage of the merchant in action. And as for his eyes, Tom still saw the merchant's eyes in his sleep. As Tom followed him, the man pushed open the door, heading toward a taxicab waiting at the curb. Tom tried to get outside, doing some fancy footwork to keep from stepping on a toddler who'd escaped from his parents, then dancing around a pair of elderly ladies. By the time he reached the door, his head was throbbing and the merchant had gotten into the taxi and was driving away. What now? Follow that cab. There were no other cabs available. Strains of the rock song, Paranoia, echoed in Tom's head as he made a mental note of the departing taxi's ID number 5768 stenciled in black letters on its trunk. He glanced at his watch. Nearly 800. But if this really was the merchant, calling the cab company to find out where cab number 5768 dropped his 800 fare from Logan wasn't going to do a hell of a lot of good. The merchant wouldn't go directly from the airport to his final location. He would make sure he was dropped downtown. He'd wander a few blocks, then pick up another cab. He'd do this several times until he was certain he wasn't being followed, that his path couldn't be traced. On the other side of the overhang, the shuttle to the T was pulling up. Paranoia played a little bit louder until Tom shook his head, pushing away both it and the dizziness that still seemed to intervene whenever he stood up for too long. Yes, it was going to sound frigging crazy when he tried to explain. Hi, I think I just saw the international terrorist that I spent 4 months tracking in '96 taking a cab out of Logan Airport. Yeah, that's in Boston, Massachusetts, that teeming hotbed of international intrigue. Yeah, right. Tom got on the shuttle. He would call. Crazy as it all sounded, he had to call someone. He'd call Admiral Crowley, a man who trusted Tom's crazy instincts before. But Tom would make the call from the comfort and privacy of his Uncle Joe's cottage in Baldwin's Bridge. He jammed his bag beneath his feet and sat near the window, putting his head back and closing his eyes. Rest and relaxation. He could assume the position, but he couldn't keep his mind from racing. Tom had no clue what he was going to do if Tucker got what he wanted and kicked him out of the Navy. The tile was cold against his cheek. It actually felt rather nice, but Charles Ashton didn't want to die like Elvis on the bathroom floor with his pajama bottoms down around his ankles. Where was the dignity in that? Come on, God, he said, struggling to pull his pants up his legs. Give a guy a break. He'd been on a first-name basis with God ever since that day Joe Paoletti had driven him to Dr. Grant's, and the much-too-young physician had used the words you and have, and terminal and cancer in the very same sentence. Charles had figured his and God's relationship was going to become far more personal and hands-on in the very near future, so he might as well get friendly with the guy. Death. It wasn't a very fun or happy word, with any particularly appealing images attached. Charles preferred the more euphemistic expressions, kicking the bucket, belly up that was a particularly bouncy, friendly-sounding one, and then there was the perennial favorite, shitting the bed. No, strike that. He preferred the bare bones, dying over that most unpleasant image. The doctor had estimated that Charles had about 4 months before he'd pass on. Pass on, that was a stupid one. It made him think of passing gas, like dying was one giant last blast fart. Of course, the precocious youngster with the medical degree had warned he could be wrong and the moment of truth could be far sooner than 4 months, like maybe this morning. Charles wasn't afraid to die, not anymore. Well, wait, strike that too. He was afraid to die on the bathroom floor, a thing like that would stay with a guy damn near forever. Remember Charles Ashton, someone would say. Yeah, right, Ashton, would be the reply. He died in his bathroom with his big bare ass hanging out of his pants. Forget about all the money he'd given to charity, all his philanthropic works. Forget the branch of the Baldwin's Bridge Hospital dedicated to children's medicine, given in honor of both his own son who died from a ruptured appendix in 1947, as well as a little French boy killed by the Nazis, a little boy he'd never actually met. Forget about the war he'd helped to win. Forget about the trust funds he'd set up so that each year 3 promising young students from Baldwin's Bridge could attend the colleges of their choice. Forget about everything but his big bare ass, dead as a doornail on the bathroom floor. Dead. It was a cold word. Charles had suspected the news was coming when he'd first met the doctor, even before he'd had the full barrage of tests. When you're so old and your doctor is so young that you look at him and know you haven't had sex since before he was born, chances are he's not going to have a whole hell of a lot of good news, he told Joe grumpily as they'd driven home. Joe hadn't said much, but then again, Joe wasn't a huge talker. Young Joe Paoletti, he was only 76 to Charles's exalted 80, merely gave Charles a long look as they'd stopped at a red light. And Charles had wisely shut up. It hadn't been the most considerate thing to say, considering Joe hadn't had sexual relations since 1944. The crazy bastard. He'd been a heartbreaker with a face like a matinee idol. He could have had a different woman for every night of the week. Yet he'd lived like a monk since they both had returned to Baldwin's Bridge after the war. The war. The one against the Nazis. WWII. He and Joe had met in France, of all places, just after Normandy, that hell on earth. Joe hadn't really been much of a talker back then either. Theirs had become the kind of friendship that only a war could make. It was like something out of a storybook. 2 men from completely different walks of life. One, the poor son of a hardworking Italian immigrant from New York City. The other, the wealthy son of a wealthy son from an old Boston family, used to summers spent relaxing in the cool ocean breezes of the North Shore town of Baldwin's Bridge, Massachusetts. They'd fought together against Nazi Germany, and their relationship solidified into something beyond permanent, bonded together with Winston Churchill's own recipe for an indestructible tabby: blood, toil, tears, and sweat. Tears. Joe had wept when the doctor told Charles the C word. He tried to hide it, but Charles had known. You didn't spend nearly 60 years as someone's best friend even though you tried to deny it, even though you sometimes pretended he was only the gardener or the hired help, or even just that stupid bum who'd followed you home from the war and not know when he was hurting. You should have taken him first, Charles scolded God now. I could have handled it. With the last ounce of his strength, he heaved his pajama pants up around his waist. He lay there on the cool tile floor, his ass safely covered, coughing from the exertion, wondering if God could tell when he was lying. Dr. Kelly Ashton was running out of time. She parked her subcompact in her father's driveway, next to Joe's 400-year-old but still pristine Buick station wagon, and turned off the engine, sitting for a moment, her head on her arms against the steering wheel. What she was doing was stupid. She was stupid. Trying to maintain her pediatrics practice in Boston while living here, an hour north of the city at her father's house in Baldwin's Bridge, proved it. She should give the Harvard diploma back. Obviously, it was a mistake. She was too stupid to have earned it. And she was doubly stupid since her father made it painstakingly clear that he really didn't want her here. He didn't need her help. He'd rather die alone. Kelly pushed open the car door, gathering the bag from the drugstore and the sack of groceries she'd picked up from the Stop and Shop on her way home. This was supposed to be one of her days here in Baldwin's Bridge, but she'd gotten up at 4:30 to drive into Boston before the rush, to get some paperwork done. With her new schedule, she barely had time to think, let alone do paperwork, and this morning she'd only managed to put a dent in the piles on her desk. She'd also gone in early hoping that Betsy McKenna's test results would be in first thing. Kelly suspected the frail 6-year-old had leukemia, and if that was the case, she wanted to be the one to tell Betsy's parents, to talk about treatment, and to introduce them to the oncologist. But at 9, she'd called the lab and found out that Betsy's blood sample had been shipped in a van that had been totaled in an accident. In fact, the entire day's blood tests had to be redone. All those patients, Betsy included, would have to come back in. The results would be returned to Kelly Stat. Tomorrow, they'd promised, provided a new blood sample got to them today. It was at that point she'd put the entire matter into the very capable hands of Pat Geary, her administrative assistant. And Kelly had given up on the paperwork and headed back here to be near her father, who wanted nothing more than for her to leave him alone. So she'd probably spend her day at home running around town, doing errands, trying to show him that she loved him in the only way she knew how, by being dutiful and obedient, by staying out of his way. She gave the car door a hard push with her rear end, slamming it shut. He'd always been a selfish bastard. What had he been thinking anyway, having a kid when he was so damn old? He'd always been old and cynical and so jaded and sarcastic. Kelly couldn't imagine what he'd seen in Tina, her mother, other than her youthful body and pretty face. She knew, however, what Tina had seen in him. Charles Ashton was an elegant, beautiful, seemingly sophisticated, and very, very wealthy man. Even now at 80, he was remarkably handsome. He still had a thick shock of hair, though pure white now instead of golden blonde. And his eyes were still a bright, piercing blue, though by all rights they should be bleary, watery, and shot with red, thanks to the gallons of alcohol he'd consumed through the years. It was only his soul that was ugly and shriveled. And it was only now, when he was dying, that he'd finally stopped drinking. Not because he wanted to be sober, but because he was having trouble eating or drinking just about everything. The whiskey that had once been his cure-all now was too harsh on his cancer-ridden stomach. The irony was intense. It took looming, imminent death by cancer to remove him from the clutches of the alcoholism that had been slowly but surely killing him. At one point, Kelly had been sure the DTS would do him in, but the old man was tough and he'd made it through. And now, for the first time since Kelly could remember, her father was sober all the time and capable of carrying on meaningful conversations. Except he didn't want to talk to her. Charles didn't need her, but damn it, she needed him. He had 3 months left, if that. And she needed to use that time to reach some kind of an understanding, if not with him, then at least about him. Even if all they managed to do was sit in a room together without one of them getting a rash, that would be more than they'd shared in the recent past. He might be stubborn, but she was stubborn, too. It wouldn't be easy, because she was, after all, an Ashton raised to keep every emotion she was feeling carefully, politely inside. Kelly went into the house and put down all her bags on the kitchen table. The place was silent, but that didn't mean a thing. This monstrosity that had been the Ashton summer home for the past 150 years was so vast that Charles could be in his TV room with the set turned up deafeningly, and she wouldn't hear it in the kitchen. Kelly began putting the groceries away as loudly as she possibly could, hoping as futilely as the little girl she'd once been had hoped that her straight as on her report card would make her worthy of her father's love, that for once Charles would hear that she was home and come say good morning. On the other end of the phone, Adam, Chip Crowley, was silent, and when he finally sighed, Tom knew this was not going to be easy. "Tell me again who this merchant is," Crowley asked. Tom couldn't keep his voice from sounding tight. "Sir, I'd appreciate it if you did not patronize me." "I'm not patronizing you, Tom. I'm trying to refresh my less than perfect memory. Will you please just answer my question? And I'll tell you right now to keep it at a decibel level that won't hurt my ears. Don't even think about giving me some of the same verbal disrespect that you dished out to Larry Tucker last week." Tom sat down at Joe's formica-topped kitchen table. "Sir, are you telling me you support Tucker's attempt to shut down 16 and the SO Squad?" "I'm telling you nothing of the kind," Crowley said. "Son, I'm behind your troubleshooters 200%. Team 16's not going anywhere. You have my promise. What Larry tried to do was dead wrong, but what you did in response was also dead wrong, and I have to confess to being a little concerned. There are ways to deal with assholes like Larry Tucker that don't include going off half-cocked and getting yourself strapped down for a week's worth of psych evals. The man I chose to lead Team 16 a year and a half ago wouldn't have done what you did. Crowley was right. Tom's head was pounding and he rubbed his forehead with his fingers, trying to relieve the pressure. The kitchen wall was dingy, he noticed, and he looked around the room, realizing it needed fresh paint. That's what he should be doing with this weekend, not reporting sightings of dead terrorists, not putting his career even further at risk. Now why don't you do me a favor and answer my question, Crowley said more gently. The merchant. He had something to do with that embassy bombing back in, what was it, 1997? 96, Tom said. And yes, sir. He's an independent contractor, a mercenary who was the brains behind the car bomb that took out the American embassy in Paris that year. A Muslim extremist group claimed responsibility for the blast, but Navantal put the merchant there. It was definitely his work. The bomb had his cell's signature all over it. You were part of a combined French-American force brought in after these terrorists were tracked too. London, was it? Liverpool. The SAS played a part too. They'd wasted a hell of a lot of time playing politics after the merchant, and his dirty band had been tracked to a warehouse in a particularly dank part of the English town, most famous for being the home of the Beatles. In fact, Tom still believed that if they'd focused more on apprehending the terrorists rather than deciding the protocol of who got to kick down the door, they might. V had 5 captured tangos rather than 4 former terrorists in need of body bags and 1 terrorist, the merchant, still at large, as the feds so aptly put it. We had security camera footage of the merchant being hit by gunfire, Tom told the admiral. Through video analysis, his injuries were believed to be extensive. In fact, the word fatal was used. Even though he'd escaped, it was thought chances of his surviving were slim. Crowley was silent again, and Tom looked at the summer flowers Joe kept in a vase on the table. As far back as Tom could remember, Joe had had fresh flowers in his kitchen all spring and summer long. It was one of the perks of being a groundskeeper, Tom supposed. Maybe that was what he could do after Tucker forced his early retirement. He could come back to Baldwin's Bridge and act as Joe's apprentice. Learn about roses and lawn grubs and all those things he'd been too impatient to pay attention to when he was in high school. He could eventually take over the position of the Ashton's groundskeeper from Joe, and when Charles Ashton died, if Charles Ashton died, the old man was just ornery enough to be immortal out of spite. If Charles died, Tom could work full-time for his daughter, Kelly, because she would no doubt inherit this humongous estate, the main house and grounds, and even this little cottage Joe had lived in for over 50 years. Now there was a high school fantasy that had never died. Tom could be gorgeous Kelly Ashton's lawn boy. It was a fantasy that ran an awful lot like a cheap porno flick, starting with Tom slick with sweat from trimming the hedges around the house. Kelly Ashton with her sweet girl-next-door face, those eyes that were unbelievably blue and that sinfully perfect body, would be sitting on the screened porch. She'd invite him into the coolness of the house for a glass of lemonade and, "You're awfully quiet," Crowley commented. "I know what you're thinking." Oh no, the admiral most certainly did not. You're thinking, if the merchant's injuries really were that extensive, he wouldn't have been able to evade capture in the first place, Crowley continued. Not even close, but it was definitely what Tom had thought both back in '96 and frequently over the past few years. That is, when he wasn't thinking about doing Kelly Ashton, which he did too goddamned often. Being back here across the driveway from the house in which she used to live wasn't going to help. "Admiral," Tom said, trying hard to focus, "if the man I saw was the merchant, he's had plastic surgery, changed his hair color. But he was the right height, had the right build. And his eyes. I know I'm failing to put this into words the right way, but I studied this man. Back in '96, for months he was the focus of my full attention. I memorized every photo in the task force file. I spent literally weeks worth of time staring at pictures of him, watching video footage, learning to think like him. Maybe I'm crazy, but that right there is the problem, Lieutenant, Crowley said. Maybe you are crazy. I've got a file of your recent psych evaluations on my desk, citing a list of side effects you could be experiencing from that knock on the head. I'm sure I don't need to remind you that the words feelings of paranoia are very high on that list. Tom ran his hand down his face. He had known this was coming. You don't need to remind me, sir, but I did see this man and I had to report what I saw. What you thought you saw, Crowley corrected him. Tom wasn't going to argue with an admiral even though he disagreed. I guess I hoped you'd look into the matter, discreetly see if the merchant's been mentioned in any Navantal reports or, hell, in any agency reports. I know you're connected, sir. I just want to find out if anyone else out there, someone who hasn't had doctors drilling holes in his skull in the past few months, he added dryly, has seen this guy recently. I'll put out feelers, Crowley promised him. You just make damn sure you keep any other sightings of terrorists to yourself. If Larry Tucker hears about this, you'll have medical discharge papers in your hands so fast you won't know what hit you. I know, sir, Tom said. Thank you, sir. Get some rest, Tom, Crowley said and cut the connection. Tom dropped the receiver into the cradle and pushed himself up and out of the chair. He had to stop, supporting himself on the table until the dizziness passed. Then, cursing his weakness, he went looking for Joe to tell him he was home for the weekend and that his kitchen needed a coat of paint. Chapter 2. Kelly. Kelly froze, pulling her head out of the refrigerator to listen intently. Kelly, there it was again, barely audible. Her father's voice, sounding frail and weak. That is, more frail and weak than usual. Kelly stuffed the quarter of a watermelon she was holding into the refrigerator and headed out of the kitchen at a run. She hurried down the long hallway that led to her father's bedroom. The room was dim, the shades pulled down, blocking the bright early afternoon sunshine. Kelly moved toward the bed, letting her eyes adjust, but Charles wasn't there. She crossed toward the bathroom and, oh God, her father was lying face down on the tile floor. Kelly knelt next to him, checking for his pulse. His skin was clammy and his eyelids fluttered at her touch, as if it were an effort to open his eyes. "'Bout time you got in here," he wheezed. "Usually check on me first thing in the morning. Figures today you decide to rearrange the cans of spinach in the kitchen cabinets." "I was putting away a few groceries," she told him, her heart in her throat. "Don't die now. Don't you dare die yet." She purposely made her voice sound matter-of-fact, knowing her upset would only annoy him. "What happened?" "Actually," he said, "I'm practicing for my audition for that commercial. You know I've fallen and I can't get up." Kelly lost it. "Daddy, for God's sake, will you stop being a jerk for just 30 seconds and tell me what happened? Did you slip? Are you having chest pains? Did you hit your head when you fell? Is anything broken? Was it a stroke? If it was, he hadn't lost command of his speech center, that was for damn sure." "If you must know," Charles said almost primly, "one minute I was on the commode minding to my business and the next I was on the floor. I don't think I hit my head. And it doesn't feel as if anything's broken except for my pride. We need to make arrangements to get a nurse to come in while I'm out," Kelly said as she checked her father's eyes, checked his head. "If I help you, do you think you can get up?" "No," Charles said. "And no nurse. And don't you even think about calling the paramedics. If they come out here, they'll take me to the hospital, and I'm not going to the hospital. Remember Frank Elmer. He went in for minor chest pains and he was dead the next day. That was because he had a massive stroke. My point exactly. Maybe he would have been fine if he hadn't gone to the hospital. I'll stay right here, thank you very much." His head looked fine. He must have somehow caught himself on the way down, thank God. She checked his arms and legs and he managed to pull away from her irritably, even though he couldn't move far. "Stop that. I'm a doctor," she reminded him. If you're going to refuse to go to the hospital when something like this happens, what happened? He asked. Big deal. I got dizzy, I still feel a little weak. That shouldn't surprise you. I'm 1 billion years old and I've got cancer. Something tells me that the bathroom floor and I aren't going to stay strangers. If we had a nurse, she would annoy me too, Charles finished. Get Joe, he ordered. Between you, Joe, and me, we can get me back into bed. Kelly stood up, but she turned back to look down at him. Wasn't he even the tiniest bit glad that she was here? The question escaped before she could stop herself. Is that really what I do? Annoy you? Charles only briefly met her eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but then stopped, shaking his head. Just get Joe and get back here, all right. Kelly hesitated, but her father closed his eyes, shutting the world and her out. God forbid they should ever actually talk. Trying hard not to let her hurt show that would only make him more annoyed with her, she turned and hurried out of the bedroom, down the hall, back toward the kitchen. She pushed her way out the kitchen door, letting the screen slap shut behind her. Joe's car was still in the driveway, thank God, and she hurried down toward the little cottage by the gate. Joe, are you home? The shadow of a man was coming around the side of the cottage, and she changed her course, heading toward him, and it wasn't Joe. It was Tom Paoletti, Joe's grandnephew. It was a big, tall, full-grown, man-sized Tom Paoletti, with far less hair and far more lines on his still remarkably handsome face. His shoulders were wider beneath his t-shirt, his face broader, but his eyes hadn't changed at all. Still hazel and still holding a hint of humor, keen intelligence, and an undercurrent of heat, his eyes belonged to the teenager she'd once known. He stopped short at the sight of her, clearly as surprised to see her as she was to see him. "Whoa," he said. "Kelly Ashton." His voice was still the same, deep and warm and smooth, with only the slightest trace of blue-collar New England. "Tom," she said, feeling her world slipping, tilting out from under her feet, remembering the dim glow from the dashboard of his car, exotically lighting his face as she pushed the thought away. "I need to find Joe." My father's, she cut herself off, aware that this had happened before, an almost identical situation, back when she was in 9th grade and Tom was a soon-to-be graduating senior. She'd come home from school to find her father passed out in the kitchen, completely drunk. It was rare that it happened in the middle of the day, but there he was. Her mother had been due home any minute with some of the ladies from her tennis club. Kelly had run looking for Joe and had found Tom. Together they'd carried Charles to his bedroom and put him safely into bed. "I don't know where Joe is," Tom said now. "I was looking for him too. What's the problem? Can I help?" "Yes, thank you." She quickly led him back to the main house. "My father fell in the bathroom," she told him. "Even though he's lost a lot of weight, he's still too big for me to lift. I've been trying to convince him to get a nurse to come in, at least while I'm working, but he's so stubborn." God listened to her. She was babbling. For the first time in 16 years, her visit home had lined up with one of Tom's infrequent visits to Joe, except she wasn't visiting. She was here to stay until her father died. Tom followed her into the kitchen, into the house. "Is your father sick?" he asked. Kelly turned to face him, again struck by how much bigger and broader he'd become. "My father's dying," she told him quietly. "Didn't Joe tell you?" "Dying." He was so surprised, it was obvious he hadn't known. "Jesus, no. I mean, I haven't spoken to Joe in a while, but Kelly, I'm so sorry, is it?" She nodded. "Cancer. Lungs, liver, it's in his bones, his lymph nodes. You name it, it's metastasized there. They don't really know where it started or even exactly where it's all spread, but at this point it really doesn't matter. They're not about to do exploratory surgery on an 80-year-old man. And chemo's out of the question, so she had to clear her throat." Saying the words aloud always drove home the permanence of it all. One morning in the very near future, she was going to wake up to a world that didn't have her father in it. She wasn't ready for that yet. It was hard to imagine she would ever be. Kelly led the way down the long corridor to Charles's room. "Let's get him into bed and let me make sure he's comfortable." Maybe then they could talk. Maybe then she could sit down with Tom Paoletti, the subject of most of her teenage fantasies. And a few extremely adult ones as well. She wondered if he'd say anything to her about that night. It was possible he didn't even remember. "Hey, Mr. Ashton," Tom greeted her father as he went past her and into the bathroom. "Looks like you could use a hand." "You remember Tom Paoletti, don't you, Dad?" Kelly asked. As Tom crouched next to her father, he glanced up at Kelly. "He okay to move? Nothing broken?" "Yeah, I think he's all right. Nothing hurts more than usual, right, Dad?" "Of course I remember Tom Paoletti," Charles grumped, ignoring her other question completely. "You still in the Navy?" "Yes, sir," Tom said. Even when he was in high school, he'd been painstakingly polite, always calling Charles Mr. Ashton and Sir despite the older man's obvious mistrust. "I'm still with the SEAL teams." Back when Kelly was 15, she and Tom had struggled to carry Charles out of the kitchen and down the hall to his room. But in the past years, Charles had lost weight and Tom had gained muscles. He lifted her father seemingly effortlessly and carried him to the bed without her help at all. "I'm the commanding officer of SEAL Team 16. Tom set the old man gently down. "I know that," Charles said. "Joe talks about you all the time, you know. He's damn proud of you." "Can I get you anything?" Kelly asked her father, adjusting the sheets, trying desperately not to be jealous of Tom. "I could use some eternal youth if you've got any handy," Charles said, at his charming Cary Grant best for Tom's benefit. "If not, maybe that Catherine Zeta-Jones then. I hear she goes for older men." Tom laughed, clearly charmed. Apparently, since he wasn't Charles's son, it was easier for him to forget the decades of slit-eyed anger and the half-slurred sarcasm. But then he leaned closer to Charles, his smile fading. "How's Joe taking this?" he asked the old man quietly. Charles played dumb even though he clearly knew what Tom was referring to. He lifted one elegant white eyebrow. "This." Kelly knew he was testing Tom, seeing if the younger man were brave enough to use the D word in front of him. Tom met her eyes across the bed and smiled slightly. It wasn't even a full smile, and just like that, she was 15 again, her heart kicking into double time. God, he was even more good-looking than he'd been in his leather bomber jacket, astride his Harley, hair down past his shoulders. These days, he wore his hair very short, as if he didn't give a damn about the fact that his hairline was receding. And it was thinning pretty drastically on top. But that was okay. Short hair looked good on him. There was no doubt about it. In a few years, Tom Paoletti, the boy who'd worn a ponytail all through high school, was going to be the best-looking bald man in the world. As Kelly watched, Tom turned and looked Charles directly in the eye. "How's Joe taking the fact that his best friend is dying?" he asked. Dying, there it was, the truth. Boldly, bravely tossed out among them, unveiled. So many visitors tried to push it away, but it would lurk, festering in the corner of the room, always present, putting everyone on edge. "It's been hard for him," Charles said, answering Tom with an equally rare honesty. "Can you stay for a while? It would be good for Joe if you could stay for a while." What a liar. Charles hoped Tom would stay, yet he would have preferred it if Kelly, his own daughter, packed her things and went back to Boston. Tom made some vague sound that was neither yes nor no. Like her father, and despite her jealousy, Kelly, too, hoped that Tom would stay, but for entirely different reasons. "When did your father grow a sense of humor?" Tom lowered himself into one of the chairs at the Ashtons' kitchen table. Kelly was putting ice into a couple of tall glasses, pouring them both some lemonade. She had her back to him, and even dressed as she was in wide-legged pants and a loose, sleeveless silk shirt thing, Tom was hyper-aware that the girl he drooled over had grown up into a woman who had a body to die for. Now, as back then, she still dressed conservatively. Ever the good girl, she didn't flaunt what God had given her. But even now, as back then, nothing short of a heavy robe would have successfully hidden it, and even that was disputable. "I think it re-emerged when he stopped drinking," she told him, bending over to put the lemonade back in the fridge. Tom tried not to look at her ass, but damn, there it was, even more perfect than ever. As she turned to face him, he pulled his gaze away just in time, pretending to be fascinated by the clock in the microwave across the room. He looked up at her and smiled as she handed him the glass, as if he just noticed she was there, not staring at your body. She smiled back at him, no doubt still completely oblivious to the effect she had on him. He could remember her walking through the halls of the high school, totally clueless to the fact that heads turned wherever she went. At 32, she still exuded that fresh innocence, that sweetness that made him want to protect her from the world and from himself. Mostly from himself. "How's your mother?" he asked. "Fine, remarried, she's living near Baltimore." "Mine's in Florida, so when did you move back to Baldwin's Bridge?" he asked as she sat down at the table across from him. "Or is this just a visit?" "I'm living half here, half in Boston, although the Boston half usually ends up being one night a week. My father refuses to let me hire a nurse, so I end up driving out here most nights. Thank God for Joe. He was the one who called me about a week after they first found out it was cancer. If it were up to my father, I probably still wouldn't know." "How long has he got?" Tom quickly added, "if you don't mind my asking so bluntly." Kelly shook her head. "No, it's good," she said. "Really, most people tiptoe around it." She took a deep breath as if bracing herself. "He's got maybe a month before he'll need to start a morphine drip, before he's so weak he can't get out of bed. Right now he's handling the pain with pills. And he's got good days and bad days. On his good days, he's pretty mobile, although his hips give him trouble. That's a totally separate issue. An age thing not related to the cancer. I got a walker, I just put it in his room. I'm hoping he'll just start using it. Maybe after today." For several long seconds she faded out, staring into space, shoulders slumped, looking completely exhausted. But even tired, even 16 years older, she had flawlessly beautiful skin. Sure, she had some laughter lines around her eyes and mouth, but in Tom's opinion they made her look even more attractive, made her look less like a porcelain doll and more like a real, living, breathing woman. Her face was still heart-shaped, maybe a little bit fuller, her cheekbones more pronounced. Her blonde hair was slightly darker, slightly longer than shoulder length. But as before, she wore it back from her face in a smooth, perfect ponytail. He'd once tried to get her to show him how she did that. His hair always lumped and bumped when he pulled it back. He ran one hand over his buzz cut, aware of how different he must look to Kelly after all these years. She looked exactly the same, with those ocean blue eyes a man could drown in. With those gracefully shaped, naturally red lips, soft lips he dreamed about kissing more times than he could count. Dreamed about but never tasted, not even once. Until that one crazy night he'd completely lost his mind. Did she even remember? For one moment out on the driveway when he turned the corner and was face to face with her for the first time in years, he'd sworn he saw an echo of that night in her eyes. But now, it wasn't the kind of thing that could be brought up gracefully under normal circumstances, let alone the current situation. "So, Kel, your dad's dying. But hey, remember that night in Joe's car when we nearly—" Yeah, real smooth. And even if she did remember, it was probably something she wanted to forget. Still, he owed her an apology, and sooner or later he was going to have to bring it up. As if realizing she wasn't alone, Kelly shook her head and forced a smile. "The commute's been tough," she said. "I'm sorry. I went in and back this morning already. I didn't mean to space out on you." "Living with your father can't be too much fun either," Tom countered. "It never was a picnic for you living here, and then to have to come back like this." She tried to make light of it. "Yeah, right, that was me, the poor little rich girl." She leaned forward. "How are you, Tom? You look good." He let her change the subject. "I'm doing all right." It was basically true if he left out the part about the week spent in a coma, Rear Admiral Tucker's attempt to disband his SO squad, his 30 days of convalescent leave, and his spotting the merchant at Logan Airport, a fact that made Admiral Crowley believe he was crazy. Sure, outside of that, he was peachy keen, thanks. "Are you here by yourself?" she asked. Was her question small talk or a polite fishing expedition? He answered honestly. Yeah, I'm still relentlessly single. I travel a lot. He shrugged and ran his hand again across his hair. Actually, I'm surprised you even recognized me now that I'm hair challenged, she laughed. Aside from the hair, you look exactly the same, and I happen to like your hair short. Thanks for lying, but I'm not lying. She held his gaze, and something in his eyes, maybe another echo of that long-ago night that Tom couldn't hide, made her suddenly look away, a slight flush on her cheeks. She took a sip of lemonade, and he watched her delicate throat move as she swallowed, watched as she caught a drop from her lips with the very tip of her tongue. Lemonade. His mainstay fantasy had always started with Kelly inviting him in for a glass of lemonade. One thing would lead to another, which invariably would lead to Kelly dropping to her knees in front of him, usually right here in the kitchen of her father's house. Kelly Ashton's fantasies no doubt featured a white dress, a veil, and a ceremony in church, the end result of a man getting down on his knees. She probably didn't even know what was implied by a woman doing it. She was far too nice. He stood up and set his empty glass in the sink. I should go find Joe, he said. He doesn't even know I'm in town. Coward, he should face her right now and apologize. How long will you be home? Kelly asked. Home, God, what a word. I don't know, he admitted. If you've got the time, she said. I know my father would love to see you when he's feeling a little better. Maybe you and Joe could come over for dinner, not necessarily tonight. I'm sure you want to spend tonight catching up. I know you're also probably planning to visit your sister, so tomorrow night's probably not good either. I was going to stay only until the weekend, but actually, once he admitted it, there'd be no turning back. Still, with Charles Ashton dying, how could he just desert Joe? So he said it. I've got 30 days. 30? Kelly stood too, her face brightening. Oh my God, Tom, it would be great if you could stay. You know, this thing for the 55th is next week, and I'm sure Joe would love— Whoa, wait, I don't know what thing. The celebration, she said, as if that explained everything. She laughed at the look on his face. Didn't you see the decorations they've been putting up all over town? Flags, he remembered. I thought they were left over from the 4th. No, it's for this celebration thing, she said. It's going to be a big deal. Senators Kennedy and Kerry are both coming for the opening ceremony. It's a 4-day reunion of the Fighting 55th. Hundreds of family members, descendants of the men who served with the 55th in Europe, as well as the surviving soldiers, are coming from all over the country. I think I read in the paper that there's fewer than 100 of the men still alive. My father's one of them. I knew your dad was in the Second World War. Tom leaned back against the counter, watching her. He'd said he was leaving, but he couldn't seem to move any closer to the door. That's where he met Joe, in France. You're going to love this, she said, unless you already know, in which case I'm going to have to hit you for not telling me. But Joe's getting a special seat on stage at the celebration ceremony next Tuesday. But he wasn't in the 55th, he wasn't even Army. It didn't make sense. He was Air Force, a rear turret gunner on a reconnaissance plane. Getting Joe to talk about it had been like pulling teeth, and Tom had eventually given up. He knew far more about his own grandfather, Joe's brother, a man Tom had never met because he died at Anzio. Joe was shot down over France in '42, Kelly told him. Jesus, Joe hadn't told him that. His entire discussion with Tom of what he'd done in World War II was limited to a single sentence. I served in Europe. Damn. I'm not sure exactly what he did. Dad doesn't talk about the war much either, but it had something to do with the 55th, something Joe ended up getting a Medal of Honor for. Tom nearly fell over, and for the first time in months his dizziness wasn't from his head injury. Holy shit, Joe's got a Medal of Honor. Excuse my language, I'm floored. He had to laugh. You'd think he might have shown it to me at least once. I mean, forget about putting it on display in the living room. The celebration starts August 15th, the anniversary of VJ Day, the official end of the war, Kelly told him. The story I heard through the newspaper, of course, God forbid either Dad or Joe tell me directly, is that on August 15, 1945, After the war was finally over, the men from the Fighting 55th made a pact to meet 55 years later in the year 2000. I think it probably seemed cosmic, the way the numbers added up. And 2000 must have seemed so far away back then. It truly was the future, you know. Yet there they were, part of millions of Allied troops who'd made the world safe for that future. They chose to meet in Baldwin's Bridge because for many of them this was where it all started. Did you know there was an Army training center here during the Second World War? Tom shook his head. This was where those men first came, where the 55th was formed. The base was out where they built that new super stop and shop about 5 years ago. There was a fire there just after the war, and they tore down the remaining buildings in 1950. By the time we were in high school, there were just woods out there. I didn't know any of that, Tom admitted. Joe and Dad still aren't talking about it, but they went to a celebration planning committee meeting last week, she told him. You ready to hear something weird? He had to laugh. Like none of this is weird enough. Kelly smiled too, but wanly. Maybe you won't think this is strange, but I did. Last week when they came back from that meeting, they were arguing furiously, and Joe's been walking around in a snit ever since. Joe, Tom couldn't believe it. Joe had worked as the Ashton's groundskeeper for nearly 60 years ever since the two men had returned from the war. Charles was the snit master. He was quick-tempered and opinionated. He'd spent a good portion of the past 6 decades in a snit. Tom had to smile. Snit was a good word for it. I was working on my computer, Kelly told him, and I heard shouting, so I went out to see what was going on. Joe was really upset. I heard only a little of what he was saying, something about running out of time. He stopped as soon as he saw me. My dad stomped into the house, and no matter what I said, I couldn't get either of them to tell me what was wrong. Joe upset for an entire week. Tom couldn't believe it. His great uncle Joe may have been quick to both laugh and cry, unafraid to show his emotions, but he'd always managed to keep his temper carefully in control. He was the king of patience, of reason, of careful, measured thought. Good thing, since he'd spent most of his life dealing first with Charles Ashton and then with young Tom. Maybe I can get him to talk about it, he said doubtfully, if I ever find him. Tommy, is that your bag in my kitchen? Tom smiled at Kelly. Looks like he found me. She smiled back at him. Tom, if it's really possible, stay for as long as you can, she said. We could all use your company. No way could he leave, knowing that Charles was dying, knowing that Joe, a man who'd always been there for Tom, could probably use his support. And with Kelly Ashton standing there, smiling at him, the idea of staying in Baldwin's Bridge for the full 30 days didn't seem so awful. What could he say to her except, yeah, I will? Still, when he went out the back door to meet Joe in the driveway, all he could wonder was what the hell he'd gotten himself into now. Chapter 3. Mallory Paoletti paced the tiny living room, listening to her mother bitch about all the shit that was wrong in her life. No money, another crappy, demeaning cleaning job, this good-for-nothing kid who wasn't even going to college next year. Except, oh, excuse me, Angela dearest, but you want to rewind there to complain and no money. If there wasn't enough money to replace the effing water heater and pay the GD electric bill, how the hell was there going to be enough money for Mallory to go to college? Her mother's brother, Tom, sat on the sofa, patiently hearing Angela out. But when Mallory looked over, he was watching her. He crossed his eyes just for a second, just long enough for Mallory to know that he was still okay. He was still a cool guy, still on her side, despite the fact that he was losing his hair big time. Her mother was finally done, or at least she made the mistake of pausing for breath, and Tom, as smart as he was cool, quickly took the floor. What about the Navy? He asked, looking directly at Mal. Her mother laughed breathlessly and lit another cigarette. Oh, that's a good one, Tommy. Can you really picture Mallory? I wasn't asking you, Ang, he said, blowing right over her. I was asking Mal. What do you want to do with your life, kid? What do you like to do? If you want, I'll go down to the recruiter's office with you. It doesn't have to be the Navy. Between you, me, and the recruiting officer, we can match you up with the branch of the service that'll put you exactly where you want to be. We can negotiate 4 years of college for you. They like their recruits even enlisted to get an education. Mallory wants to get herself pierced and tattooed, Angela said. That's about all she wants to do these days. I know you probably don't believe it, Tommy, but beneath that awful cut and dye job, Mallory is a very pretty girl. She looks a lot like I did when I was 18. And that was a load of crap. Mallory was about 6 inches taller than her mother and built like an Amazon warrior, complete with size D cups, while Angela had been and still was model slender and prettily petite. Willowy, it was called in books. 34 years old, and her mother could go without a bra. Mallory hadn't had that option since 4th grade. Tom was still looking at her, giving her that little half-smile she remembered so well from his other trips home. Take me with you. She'd cried when she was 11 or 12, when he'd blasted into town for a weekend or, worse, a too-short day. He had been proof that a Paoletti could shake free from the shackles of this puritanical, narrow-minded, pointy-ass town. But nowadays, Tom was proof only of her own pathetic failings. Mal was more like her mother than her uncle. She was weighed down by all the bad shit, chain-smoking Winstons even though they couldn't find the money to buy milk, unable to break free. Think about it, he told Mallory now. I'm going to be around for a while, probably till the end of the month. She dropped her perpetually bored sneer, nearly dropped her own cigarette. Holy shit! He was staying that long. Watch your mouth, Angela murmured. Tom was going to be in town for weeks. At one time, that news would have made Mallory ecstatic. Now it only made her more depressed. When it was just her and Angela hanging around the house, Mal didn't feel like such a loser. At least she had never spent her entire paycheck betting on the dogs at Wonderland. But with Tom in town as contrast, it was obvious she and her mother were in the same subset. Double losers. A mismatched pair of misfits. It was just a matter of time before she started buying lottery tickets with her last few bucks, just like Angela. Tom stood up. Let me take a look at the water heater, he said. If it needs to be replaced, I'll replace it myself. I mean, as long as I'm in town, I might as well do the work. That was a good idea. If he simply gave Angela a check, the money would be spent on anything but the water heater. She'd color her hair or get her nails done and buy a new dress, betting that the ridiculous makeover would help her snag a rich husband from the crowd down at the fancy-schmancy 4-star Baldwin's Bridge Hotel. She'd take the gamble, hoping the payoff would bring the end to all their money troubles. Yeah, right. Oddly enough, the times Angela did okay were when she had just enough money to scrape by. It was the large sums of money that got her dreaming, and it wasn't long until those dreams shattered, spiraling them down into the depths. No doubt Tom had figured that out too. It's in the basement. Angela opened the door and led the way down the creaky stairs into the musty dank, but Tom didn't follow, not right away. I'm right behind you, he called to his sister, then turned back to Mallory, pulling a fold of bills from the pocket of his cargo shorts. Money for groceries. He took out several $100s, but before he gave it to her, he took the cigarette out of her mouth and stabbed it out in an overflowing ashtray. Guess what, he said. You're quitting smoking, as of today. When you join the Navy, first thing you'll do is get in shape. And trust me, it'll be easier if you're not a smoker. She sucked on her front tooth, giving him her best "you bore me completely" look. You're nuts if you think I'm actually going to volunteer to let assholes like you order me around. He laughed, grabbed her arm, and gave her a zerbert on the inside of her elbow, the way he might have done when she was 7. It tickled, and the farting noises were so realistic she couldn't keep from laughing. You're such a jerk, she told him. He slapped the money into her hand. It's a chance to get out of here, he said, suddenly serious, and to do it completely on your own. To her horror, her eyes filled with tears. God, she wanted to escape, sometimes more than anything. Tommy, I'm standing down here in the dark. He turned away. pretending not to notice that Mallory was milliseconds from bursting into tears, giving her the space he thought she needed rather than pulling her into his arms. God, she wished someone would hold her like she was 5 years old again and tell her everything was going to be okay. It was a lie, but it had always been a good lie, and for a minute, even for just a few seconds, she would feel safe. "Think about it," he said again, heading down the stairs. Right. Mallory was going to do nothing but, except thinking wouldn't bring her any closer to doing. Because if she left, if she wasn't around to buy groceries and sometimes even pay the rent with the money from her stupid paychecks from the stupid ice cream shop, what would happen to her mother? Mallory pushed her way out the door, angry as hell at the world. And angry at Tom for trying to give her hope when it was so effing obvious that everything sucked and that nothing would change. David Sullivan sat on a bench by the Ferris wheel, watching as most of the college-aged crowd of Baldwin's Bridge walked by. He had his sketch pad and pencils with him, but despite the freak show feel of the small-town church carnival at this hour of night, he hadn't yet taken them out of his backpack. It was after 10, and he worked the early morning shift at the hotel restaurant. He had to be dressed and ready to wait tables at 4:30 a.m., the room filled remarkably considering the hour. Golfers and sport fishermen, leathery tan and rich, with big laughs and bigger wallets. He had to move fast to get everyone on their way to the golf courses and the marina on time. Between 5:15 and 6:30, there was a bit of a lull, with a few golfers with slightly later tee times clogging their arteries with generous servings of steak and eggs. At 6:30, the women would appear wearing tennis whites, sweaters tied around their necks. After 8:00, the sunbathers came and ordered coffee and toast. By 10:30, breakfast would be over. He would punch out, done for the day, having earned a small fortune in tips to add to his publishing fund. Another 15 weeks, he'd have enough money saved, and Nightshade could become a reality. Problem was, there were only 4 more weeks before he had to be back at college. He was thinking about getting a second job, maybe working more shifts, but he was already exhausted. Almost every day he would vow to take a nap in the afternoon, but invariably something would catch his attention, and he'd start drawing. Before he knew it, it would be closing in on midnight again, and he'd be facing another very short 4 hours of sleep. David stood, ready to be smart for once and head for his summer rental, a studio apartment on the 3rd floor of a house 2 blocks from the hotel, when he saw her. He had to be honest with himself. It was her body that first caught his eye. She was wearing one of those little nothing, clingy, thin-strapped tank tops. It was black, and so was the bra she wore underneath, its straps clearly visible. In short, she was stacked. She was tall, with shoulders that looked as if she could consider playing pro football without the pads. The muscles in her arms were well defined, and he would have guessed she was a weight lifter except for the fact that she didn't have muscular pecs. Instead, she had real breasts, and that was the understatement of the new millennium. She had a jeans jacket tied by the sleeves around her waist. It helped gravity drag her baggy pants even lower on her hips, leaving a wide gap between her waistband and the bottom edge of her shirt. That gap revealed the soft smoothness of her stomach, and the fact that her belly button was pierced. The streetlight overhead made the bluish stone she was wearing sparkle. Her face was hidden by a short, purposely ragged mess of dark black hair. Her chin and mouth, the only features he could see, were pixie-ish. Her chin pointed, and her lips delicate in direct contrast to her lush figure. As David watched her from the other side of the church parking lot, she stopped walking and lit a cigarette, her movements quick, angry. She took a drag, then, still angrily, impatiently, she threw the cigarette down and moved swiftly away. He shouldered his backpack, determined to go home, when she suddenly spun around. She went back to the cigarette, but it had rolled into a puddle. "Shit," he heard her say, her voice exactly as he'd imagined it, slightly husky, low-pitched, Sexy. She fumbled in her pockets, took out another cigarette and lit it. As she did, she turned slightly, lifting her head to look up at the Ferris wheel. Her hair fell back and the overhead street lamp lit her face. And David stopped breathing. It was the face he'd been looking for. She was exotically pretty, with enormous eyes and wide cheekbones that tapered quickly down to that extremely pointed, delicate chin and almost tiny, doll-like nose and mouth. Her skin was pale, which made her dark eyebrows stand out. She looked otherworldly, particularly with the rows of glittering piercings in her ears. As he watched, she took another long drag on the cigarette, and then threw it on the ground and crushed it with her clunky-heeled boot. Swearing like a sailor, she stomped away, only to stop several feet away and light yet another cigarette. Completely intrigued, all thoughts of a good night's sleep forgotten, David shifted the strap of his pack higher on his shoulder and followed her deeper into the carnival grounds. Kelly was sitting in the backyard, on the tree swing, when the lights went on in Joe's cottage. Tom was home. Joe and Charles were still out at their weekly card game. Charles had awakened and had actually come into the kitchen at dinner time, leaning heavily on the metal walker Kelly had put in his room for him. She'd been preparing him a tray when he'd appeared. Chicken broth, a salad she knew he wouldn't touch, a power shake, and an array of his favorite, enticing desserts. He didn't say a word about the walker, and she clamped her mouth tightly shut and didn't mention it either. He'd simply taken a few obligatory sips of the power shake she'd made him. Then he'd headed out toward the driveway, mumbling about the card game, grumbling something about how someone had to keep track of Joe, make sure he didn't go shooting off his damn fool mouth. Kelly had seen no point in trying to talk Charles out of leaving. Even if lying at home in bed would extend his life by a minute fraction, at this point, an extra week of staring at his bedroom ceiling didn't seem worth it. The man was going to die. He might as well do exactly what he wanted for as long as he possibly could. As if Kelly could ever talk her father out of doing exactly what he wanted. Besides, she had her pager on, and Joe had her number. They'd left in the station wagon, and Tom had gone with them, getting a ride to his sister Angela's house. Tom Kelly gazed at the lights blazing from the windows of Joe's cottage, lights Tom had turned on. What was it about Tom Paoletti that got under her skin? Just seeing him today had done something to her. It had woken her up, brought her back to life. The evening air smelled sweeter, the sounds of the crickets louder, brighter. The stars that were starting to twinkle through the hazy clouds overhead seemed close enough to reach out and touch. Kelly had to laugh at the sheer poetry of it all, particularly since everything she was feeling could be traced to one extremely basic and base need: sex. 15 minutes alone in a room with Tom Paoletti, and she couldn't keep herself from thinking about sex. One small smile from the man, and she was 15 years old all over again, discovering the true meaning of the word lust as she sneaked a peek at his incredible body while he worked in the yard. But the man had the power to move her in a way that was more than merely sexual. Just this afternoon, as she'd watched from the kitchen window, he'd greeted his gray tuncle out on the driveway with an unabashedly unembarrassed embrace. The two men, young and old, had held each other tightly for a good long time. Maybe it was their Italian heritage that set them apart from the cold-as-ice Ashtons, but Kelly couldn't remember ever seeing her father wrap his arms around anyone, male or female, in such a public and emotional display of affection. Worst of all, she couldn't remember the last time she'd greeted someone with a warm embrace. Even when she was married, she hadn't hugged or kissed Gary in public. Even in private, unless they were in bed, he'd been aloof. He'd been a lot like her father, filled with chilly Beacon Hill propriety. The lights went on in an upstairs window of the cottage, in the room that had been Tom's throughout his years of high school. Kelly well knew which windows were his. She'd spent most of those same years fascinated by him, that grandnephew of Joe's who came to live with him. because he couldn't get along with his stepfather, and because his mother couldn't control him. That wild Paoletti kid with his hair down his back and his penchant for getting all the teachers and administrators in school steaming mad at him. Kelly had been aware of his presence in Joe's little house down by the gate with every fiber of her being. She looked up into the tree branches above her, at the treehouse Joe had built with her the summer she'd turned 10. She'd spent many an evening up in her hideaway, dreaming about Tom Paoletti, and the fact that from her tree house she had an unobstructed view into Tom's bedroom window had certainly helped solidify those fantasies. She'd seen Tom in only his underwear more times than he could imagine. And yes, once or twice she'd even seen him naked, too. Kelly looked into the tree again. She hadn't gone up there in years, but she didn't need to climb a tree to know that Tom would still look beyond hot without a stitch of clothing on. Tom Paoletti. She could remember the magical day she'd spent with him the summer after freshman year as if it were yesterday. The day and the night. Through the years, she'd followed the news Joe had shared with her about Tom. And yeah, maybe she'd paid particular attention to the fact that he'd never gotten married, that he'd never even so much as brought a woman home with him, that he always described all his many brief relationships to Joe as nothing special. He was, after all, Tom Paoletti, and as nice and kind as he'd once been to her, as many medals and honors and awards he won in the Navy, he still had a wild streak that ran deep. Back in high school, she'd seen him out along the road by the beach more times than she could count, racing past on his Harley, the wind whipping his hair out behind him. She wanted to feel that exhilaration, taste that kind of speed. She wanted to fly like that with him. She'd ridden on the back of his motorcycle just once, and she'd all but begged him to take her flying along that beach road. But he just laughed and kept his speed well beneath the posted limit. Almost 17 years had passed since then, and Kelly still wanted to fly with him. She had to smile at the tackiness of that particular euphemism. Tom was home for 30 days, which would be just long enough for a perfect summer fling. At least she thought it would be. She didn't have a whole lot of experience in that area. She'd never spent time with a man for purely selfish reasons. Every relationship she'd ever had been fraught with meaning and potential, and damn near quivering with importance. Just once, she wanted to be with someone who didn't give a damn about the fact that she'd graduated from Harvard Medical School at the top of her class. Just once she wanted to date a man without wondering how that growing relationship would further his or her medical career. Just once she wanted to be with someone a little wild, a little crazy, a little rough. Someone who wasn't afraid of adrenaline rushes. Someone who would soul kiss her on the beach and not give a damn who was watching. Someone who liked going dangerously fast. Someone like Tom Paoletti. Someone exactly like Tom Paoletti. Life was too short. Kelly was more aware of that now than ever, with her father's impending death looming over them. She needed to make some changes, take some chances with her own life. And what better place to start than with Tom Paoletti? She wanted comforting arms to hold her when the night got a little too long and dark. But she didn't want long-term or heavy or complicated. She wanted simple, friendly sex, the likes of which she knew Tom could give her. The fact that Tom was leaving in 30 days was a good thing. It set an end date to the affair, a boundary that would remind her constantly that she couldn't let herself love him more than just a little. She liked the idea of going in with her eyes wide open, with the relationship and its ending clearly defined right from the start. And as for Tom, he'd probably jump at the chance for a no-strings, short-term fling. She knew he was attracted to her. At least she thought he was attracted to her, except for the fact that he'd turned her down before. But that was then, this was now. And the new, bold, chance-taking Kelly Ashton was going to take hold of this opportunity with both hands. She'd ask him out. To dinner, just the two of them. The worst that could happen was he could turn her down, right? Oh God, what would she do if he turned her down? But guys did this all the time. They asked women out, facing the uncertainty and potential rejection. How hard could it be? Kelly headed back inside, knowing that if she were a man, she'd be turning out the light in her monk's cell in the monastery right about now. Would she get the nerve to ask him? She didn't know. The only thing she knew for certain was that this was going to be a summer she was going to remember for the rest of her life. Chapter 4. Tom showered and turned on ESPN in an attempt to rid himself of his relentless headache. He was reaching into the refrigerator for a beer when he heard voices out on the driveway. Joe and Charles were back. It was earlier than Tom had expected. In the past, their card games had been notorious for going on late into the night. Of course, in the past, Charles hadn't been dying of cancer. "Have I ever asked you for anything?" he was saying angrily now, his voice reedy and thin, cutting through the quiet of the night. "Have I?" Joe's voice was softer but no less intense. "Yes. All those years I kept silent. You think I wanted that medal that's up in the attic? You think I don't think about her every time I walk past that attic door? Holy shit." Charles and Joe were arguing. Joe, who barely spoke in anything longer than a monosyllable, who never lost his temper, was spitting mad and speaking in paragraphs. Tom put his beer down on the kitchen counter and pushed open the screen door, stepping out onto the back steps. The outside air was heavy with humidity, and he had to grip the railing as a wave of dizziness hit him. Damn it, when was this going to let up? The two old men still sat in Joe's car, but the windows were open wide and their voices carried. "Maybe you think I'm like you, that I've forgotten," Joe continued hotly. "Well, I haven't. I don't take a single breath without remembering." Charles looked apoplectic. His face was red and he was shaking with rage. "How dare you suggest it's time," Joe shouted over him. "Jenny's gone, the truth can't hurt her anymore, but you're the one who's afraid of that truth, aren't you? It never really had anything to do with your wife." Charles started to cough, a dry, racking hack that shook his body. "Damn you," he rasped between coughs. "God damn you, I want you out of here. You're fired, you son of a bitch." Hey, guys." As Tom moved toward the car, he realized that Kelly had come out of the main house. She approached from the other side, wheeling some kind of tank behind her. "Oxygen. Stop this," she said sharply. "Right this minute, both of you." Joe got out of the car, slamming the door shut. "You can't fire me, you pompous, selfish bastard, because I quit." "Whoa," Tom said, blocking Joe's path to the cottage. "Everyone take a deep breath and count to 10. Let's rewind that last bit. I know you both didn't mean any of it. Let's just calm it down a little, okay?" Kelly gave some kind of inhaler to her father. After he took a hit of the medicine, she helped affix a face mask to him, adjusting the tank, trying to make it easier for the old man to breathe. As his breathing grew less labored, she looked at Tom over the top of the car, shaking her head slightly, her eyes wide. This was as much a mystery to her as it was to him. Her eyes widened even farther as she saw him standing there in damn, only his boxers. She'd changed, too, into a pair of running shorts and a sports bra, sneakers on her feet. From the sheen of perspiration on her skin, it was obvious that she'd been interrupted in the middle of a workout. He tried not to look at her trim, lithe body, but all that smooth skin was distracting as hell. Of course, he was one to talk, half naked as he was. But with Charles having some kind of attack and Joe quivering with anger, this wasn't the best time to go inside to find himself a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. "What's this about?" he asked, shifting slightly left so that Joe couldn't go around him and escape into the house. Charles yanked the mask away from his face. 7, 8, 9, 10, he rasped. "You're still fired." "Dad," Kelly said in exasperation as he started coughing again. She put the mask back on him, rolling her eyes at Tom. He turned to his uncle, bracing himself against the side of the car as another wave of dizziness hit him. Shit. All this circus sideshow needed was for him to hit the deck face first. "What's going on?" Charles pulled his mask off again. "You want to know what's going on? I'll tell you what's going on." Judas here has agreed to give an interview with some stupid fool who's writing some stupid book about the fighting 55th. He started coughing again, and when Kelly reached for his mask, he pulled it away from her with a quelling look, putting it up over his mouth and nose himself. "His name is Kurt Kaufman," Joe said tightly, crossing around the back of the station wagon so that he could address Charles directly without having to peer through the interior of the car. "And he's a professor of history at Boston College, so stupid probably doesn't apply, either to him or to his book." Charles pulled his mask away. "Even better, he's some kraut. What gives him the right? His grandfather served beside you in the 55th, Joe told him. "He died fighting the Nazis in the hedgerows outside of Normandy. He has every right." Charles put his mask back on with a humph, losing the point to Joe most ungraciously. Tom followed Joe more slowly, keeping one hand on the car like a baby who could walk only while holding on to furniture. He'd never seen Joe so angry before. The few times Joe had lost his temper had been quick explosions, short flashes that were over almost before they'd started. It had been nothing like this deeply burning, shaking fury. "If he's writing about the 55th, Tom asked him, rubbing his forehead as a sharp pain suddenly grabbed him right behind his left eye, "why does he want to talk to you? I've seen that picture Mom had of you with my grandfather after you enlisted. You were both in Air Force uniforms." Kelly was still crouched next to her father, but she was looking up at him, frowning slightly. "Tom, are you all right?" "Great." He probably looked as shitty as he felt. Aside from the fact that he had 30 short days to make this frigging dizziness, and these damned headaches disappear for good. Aside from the fact that his career was on the line, and that the one relative he'd always counted on to be a port in a storm was crumbling with his own pain and uncertainty. Aside from the fact that seeing Kelly again made him want her as badly and as foolishly as he'd wanted her all those years ago. Aside from the fact that her father was dying a man he'd never quite respected or admired, but that he'd cared for nonetheless. Aside from all that, yeah, he was all right. "I'm tired, I've got a headache, I'm standing here in my underwear and I'm confused." Tom let his exasperation show. "I want to know what the hell's going on. Why does this writer want to talk to an Air Force veteran about the 55th? Joe looked from Tom to Charles and shook his head. "I'm sorry," he said stiffly. "This is private, like hell it is," Charles snapped. "You're the one wants to talk to this Kaufman. How private is that?" He glared at Tom. "Kaufman wants to talk because Joe's the hero of the 55th, the hero of Baldwin's Bridge. You know that statue by the marina, the one that lists the men from town who died in the war." Tom knew the statue well. He'd gazed at those long lists of names many times, thinking the stonecutter had screwed up by leaving the E and S off the word hero, thinking it should have read the heroes of Baldwin's Bridge. He could feel Kelly watching him, and he forced himself to stand a little straighter. Charles had paused to press the oxygen mask to his face, breathing deeply, but he now went on. "Go down there and look at the face. That's Joe's face on that statue. He wouldn't let him put his name on it, but it's him. In France, a few weeks after the Normandy invasion, he delivered information about a German counteroffensive that would have slaughtered thousands of men in the 55th Division. Because of Joe, they were ready for him. The hero of Baldwin's Bridge. Unassuming, quiet Joe Paoletti who loved his flowers was the frigging hero of Baldwin's Bridge." "Gee," Tom said, turning to look at his uncle. "How come you never told me?" "Knowing that might come in handy back in high school when I was sent to the dean's office for the 50th time." He was only half joking. God knows it would have helped his head, helped his low-as-shit self-esteem as he was growing up, to know that a Paoletti, a fucking Paoletti, wore not just the title hero, but the hero. Joe just snorted, but he wouldn't meet Tom's eyes. "The Nazis knew the terrain and planned to use it to cut off part of the 55th, Charles continued, "isolate them from the rest of the Allied forces. The fighting was fierce, there would have been no prisoners taken." He looked up at Kelly and Tom. Because of what Joe did, thousands of men from the 55th were given a fighting chance. Because of what I did, Joe scoffed. That's not the way it happened, and you know it. I was wounded, I couldn't even walk. Without you, and I was just along for the ride, and you know it, Charles countered hotly, starting to cough again. Use that oxygen, Kelly said sternly, or I will take you to the hospital. Charles had clamped the mask over his nose and mouth, but he started to pull it off as Joe countered with, you were never just along for the ride. You wanted people to think you were okay. Tom held up his hand. He was starting to feel like a bad cross between a traffic cop and a referee. The sensation that the world was tilting was subsiding, leaving him to deal only with the pounding in his head. Wait a minute. I'm still confused. He fixed Joe with his harshest commanding officer gaze. In addition to this hero business, which is complete news to me, I find out a few hours ago from Kelly. I might add that you were shot down over France in 1942. But the Allied invasion didn't take place until the summer of 1944. What were you doing behind enemy lines in 42? Did you get shot down twice? Or did she have the date wrong? No, figured Joe would pick now to go back into his monosyllabic routine. Yeah, see, Charles said. You're all ready to start telling stories about me, but when it comes to yourself. He glared up at Tom. He was shot down in 42. He was badly wounded, as is often the case when your airplane falls out of the sky like a brick. Lucky for him, he was found by the French resistance instead of the Nazis. As a result, he was taken to a safe house instead of a concentration camp. You did know that it wasn't unheard of for the Nazis to send American prisoners of war to places like Auschwitz, didn't you? Geneva Convention be damned. Joe shook his head. They don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this. What do you think this Kaufman's going to ask you about? Charles asked him. It's not going to be questions about protecting your roses from early frost. Dad, Kelly said, you're both so upset. Maybe we should. The resistance found him and hid him and nursed him back to health. Charles interrupted her. And spending time with don't, Joe said sharply. Them, Charles said pointedly. The freedom fighters. Joe discovered his command of both Italian and French, combined with forged papers and his New York City cojones, gave him the edge he needed to wander the French countryside and target German military sites for Air Force bombing raids. It was far more effective than the airborne reconnaissance he'd originally been part of. In fact, he did such a good job, he was invited to stay in occupied France for the remainder of the war to help provide information for the planned Allied invasion. Charles took a hit from his oxygen tank. Joe started out Air Force, but he ended the war as OSS. Tom looked at his uncle. OSS. He'd always admired and respected his uncle, mostly for the kindness and respect he'd shown to Tom when no one else, including his own mother, had wanted anything to do with him. But he'd always been a little amused by Joe's love of his garden, and he'd imagined that Joe had gone through the war as a desk clerk or a cook, or, Jesus, anything but OSS. My God, Joe, Kelly said softly, you were a spy in Nazi-occupied France for 2 years. Tom himself had been on some tough missions, some extremely dangerous and covert missions that had required him to go deep undercover and walk among the enemy. He'd sat in cafes and had dinner surrounded by men and women who would have put a bullet in his brain had they known who and what he was. But he hadn't done it straight for 2 frigging years. Cajones indeed. It's over, Joe said. It's done. But you would do it again if you had to, Charles coughed. Joe fixed his friend with a grim stare. So would you. The 2 old men glared at each other. Neither of them blinked, neither of them moved until a cough racked Charles. You're going to do this interview, aren't you? Charles gasped. I think so. Charles angrily covered his face with the mask, dragging in as much pure oxygen as he could. It doesn't matter anymore, he coughed. Like you said, it's over, it's done, what's the use? He coughed so hard his eyes watered and ran and his lips were flecked with blood. Kelly looked at Tom. I think I better get him inside, would you mind? Good idea. Tom picked up Charles, making sure Kelly had the oxygen tank before he started toward the house. But Charles wasn't done with Joe. He lifted his head to look over Tom's shoulder, pointing a shaking hand at his oldest friend accusingly. You hated me from the moment you first set eyes on me. Joe stood in the driveway, his heart aching, watching as Tommy and Kelly carried Charles into the main house. The first time he'd seen Charles, nearly 6 decades ago, he was being carried then, too. It was funny. Out of all the people Joe had met in his long life, Charles Ashton truly hated being helpless more than anyone. Yet there he'd been, wounded and helpless, carried into the sanctuary of Sibyll's house by Henry and Jean-Claude, bringing danger to them all merely with his presence. He was badly injured and fading in and out of consciousness, his aristocratically handsome face pale and drawn with pain, his blonde hair matted with blood and mud. A fallen prince. He'd needed Sibyll's medical skills, so he'd been brought all the way here from the front line at great risk to them all. If the Germans found him here, they would take him prisoner and hang them for harboring him. Yet it was not hatred that had filled Joe's heart at that first sight of him, but rather hope. The Americans had landed in France. The Allied invasion, which he himself had worked so hard for, had come about as planned. It wouldn't be long before the fighting surged past them and the small city of Ste. Helene was free from Nazi rule. It wouldn't be long until the few remaining Jewish families, hidden around the town in houses like Sibyll's, could step out into the sunlight. Put him on the table, Sibylle commanded in rapid-fire French, tying her long, dark hair back from her face before she quickly washed in the kitchen basin. I need hot water, Marie a fire, Pietra bandages and soap. Get that uniform off of him. Giuseppe. She looked up at Joe with a flash of her dark brown eyes, and he nodded as the American soldier and army lieutenant was set down on the sturdy wooden table. His uniform, all his clothes, including his military-issue underwear, were quickly removed. Should the Nazis pay them a visit, without those clothes this man was merely a peasant, a farmer who'd been caught in the devastating crossfire of a war that was drawing closer every day. Joe gathered the uniform along with the lieutenant's dog tags. Charles Ashton, he read aloud before bundling it all together. The clothes were bloody, but he couldn't risk washing them clean, not right away. He'd have to bury them for now, deep enough so the starving dogs that wandered the town streets wouldn't smell the blood and dig them up. One of the Lukes, there were 2 in Sibyll's private army, brought blankets to cover Ashton, but Sibylle set them aside. The summer night was warm. His body was slick with sweat, and she certainly had no need for them. She was barely 21 years old, but the sight of strange men, both naked and bloody, had become a common one in this house she'd once shared with her husband and their young son. Ashton had been hit 3 times as far as Joe could see. Once in the shoulder, once in the side, and once in the upper leg. The wounds in the shoulder and the leg were bad enough, but being gut-shot was a virtual kiss of death without a surgeon's skill available. Unless he still has the bullets in him. Sibylle looked up from examining his wounds. That's a good thing. The rounds that hit him were spent. Maybe we can save him. Spent bullets meant that this lieutenant had been at the very edge of the German rifles' range when they'd shot at him. He'd been hit, but the bullets didn't have enough power left to pass through him. They'd merely lodged within him, their flight stopped by his muscle and tissue. If I can get these bullets out, Sibylle continued, and if we can prevent infection. As she met Joe's gaze, she suddenly looked weary and far older than she was. Infections had taken as many lives as German bullets. Odds were, without a hospital, without a real doctor, this soldier would die. The fact that the bullets were spent had merely moved his chance of survival from impossible to unlikely. Joe touched her shoulder, squeezed the tense muscles in her arm. They'd gone up against unlikely before and won. You can save him, he told her. Sibylle took a deep breath and nodded. I can try. I'm going to need help holding him down, though, in case he wakes. They had no morphine, and removing bullets without the numbing effects of the drug would be screamingly painful. Joe himself could attest to that. Maybe, just maybe, Charles Ashton would remain blessedly unconscious until she was done. Of course, he chose that instant to rouse. His eyelids fluttered and he groaned. And then he gazed directly up at Sibylle with eyes that were the color of a summer sky. As Joe watched, Sibylle stared back at him, transfixed. He was her first real American. Joe himself didn't truly count since he'd grown up in an apartment with an Italian father and French mother in a part of New York City that was more European than American. Even naked, it was obvious Ashton was an American. He could have stepped right from the pages of a Hollywood magazine. Even injured, he was golden and gleaming, with chiseled features that provided a perfect frame for those unearthly blue eyes. He stared back at Sibylle, reaching up to touch her cheek. "Angel," he whispered. Sibylle jerked her gaze away from him, stepped back to avoid his touch. "Tell him he's wrong." She spoke only a small amount of English, but she'd understood his single word. She glanced at Joe again. "Tell him that after I'm done he's going to swear I'm the devil." But Joe didn't get a chance to translate because Ashton lifted his head, painfully trying to raise himself up. "French," he rasped. "Your French angel sister, what happened to? Où est la sœur?" He could barely speak, but he struggled to sit up. "You know, sœur, big hat, black dress. Mon Dieu, Jesus, la sœur." Whatever it was he wanted to know, it was vitally important to him. His eyes were all but rolling back in his head as he struggled to stay conscious. Sibylle shook her head, looking to Joe for help. He stepped forward, but Ashton's head lolled back against the table. "Quickly," Sibylle said to Marie and Luc Priox, "hold him for me." As she dug for the first bullet, Ashton groaned but didn't awaken. What was he asking? She questioned Joe as she worked, sweat beading on her brow and upper lip as the man continued to make those small sounds of pain. "I don't know." He shook his head, uncertain himself what the American soldier had meant with his atrocious, unintelligible first-year schoolbook French. "I'm sorry. I won't be able to go with you tonight," Sibylle told him. "I'll need to stay here to care for him. These first few hours are always critical." Joe was disappointed, but he hid it as always. "Of course." She looked up at him and gave him one of those sweet, sad smiles he'd come to know so well. "You'll probably be safer without me." That much was true. She was fearless in her work against the Nazis. It wasn't enough for her simply to count numbers of troops and note stockpiles of ammunition. She had to get closer, close enough to overhear conversations, close enough to find out which warehouses held ammunition that her small army of freedom fighters could steal and use against the occupying forces, close enough to guarantee a bullet in the head were they ever discovered. Joe looked down at the bundle of clothing he still held in his hands. He'd have to rush to dig a hole deep enough for this, or he'd be late to the rendezvous point. "Go," Sibylle said, well aware of the time. Joe looked from her to the wounded American and tried his damnedest not to be jealous of a man who was probably going to die. He caught Sibylle's gaze one last time, losing himself just a little in the midnight darkness of her eyes. Then he turned, slipping out the door into the night, following her rule. Since the occupation, Sibylle had had only 3 rules. She'd told him about them once when they'd shared several bottles of wine. It was after a night spent making life a little less comfortable for the Nazis who controlled Hailing. Never turn down a chance to strike back at the Germans was 1, she'd said. Never promise to meet again was 2. And 3 was never, ever fall in love, because love and war were a terrible combination. That night, as she'd gone up the stairs to her bedroom, alone as always, she'd made him promise to follow her rules, too. As Joe silently took a shovel from the shed and began to dig in the postage stamp size garden behind Sibylle's house, inwardly he sighed. 2 out of 3 wasn't bad. Sibylle, he suspected, wouldn't agree. "Thank you so much," Kelly said to Tom as she closed the door to her father's bedroom. Again. The long hallway was only dimly lit. A lamp from down in the living room cast just enough light to throw exotic shadows across her face and body. It was alarmingly romantic. But Tom's head was pounding. He was wearing only his boxers, his very thin cotton boxers, and this was Kelly Ashton standing next to him. Not some bar bunny he'd fool around with for a few weeks and then cut free. Although, the way the shadows fell across her face made her eyes seem almost hot. It seemed as if she was checking him out, as if she was running her gaze across his near-naked body appreciatively. He looked good. Tom knew he looked good even though he was a little too skinny from those weeks in the hospital. The truth was, a man couldn't do as much PT as he and his SEAL team did and not look good. Still, this was Kelly Ashton throwing those glances. Kelly class valedictorian, Phi Beta Kappa, Harvard Med School Ashton. Kelly Girl Scout, nursing home volunteer, church choir soloist Ashton, who had once kissed him as if the world were coming to an end. Kissed him and made it clear that she was his if he wanted her. Of course, that had been years ago, when she was 15. "I'm glad I could help," he told her now, remembering the way she'd looked at him right before she'd kissed him, or maybe he was the one who'd kissed her. He didn't know he hadn't known even at the time. All he'd known was it was late, they'd been together for nearly 12 hours, and he still wasn't ready to take her home. They'd been sitting in Joe's station wagon, the same one that was out in the driveway, stopped at a red light down by the marina. Their conversation had lulled, and he figured she was probably tired. It was definitely time to call it a night. But when he'd glanced over at her, she didn't look tired. In fact, the look in her eyes had made his mouth go dry. Now he cleared his throat. "You know, Kel, I owe you an apology." He saw from her eyes that she knew exactly what he was talking about. She turned away. "No, you don't." "Yes, I do. That night before I left town, it was just one of those impulsive things," she said, still not meeting his gaze. "We were both so young." She had been young. He'd been nearly 19. And maybe that first kiss had been impulsive, but what he'd done after, pulling into the darkness of the bank parking lot and turning off the engine. It had been the wrong thing to do, but if he were given a chance to do it over, he still wasn't certain he'd be able to resist her. "Nevertheless, I've always wanted to apologize to you. I took advantage." "Oh, please." She moved briskly down the hall toward the kitchen, clearly embarrassed. "Don't turn it into something that it wasn't. Still, I shouldn't have let it go as far as it." "3 kisses," she said. "Or was it 4? For someone who had the reputation for deflowering most of the girls in town, I've always thought you showed remarkable restraint." "That reputation, I didn't really. We were friends and... Besides, you were way too young. I'm sorry." God, he was smooth. He tried again. "I've missed having you as a friend, and now that we're both back here for a while, I didn't want that night hanging over us, making things awkward." Apology completely unnecessary but accepted. Kelly snapped on the glaringly bright kitchen light. "Tell Joe he's not fired, will you? Tell him Dad didn't mean it." "I think he probably already knows that," Tom said. "But I'll tell him. I keep thinking how awful it'll be if my father dies before he and Joe resolve this. This is hard enough on Joe as it is." The door was right behind him, and Tom knew he should move toward it. He should say good night and go. He'd apologized, and it was obvious she didn't want to talk about it anymore. The dead last thing he should do was put his arms around her, no matter how lost and alone she seemed, no matter how amazing she looked in those barely their workout clothes. He cleared his throat. "I really should check on Joe. I'll try talking to him." Kelly nodded. She held out her hand to him. "Thank you again," she said. "And please don't worry about, that was a long time ago." Tom was afraid to touch her, but to not take her hand would have been rude. He braced himself and reached for her. Her hand was small and cool, but her grip was strong. No wet fish handshake from Kelly Ashton, no sir. That was no surprise. But then she did surprise him by lifting the back of his hand to her lips and kissing him softly. "You have always been a good friend," she said. "I'm really glad that you're here." Tom was flustered. Funny, he'd pretty much considered himself flusterproof prior to this very moment in time. But here he was, completely uncertain what to do, what to say, what to think. She'd kissed his hand. It was the perfect opportunity to pull her into his arms, yet he hesitated. Emotion hung in the air so thick he could feel it warm against his skin. He could kiss her, and maybe she'd be so caught up in the moment she'd let him pull her with him into her room, into her bed. Yeah, right, maybe he could take advantage of her, again. After he'd apologized for doing just that. If anyone else tried to take advantage of Kelly, he'd beat the shit out of the bastard. Tom forced himself to back away from her, to pull his hand free, to smile at her as he pushed open the screen door. "I'll see you tomorrow," he said, and escaped with her virtue still intact. Mallory regretted throwing away her lighter almost instantly. It had been a perfectly good lighter after all, and she had only 65 cents in her pocket, not including the $300 Tom had given her for groceries. But spending that money on a lighter after she'd just thrown hers away seemed like a really wrong thing to do. Matchbooks, however, were free. But the Honey Farms convenience store was a solid 10-minute, extremely inconvenient walk away. Mallory spun in a slow circle, cigarette held in her fingers, searching for someone, anyone she knew even remotely who might have a match. "I'd offer to light it, but even if I did have a match, you'd probably just put it out right away anyway. Why not save yourself the effort, skip lighting it, and just step on it now?" Hey ho, geek alert. Motionless and mouth breathing at 2 o'clock. He was average height and skinny, with dark, painfully straight hair that he'd attempted to comb back behind his ears in a style that defied description. His wire-rimmed glasses were circa 1987 and too big for his face, giving him that scuba diver look so popular among dorks. They were held together by both clear tape in the middle and a safety pin at the earpiece. She wondered if she should congratulate him for that major anti-fashion accomplishment. He was wearing jeans, and Mallory wasn't sure which was worse, the fact that they were straight-legged or the fact that they were about 1,000,000 inches too short, ending high above his shoes. Shoes? Who the hell wore shoes with their jeans? "Hello," she said. "I see your socks." He blinked at her through his windshield. He needed wipers for those things. The breeze was wet, coming in off the ocean the way it was, and he was about to lose all visibility. His shirt was a button-down, short-sleeved plaid event that was made out of some kind of unnatural blend of completely synthetic fabrics. It fit him about as well as a cardboard box, and just in case that wasn't awful enough, his collar was up on one side. He had geek complexion type B in Mallory's experience. Geeks either had pizza face type A for acne or baby skin. Type B, smooth and pale, and perfect from all those years of building Star Trek models in the basement, away from the damaging rays of the sun. Her new little friend's skin was smooth, but not quite alabaster, no doubt on account that he was at least part Asian American. He had that reverent look in his brown eyes as he gazed at her, that look that said he'd found paradise. However, unlike most of the other rejects who ogled her, he managed to keep his eyes on her face instead of glued to her megabreasts. He held out his hand. "Hi, I'm David Sullivan." She crossed her arms, leaving him dangling. "Sullivan," she repeated skeptically. "Of the Tokyo Sullivans. Adopted." He smiled then, revealing straight, white teeth, no doubt the result of years of expensive orthodontics. Mallory couldn't keep herself from running her tongue over her own slightly crooked front teeth. God, it so wasn't fair. She hated him and hated herself for being envious of an effing geek. She lifted one eyebrow. "Was there something you wanted?" she asked pointedly, omitting the word loser at the end. It was there, however, in her tone and attitude. The geek didn't seem to notice, or maybe he was just used to it. "Yeah, actually," he said, juggling his day-glow yellow backpack and opening the front zipper. "I was watching you for a while, and I'm wondering if you might be interested in." Here it came, the disgusting proposition of the day. He triumphantly pulled a rather worn-looking business card from his pack, but Mallory didn't let him finish. "Let me guess," she said. You'll give me $20 whole if I put something else in my mouth besides this cigarette. Is that what you want, Junior? David the geek actually looked surprised and then embarrassed. In fact, he even blushed. His baby-soft cheeks actually turned pink. Oh, he said. Well, no, he laughed. As lovely as that sounds, that's not what I. He cleared his throat and held out the business card. I'm an artist, and I was wondering if you might be interested in posing for me. Mallory didn't take the card. Posing. I suppose this is where you tell me I would do this posing back in your apartment. Oh, and by the way, you want me to pose naked, right? Well, as much as I'd like that, it might make it hard for me to concentrate, so if you could wear a bikini. What, do I look like some kind of fool to you? She glared at him. I've heard a shitload of lines before, Einstein, but yours wins the stupid award. No way am I going anywhere with you, not in this lifetime. She swiped the card out of his hand, pointedly tearing it in half and dropping it onto the puddled sidewalk as she walked away. Hey, he called after her. I didn't get your name. Yeah, right, Mallory didn't even bother to look back. Joe opened the bathroom door at Tommy's gentle knock. He made a show of drying his face with his towel so he didn't have to look the younger man in the eye. You all right? Tom asked. No, Joe admitted, feeling stupid. Charles was 80 years old. It was a miracle he'd lived this long. The fact that he was going to die shouldn't have been so distressing. You want to talk? No. Joe had his back to Tommy as he hung up his towel on the rack by the sink, but he heard the kid laugh. Now what made me guess that's what you'd say? Tom asked. He sighed. Needless to say, I'm here. You know where to find me if you change your mind. Joe gave the kid an huss sound as he made sure his towel was spread out to dry, cut precisely in half by the rack, the corners neatly lined up. I figured I'd go pick up some paint tomorrow. Tom deftly changed the subject. The kitchen's looking pretty gray. Between the two of us, we can slap on a few coats, have it done by Sunday, piece of cake. That is if the hero of Baldwin's Bridge deigns to do such menial labor as painting. Joe didn't answer. A comment like that didn't deserve any kind of response, but Tom blocked his way out of the bathroom. You know, you could have at least told me that much, he said mildly. Joe couldn't have loved Tommy more if he'd been his own son. He looked at him for several good long seconds. No, he said, shaking his head. I couldn't have. Chapter 5, 9 August. It's him, isn't it? It's Joe. Kelly was gazing up at the statue that was on the Baldwin's Bridge Common, the picture-perfect lawn between the world-famous hotel and the town marina. But now she turned to find Tom standing behind her. She wasn't one bit surprised that he should be here this morning, too. No doubt he had been as eager as she to take another look at the statue that was boldly labeled the hero of Baldwin's Bridge. Hey, she said in greeting, trying not to blush, thinking of the way she'd kissed his hand last night. The way he'd run away afterward. Good thing she hadn't gotten close enough to kiss him on the lips, taking the day off. He didn't sound as if he were thinking about anything but here and now. He sounded like Tom. Casual and friendly, with an undercurrent of sexuality he couldn't lose even when he was being casual and friendly. There's no such thing. She tried to sound just as casual, hoping he couldn't tell that every time she so much as saw him, she started flashing hot and cold, and having fantasies of him kissing her, right here, in public, on the Baldwin's Bridge Common. I mean, yeah. This is supposed to be one of my stay-home days, but odds are I'll be paged and end up going into Boston. Tom was wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. Much of his face was hidden, but what she could see looked tired, as if he hadn't slept well or the headache he'd mentioned last night was still bothering him. He smelled great, though, like sunblock and coffee and fresh laundry. She resisted her urge to press her nose against the clean cotton sleeve of his muscle-hugging t-shirt and breathe in deeply. Check this out. Kelly dug through her purse for the copies she'd made at the library from the microfiche machine. It's from the Baldwin's Bridge Trumpet. He laughed. We think alike. I was going to the library next. I was there for over 2 hours and this was all I found, she told him. Maybe you'll have better luck. May 8, 1946, he read as she handed him the copies. That's nearly a year after the end of the war. Yeah, it was a year after VE Day. The town had a special statue unveiling. For this statue, she explained, glancing up at it again. It was commissioned and paid for by Mrs. Harper Baldwin to remember a son and a nephew who died in the war. According to what it says in the article, she had 2 other sons. Both served with the 55th, and both survived, thanks at least in part to Joe, who risked his life to warn the division of a coming attack. Mrs. Baldwin had the artist use a photo of Joe as the model for this statue, but honored Joe's quote-unquote most humble request to leave his name off the statue. Kelly watched as Tom silently skimmed through the 3 pages of news articles and looked at the pictures. Joe, looking uncomfortable, standing stiffly next to Mrs. Harper Baldwin, surrounded by a crowd of well-dressed townfolk. Joe in his uniform, impossibly young. He was 22 in 1946 after the war. When he'd first been shot down in France, he'd been only 18. 18. The second article has a brief recounting of the incident in which Joe saved the division, she told Tom. It doesn't say much more than what Dad told us last night, although it does mention that Joe. She moved closer to him to read over his shoulder, her arm brushing against his as she reached to point out the passage. She had to clear her throat. Here it is. Joseph Paoletti, who is currently employed as the Ashton family groundskeeper in Baldwin's Bridge, met Charles Ashton, an officer with the Fighting 55th, when Lieutenant Ashton was wounded in France in June 1944. Mr. Paoletti helped hide the wounded officer from the Nazis after a German counteroffensive that pushed the battle line far to the west, leaving Lieutenant Ashton stranded deep within enemy territory. She looked up at Tom. My father was there too, behind the German lines. Did you know about that? He looked at her pointedly over the top of his sunglasses, and she laughed. Dumb question, she said. Like either one of the silent twins would have told you. Sorry. As she watched, Tom looked from the blurred newspaper photograph of Joe, a young Joe, but still so serious, up to the grim-faced statue. It's definitely Joe, Kelly agreed, gazing at the statue too. He's got those Paoletti eyes, Tom laughed. You mean those shifty Paoletti eyes? She turned to face him, horrified. God, no, you don't have. Whoa, he said. Easy, I was just kidding. She was standing close enough to see his eyes behind his sunglasses. No, you weren't. There may have been people in this town who didn't like or trust you, Tom, she said fiercely, but I was never one of them. He gave her one of his little half-smiles. Yeah, he said, I know, I always appreciated that. Kelly was standing much too close, but she purposely didn't back away. Her attraction for him was mutual, it had to be. When he wasn't around, she doubted its existence, but when she was with him, she wasn't imagining this electricity that crackled between them. He'd apologized last night for kissing her all those years ago, but he hadn't apologized for leaving town the next day with only the lamest of goodbyes. She kept waiting for him to mention that, but he hadn't. Then all of a sudden he was about to go find Joe, so she'd reached out to shake his hand. Way to initiate a seduction with a brisk handshake. She knew she had to do something, and that was when stupider and stupider she'd kissed him. On the hand. Genius. In retrospect, she came up with all kinds of snappy replies to his apology, like, you don't need to apologize for something I enjoyed immensely and am dying to do again. Right as if she'd ever find the nerve to say something like that to him. So explain, Tom said now, glancing up at the statue looming above them. He's got Paoletti eyes. I'm dying to hear what that means. What was she supposed to tell him? That his version of those hazel Paoletti eyes had the power to make her melt, to make her heart rate increase, to fuel some pretty powerful fantasies, particularly when combined with the memory of a few stolen kisses in the front seat of a station wagon. Well, she said carefully, I think it's probably a window to the soul thing. Maybe it comes from being part Italian, but neither you nor Joe are very good at hiding your emotions. Which is really wonderful, she added when it looked as if he was about to protest. Maybe it's because of that, but you both always look just a little bit sad, even when you're smiling. She gave him a sidelong glance. Probably comes from keeping so many secrets. He laughed and dimples appeared in his cheeks. I don't have any secrets. Sure, Kelly said. Aside from the fact that you're a Navy SEAL and everything you do is a secret, your life's an open book. But whoops, you don't manage to come home to visit more than twice a year because your career is your life. She had him there. And Joe, she continued, all these years I thought he was just a gardener. Turns out he's an international man of mystery. Every time I turn around, he's got another secret. Only about the war, Tom protested. There are plenty of men who returned from Europe and didn't say a single word about it to anyone. It's not that hard to understand. What about his personal life? What personal life? Tom asked. See, she countered triumphantly, smiling up at him. He was silent then, just gazing down at her, still standing much, much too close. Kelly felt her smile fade. Kiss me. She could see the sign for the bank from where she stood. 17 years ago, Tom had pulled into the dark bank parking lot, jammed his car into park, dragged her into his arms and kissed her. Right there. Just a stone's throw from where they were now standing. It had been, without a doubt, the hottest, most powerful sexual experience of her life. And she'd kept her clothes on the entire time. For him, it had been only something for which to apologize. He shifted slightly back, putting more space between them, still backing away even all these years later. Why didn't Joe ever get married? Kelly asked. Why didn't you ever get married? Was the question she really wanted to ask, even though she already knew. He wasn't the kind of man who would willingly settle down. And that was a good thing, she reminded herself. If she could manage to strike a match and ignite their attraction, neither of them would get hurt. She motioned toward the papers Tom still held, pointing at the picture of Joe. Look at him. He was delicious. And as if looking like this isn't enough, she added, he just so happens to be one of the nicest guys in the world and a war hero with a statue made in his likeness. I'm sorry, but the women in town had to be lining up to meet him. You know, I asked Joe about that once, Tom told her. I wanted to know why he didn't marry my grandmother, his brother's widow. She'd moved to Baldwin's Bridge a few years after Joe did. He got a job for her as a cook in your father's house after the war. It was obvious he liked her, and I've seen pictures. She was gorgeous. She must have married my grandfather when she was 17. So there she was, a war widow at the ripe old age of 23, with a 5-year-old kid in tow. My father. Joe helped her rent a house in town, helped her get settled, but that's as far as it went. When I was about 6, she married the mailman. I didn't get it. I asked Joe why he didn't marry her, and he told me he loved my gram like a sister. He was glad she was getting married, glad she'd found someone to spend the rest of her life with, glad she didn't have to be alone anymore. He looked up at the statue. So I asked him how come he never got married, how come he didn't find someone so he didn't have to be alone. He laughed softly, remembering. I was only 6, I didn't have a clue about the boundaries I was stepping over with that one. What did he say? Kelly asked, intrigued. He told me he wasn't married because he'd met and lost his one true love during the war. I remember him saying that as if it were yesterday, his one true love. He was silent for several long seconds. He told me that after he met her there was really no point in looking any further, you know. No one could ever compare. And Joe, he said he wasn't the kind of man who was willing to settle. He'd rather be alone. Kelly stared up at the statue's grim face. Lost, she whispered. Did she? She looked at Tom. Did he mean that she died? I don't know, Tom admitted. Lost could mean a lot of things, couldn't it? Maybe she married someone else. He looked down at the papers he still had in his hands, as if surprised by the sight of them. He stepped toward her, holding them out. She exhaled her disbelief as she took them from him and put them back into her bag. God, it all seems so, I don't know, so romantic. Yet Joe had always struck her as pragmatic and down to earth. He was a gardener, a handyman. To think that he'd spent all these years carrying a torch, refusing to settle for anyone else. Who would have thought? "Do you think he's right?" she asked Tom. "That we each have only one chance at true love? Do you think there even is such a thing as true love?" He shook his head. "You're asking the wrong guy. I don't have a lot of experience with this subject. I don't really, do love, you know. It doesn't quite fit with my line of work." "But you have an opinion, don't you?" she persisted. "We all have ideas and beliefs about what love should or shouldn't be. In fact, your beliefs about love are probably behind your determination to avoid serious relationships." "Well, thank you, Dr. Freud," he said, amusement in his voice. "Has it occurred to you that I might not be in a serious relationship because I know that with the combination of my, shall we say, restless temperament and the strains of my intensely relationship-unfriendly job, the odds of any relationship working out are zip? So if your dream woman approached you, someone who fulfilled your every physical and emotional and mental expectation for what a life partner should be," Kelly hypothesized, "and she said, 'Tom, here I am, ready to be your friend and lover forever, ready to stand beside you through bad and good, ready to play out your every sexual fantasy,' you'd turn her down?" Tom laughed. "I don't know. You want to be more specific about those sexual fantasies?" Yes, this was flirting. There was definitely an underlying current of attraction beneath his words. Now what she had to do was zing one right back at him. She could do this. She looked him squarely in the eye. "You tell me, it's your fantasies we're talking about." Now it was his turn, but instead of pressing forward, he stepped back. He laughed. "I'd feel kind of funny going into detail with Uncle Joe listening in," he said lightly, glancing up at the statue. "I don't think you'd turn your dream woman down." Kelly didn't want to laugh. She didn't want this conversation to turn lighthearted. She wanted to get back to that place where the very air between them crackled with sexual energy. Then all she had to do was ask him to dinner. She could do this. Tom shook his head. "I'd have to turn her down," he countered. "If she was that perfect, I wouldn't want to hurt her. But if you were her one true love, you'd hurt her by not being with her." He rubbed his forehead as if he still had a headache even as he laughed again. "Okay. Whoa. That's enough. You can't set up a completely fictional, no chance of it ever happening scenario and try to force a point of any kind with it. Let's get real here, Ashton. No dream woman is about to walk up to me and offer to—" He broke off, clearing his throat. "Fill in the blank, I'll leave it to your imagination, but figure it probably involves whipped cream and black lingerie." Kelly couldn't keep from giggling. Black lingerie and— She took a deep breath and tried to pretend she wasn't blushing. "Whipped cream and Tom Paoletti, my God. Somebody come take her order, she wanted a double." "You think it's a no-chance scenario," she argued. "But what if Joe had actually met his dream woman, his true love?" Tom shook his head. "I don't know, maybe he did." But even that was too strong an admission for him, and he tried to back away from it. "Look, Kel, all I really know for sure is whatever Joe felt, it had to be pretty powerful if it made him prefer to spend nearly 60 years of his life alone rather than settle for someone he didn't really love. And we're talking alone," he added. "Joe didn't have girlfriends, he didn't have lady friends, he didn't go out to bars and have one-night stands. He was alone with a capital A, no black lingerie, no whipped cream, just Joe and his memories. God, that was sad. Had Joe simply quit looking at age 22? Or did he hold on to hope for years, hope that he'd find someone to replace the woman he'd loved? If so, that hope had surely died slowly, painfully. "In a lot of ways, I can understand his not wanting to settle," Tom said quietly. "There are a lot of things in my life I wouldn't be willing to settle for." Kelly's pager went off. She'd set it on silent when she went into the library, and the shaking made her jump. She checked the number. "I'm sorry," she said to Tom as she dug through her purse for her cell phone. "I have to call my office." She dialed the number, turning slightly away from him. "Hi, this is Dr. Ashton. I was just paged." "Doctor, I'm sorry to disturb you." It was Pat Geary. "But the McKenna test results finally came in." Kelly closed her eyes. "Please tell me it's some kind of weird anemia." "No such luck. It's about as bad as it gets, Pat said grimly. Brenda McKenna's pretty anxious for the results. Should I call her back, schedule a meeting for tomorrow? No, better make it today, Kelly decided, and call Dr. Martin. Let's get Betsy in to see the oncologist as soon as possible. So much for your vacation. It's not a vacation, it's a temporary partial leave. Well, for someone who's taking temporary partial leave, you're sure here nearly all the time. Schedule the meeting with the McKennas for about an hour from now, Kelly told her assistant. I'm on my way in. She closed her phone and grabbed her keys from her purse before she realized her father. She swore and opened her cell phone again to call Pat back, but Tom was already one step ahead of her. I was going from here to pick up some paint from Home Depot, he told her, but that's a pretty low priority. If you want, I'll stay with your father. You don't need to change your plans, Kelly said, but if you wouldn't mind checking in on him when you get home. No problem, Tom said. Think he'd be up for a game of chess? Oh God, that would be so nice. I'm sure he'd love it. Is there a number where I can reach you? I mean, I probably won't need it, but Kelly dug through her purse for her business card. This has my office number, a direct line to my desk, and my pager too. Please don't hesitate to call, and don't feel as if you need to stay with him the entire time. Just stick your head in every now and then. Don't sweat it, Tom said. It's not going to be a hardship. Believe it or not, I like the guy. And maybe if I'm lucky, there'll be a Red Sox game on and I'll be able to get Joe to sit in the same room with him without fighting. Kelly had to hold on to herself to keep from hugging him. If you can manage to do that, I'll love you forever. And if you can get them to make up and be friends and stop fighting for good, I'll bring home some whipped cream. Oh my God, had she really said that out loud? She had. For about a half a second, Tom looked completely surprised, but then he laughed. Well, hey, there's incentive. He pointed toward the nearby marina parking lot. Go, he said. I'll see you later. She ran for her car. It was him. Right there in Home Depot on Route 1 in Baldwin's Bridge. Tom had filled his shopping cart with cans of paint and rollers and was pushing it through the crowd toward the checkout when he saw him. The merchant. Or at least it was the very same man he'd seen in Logan Airport by the luggage carousel. The man was pushing his own shopping cart to the exit, away from checkout number 4. Tom got a brief but very clear look at his face before he turned the corner. It was him. Brown hair shot with gray, weak chin, slightly stooped shoulders as if he were trying to make himself shorter. It was definitely him. What the fuck was the merchant doing here in Baldwin's Bridge? Shopping. He had an entire cart filled with his purchases. Tom could see a roll of electrical wire sticking out of his bag. The hair on the back of his neck went straight up. The man responsible for the 1996 Paris embassy car bombing was buying electrical wire. Tom left his cart right there, in the middle of an aisle, much to the displeasure of the shoppers around him. He deserted all his wayward thoughts about Kelly Ashton and whipped cream, too, as he pushed toward the same door the merchant had used. He fought the throng, silently cursing the time it was taking, the precious seconds he was wasting. He broke into a run as he hit a less crowded area. Hitting the sidewalk in the glaring brightness of the day, he skidded to a stop, shielding his eyes with one hand and fighting his dizziness as he quickly scanned the parking lot. The merchant was gone. The parking lot was busy, filled with cars, some pulling in, some pulling out. There were people walking to and from their vehicles, some with shopping carts, but none of them was the merchant. Tom scanned the area again. Come on, come on. Stand up and show yourself. No one could have pushed his cart out to a car, loaded up the trunk, and been inside it that quickly. Unless there were 4 cars heading for the entrance onto Route 1, a number of empty shopping carts left forlornly on the sidewalk outside the exit door. If the merchant had had a car waiting for him, if he'd loaded it up right here from the sidewalk. Tom looked again at the cars at the far end of the huge parking lot, waiting for the light to change so they could pull out onto the busy main road. 2 were white subcompacts. One was a boxy red minivan, the last a blue sedan, probably a Ford Taurus. They were all too far away for him to see the license plates, and as he watched, the light changed and they all pulled away. Shit. Tom went back inside through the exit doors, back to the clerk working cash register 4. She was an older woman, a senior citizen, probably looking to make a few extra bucks to bolster her Social Security checks. She was currently ringing up a whole cartful of plumbing supplies, her movements quick and sure. She glanced at Tom, and he made himself smile at her despite the fact that his heart was still pounding. She looked as if she'd be able to multitask, so he didn't wait for her to finish. "Excuse me, ma'am." He read her name tag. "Me. There was a man who was just in here. He bought a whole cart of stuff, some electrical wire." She looked at him again, one eyebrow raised this time as she kept working, holding the various types of pipe and connections up to the scanner. "You've just described nearly every customer I've helped since my coffee break at 10:30. She smiled at her own small joke, and Tom took a steadying breath. Okay. She seemed friendly. At the very least she was good-natured and intelligent. "This was just a few minutes ago," he said. He had brown hair going gray, about 45 years old, about my height. He bought a roll of wire. "Pleasant brown eyes?" she asked. "Brown eyes, but okay." "Yes," Tom said. If he were the merchant, he would figure he'd call less attention to himself by not wearing the cheap blue contact lenses once he was away from the potential scrutiny at Logan Airport. But Christ, what was he doing in Baldwin's Bridge? Me was looking at him, waiting for him to go on. "He's my brother-in-law," he said smoothly. Jenks would have been proud. "My crazy sister just sent me down here to make sure he didn't forget a bunch of things we need. We're rewiring the house but I just missed him. He pulled away before I could make sure he got everything. I saw he had the wire, but maybe you could tell me, did he also get pliers?" "Bought quite a few items," Me told him as she worked. "Wire, a wire cutter, needle nose pliers too. Let's see, duct tape, lots of duct tape and electrical tape, a whole pile of switches and switch plate covers." She took a credit card from the man buying the plumbing supplies and ran the magnetic tape through her register. There was more. A bunch of doodads from our electrical department and a lovely hanging pot of impatience from gardening that he said he just couldn't resist. Flowers. Why would a terrorist buy flowers? Tom could think of a few reasons without much effort. One, because no one would suspect he was a terrorist if he bought flowers. And two, because he wasn't really a terrorist. He was just some guy who looked like some other guy Tom had seen at Logan. And three, Tom was out of his fucking mind. "How about a clock radio?" he asked. If he were building a bomb, the merchant would need some kind of alarm clock to jury-rig, provided he was the merchant. Provided Tom hadn't completely lost it. Me shook her head. "Nope, definitely not, but we don't carry small appliances. You'll have to go to Radio Shack or Sears for something like that." Did he pay with a credit card or cash? It had been too much to hope he'd used a credit card. Of course, even if he had, it probably would have been stolen. "Thank you, Me," Tom said. "Good luck with your project," she said. Yeah, he definitely needed luck. "A car bomb," Admiral Crowley sighed. Tom slowly sat down at Joe's kitchen table, trying his hardest not to sound insane, but even he didn't believe himself completely. He could pick up an alarm clock from anywhere. Sears, Bradley's, the CVS, sir. Tom chose his words carefully as he spoke into the phone. "I know how crazy this all sounds. First I see this man at Logan, and then I see him here in Baldwin's Bridge. It doesn't make any sense to me either. I mean, why Baldwin's Bridge? What's his target? Is it me?" "That's the craziest thing you've said yet," Crowley told him dryly. "You weren't even in a command position when you helped go after the merchant. Out of everyone on that task force, why should he go after you?" "How could he go after me?" Tom pointed out. "You know as well as I do that SEAL Team 16's personnel records aren't exactly open to the public. And even if he had an inside connection with top-secret clearance, he wouldn't find out much." He rubbed his eyes, well aware that it had only been an hour since he'd last taken Tylenol. It wasn't working. "I don't think he knows I'm here. It's hard to imagine he would go to Home Depot right under my nose and buy the tools and wires he'd need to build a bomb if he knew I was watching. Tom, Crowley sighed again. I've made some quiet inquiries and none of our intel agencies report any movement from the merchant. Nothing at all. Not a peep, not a breath. In fact, SIA's got him on a presumed dead list. I'm finding it very difficult to get excited about this. Sir, I understand your position, and I agree I'm not the most reliable pair of eyes right now, but I think it would be wise at least to take some precautions. Tom, you need to use this next month to rest, to recharge. I'm going to be frank with you, son. You're going to have to be on your toes when you return from leave. Rear Admiral Tucker's actively trying to deep six you and your entire SO squad. And he's not the only one who wants you and your troubleshooters gone from Team 16. If you want to save your career, you're going to have to come back fighting. It's not going to help you one bit if word gets out that you've seen dead terrorists or Elvis or aliens from outer space in your hometown. I'm behind you, Lieutenant. You know I am. But there's only so much I can do to save your ass if you're determined to get it kicked. Sir, get some rest, Lieutenant. Crowley hung up, leaving Tom listening to the emptiness of a dead phone line. He reached behind him to hang it up if he wanted to save his career. Tom did. His career meant just about everything to him. But if that was the merchant he'd seen, there was far more than his career at stake. The thought of the merchant planting a car bomb somewhere in Boston's government center was chilling. But why Boston? The merchant had always targeted people and places for a reason. It didn't make sense that he should just randomly choose Boston now, unless he somehow was here because of Tom. Tom had been present, after all, when the merchant's teammates, one of whom was his wife, were killed. And sure, while the records of the task force assault were top secret, even the most top-secret information could be leaked or sold or stolen. Maybe the merchant was after Tom. Christ, that sounded crazy. In fact, it sounded frigging paranoid. Get some rest, the Admiral had ordered him. He gripped the table with both hands, holding on as dizziness and doubt assaulted him relentlessly, making him giddy and breathless and sick to his stomach. This was new territory for him, this wondering if he could trust his judgment, wondering if he could trust what he'd seen with his own eyes. He'd gotten where he was in the SEAL teams through his ability to take charge, to take command. Confidently. Completely. His men had faith in him. They trusted him implicitly because Tom had always, without exception, trusted himself. He'd seen the merchant at Logan. It was the merchant. He'd known, deep in his gut, with every cell in his body, that this was the man he'd studied for so many months. But these strange feelings of doubt had crept in, and now he was wondering just who and what he'd seen. What if he was wrong and it wasn't the merchant? Well, okay, people made mistakes. He'd chalk it up to coincidence. With all the millions of people in the world, the man he'd seen just happened to pick up a bag with the same exact twisting motion that the merchant had always used. Unless Tom hadn't seen that telltale motion at all. Unless this goddamned head injury had only made him think he'd seen it. And that was where the self-doubt was killing him. Was he ever going to be able to trust his own eyes again? That was enough to drive him fucking nuts if he wasn't fucking nuts already. But the $64 million question was even harder to answer. What if he had seen the merchant? What if the terrorist was planning to hit some target in the Boston area? And what if Tom just sat back in a lounge chair on the deck overlooking the ocean and did nothing except maybe take advantage of Kelly Ashton when she was feeling particularly lonely and in need of a physical connection? Yeah, that would be great. He could be twice the asshole ignoring the potential threat from a terrorist while deceiving a woman he liked and respected. Kelly would end up hurt and people would die. Maybe a lot of people. Head pounding, Tom reached for the phone again, leaning back to dial Jazz Jacquette's home phone number. Jazz had a key to Tom's apartment, where Tom still had files of information about the merchant and his organization stashed on his computer's hard disk. It would take a matter of minutes for Jazz to send that info to Tom electronically. Jazz could also get in touch with Wildcard, who could use his unique hacker skills to gather whatever new information had come in on the merchant over the past few years: pictures, videos, reports, and even rumors. Yeah, provided he could beg, borrow, or steal a computer with internet access. Tom was about to get that rest Admiral Crowley recommended while he caught up on his reading. "What flavor do you recommend?" The voice was familiar, and Mallory looked over the ice cream shop counter and focused on her 5,000th customer of the early afternoon. What a surprise! It was the geek of last night past, come here to her place of employment to haunt her by rattling his pocket protector. "A 2-scoop sugar cone," she told him flatly. "Plain vanilla." He blinked at her from behind his windshield, clearly surprised. But he'd asked, and in her opinion, none of the fancy, yuppified, rock and twig-littered flavors ever beat the shop's wicked awesome homemade vanilla. "If that's too middle of the road for someone as obviously cosmopolitan as you," she added, "try 1 scoop vanilla, 1 scoop orange sorbet." "Like a creamsicle," he said. "That sounds great. I'll take one of those." He watched through the glass as she leaned over and dug into the hard, frozen vats of ice cream and sorbet, no doubt taking advantage of the opportunity to try to look down her shirt. "You've been working here for a while, haven't you?" he said. "More than a year, right?" "A year and a half," she told him. "So what?" There was actually nothing so what about it. It was a year longer than her mother had ever held a job in her entire life. In the overall scheme of things, serving ice cream was stupid and meaningless, Mal knew. But when Carolyn had given her a copy of the key so she could open up in the morning, she'd been proud. She reached across the counter to hand the cone to the geek, and their fingers touched. It was hard to tell if it was on purpose. He didn't turn red or start stammering or fall down in a dead faint, so maybe it had been. "Thanks," he said with a flash of his perfect teeth, handing her a 5 that he had out and ready. "When I first saw you, I thought maybe you lifted, but you don't have to, do you? You get that great definition in your arms just from working here, from scooping ice cream." Her arms. He was waxing poetic about her arms. It was almost funny enough to make her laugh, but she managed to restrain herself. Mallory turned her back on him as she made change at the cash register. When she turned to face him, he'd somehow gotten a dab of ice cream on the tip of his nose. God, what a loser. She dropped the change into his hand from as distant a height as possible. "Are you working all afternoon?" he asked. Carolyn chose that exact moment to breeze out of the back room. "Lunchtime, Mallory. You're free for an hour. Don't smoke too many cigarettes, girl." Oh, crap. It was bad enough Carolyn announced that she had the next hour free, but the real killer was that now the geek knew her name. Mallory took off her apron, grabbed her bag lunch from the refrigerator, along with her book and cigarettes, and headed for the door. Geek Boy followed with his ice cream. Had she really thought that he wouldn't? Before she hit the door, she pulled a U-ey, marching back toward the counter and grabbing a napkin. As ridiculous and pathetic as he was, and as scornful as she was of him, there was still no way she could knowingly let him walk out into the harsh streets of Baldwin's Bridge, among the snickering cliques of Richie Rich Yacht Club kids, with ice cream on his nose. "Don't move," she ordered him, and swiped his face clean. "And don't get excited. This doesn't mean anything except that you had ice cream on your nose." She tossed the napkin into the trash container outside the front door and kept going, pretending that he wasn't still following her. "Actually," he said, "I did that on purpose." When he spoke to her, it made it hard to pretend he wasn't following her, especially when he said things that didn't make any sense at all. Mallory couldn't help herself. She turned and looked at him. "What are you talking about?" He smiled at her over his cone, a happy little geek smile. "The ice cream on the nose." "My humanity test. You passed." "Yeah, well, fuck off," Mallory said. She glanced at him. "How do I rate now?" He laughed. "What do you know, a geek with a sense of humor." He followed her for a while in silence, eating his ice cream. Do you always have lunch down here by the marina? Crap. She'd forgotten to grab a soda from the shop, and the only thing in the house this morning had been a stale loaf of bread and some peanut butter. Lunch was going to be a dry-mouth fest. It's really beautiful down here. He squinted as he gazed out over the glistening water, finishing up the last of his cone and wiping his hands and mouth on the napkin she'd wrapped around it. That was really good, by the way. Look, she told him, settling herself on the grass under the biggest shade tree on the lawn in front of the Baldwin's Bridge Hotel. I have only an hour and I'm in the middle of this really great book, so if you don't mind. He was bending into an odd shape trying to see the cover of her book, and she impatiently held it out. He shook his head. I don't know that author's name. Is she new? Yeah, Mallory told him, rolling her eyes. Like nearly 10 years new. She's only the hottest romance author out there. God. Ah, he said, I don't read much romance. Much? Any, he admitted. She looked at him, at his mismatched socks, his geekoid plaid shorts, his faded Babylon 5 t-shirt, his bad haircut. David Sullivan, the Asian-American Irishman, could have been the spokesperson and poster model for bad hair days. And those glasses, holy mother, too macho for it, huh? She asked him. He answered as if it had been a serious question. No, just ignorant. I like to read science fiction. Now there's a surprise. The fact that you're into Babylon 5 was a clue. He looked astonished. How do you know I'm into Babylon 5? She pointed at his space vessel-covered chest. He glanced down at himself as if surprised by what he was wearing. Actually, he was probably surprised by the fact that he had on clothes, period. Ah, and here I thought you were a mind reader. Instead, you're just a good observer. She rolled her eyes. Yeah, well, I've found it helps when you keep your eyes open and actually focus on something or someone. If you do that, you start to notice little details, like whether they're a human being or a Boston Terrier. He actually managed to realize she was ragging on him. I notice details, he protested. In fact, I'm good with details. It's just my own personal details I don't pay much attention to. He tilted the cover of her book toward him again. Now that I know what to look for, I'm going to have to read a romance novel. Yeah, right. He'd pinned the bullshit meter with that one. He'd actually read a romance, and her mother would become the governor's wife. Mallory opened her book, opened her bag, and started to eat and read, pointedly ignoring him. He stood there for only a few seconds longer, and then, to her complete surprise, he walked away. Wonder of wonders. A geek who actually understood go-away body language. But 10 minutes didn't pass before Mallory saw him again, walking back across the lawn toward her. She braced herself, focusing all of her attention on the page of her book, hunching her shoulders, turning slightly away. She didn't look up as he walked right up to her. She didn't say a word, didn't acknowledge him. And again, to her surprise, he didn't stay very long. He didn't speak, didn't try to get her attention. He simply set something on the grass next to her and then walked away, toward the marina. When he was finally far enough away and it was safe to move, Mallory looked up. He'd brought her a can of soda. As she watched, he sat down on a bench near the seawall, facing the harbor, and taking a book out of his bag, he began to read, too. She opened the can of soda and took a long drink. It was cold and delicious. She lit a cigarette, one of her last 3. This was going to be her last pack. After this, she was quitting for good. As she savored both the cigarette and the soda, she looked over at David Sullivan. He didn't look back at her, didn't do anything but slouch there and read. What a complete weirdo. Chapter 6. Joe finished watering the roses. He coiled the hose, gazing up at the rather ostentatious main house. Charles was alone in there. The cleaning woman, Mrs. Lerner, had pulled out of the driveway about 30 minutes ago. Joe had seen Kelly head into town early this morning and was surprised she wasn't back yet. He should go check on Charles, but he was afraid that doing so would raise the man's blood pressure, ruffle his feathers. It was funny. There was once a time when Joe had believed Charles to be unruffleable and completely unaffected by any of the drama and danger going on around him. But that was years ago. That was back during the war when they both thought they were men, but in truth they were little more than children. Yet it seemed like yesterday. He could remember it with a clarity that was often disturbing. The 1950s through 80s were a vague blur of changing seasons, but his memories of the war were sharp and clear. He could close his eyes and live it over again. He could still hear the drip of the water in Sibyll's kitchen, smell the fear of the people hiding in the attic. He could see the brilliance of Sibyll's smiles as she greeted the Nazi soldiers who patrolled the neighborhood, as she pretended to befriend the devil in order to give the angels a fighting chance in hell. He could remember Charles, not stooped and dying but young and vibrant. He'd been wounded, sure, but the second time Joe met him, he was very, very much alive. He was sitting up in Sibyll's bed, his right arm in a sling, his side and leg bandaged. Sitting in Sibyll's bed. Sibylle, who worked tirelessly for the resistance, who never shied from taking in, sheltering, and sharing her last turnip with any man, woman, or child in need regardless of race or religion, who would offer anyone who opposed the Nazis the warmth and relative comfort of a pallet on her kitchen floor, but who never, ever gave up the privacy of her own bedroom for anyone less than a woman in labor or a desperately sick child. Yet she'd given up her bed for this man, this golden-haired American Army officer. He was playing hearts with the two Lukes and Dominique, and as Joe stood outside the doorway watching, he won the hand with a grin. He was pale and slightly peaked-looking with a week's worth of beard on his chin and dark circles beneath his eyes, but nevertheless he was handsome in a way Joe himself would never be. Charles Ashton had a certain magic to him. It infused him, lighting him from within, making his eyes seem even more blue and his hair even more golden. It was charisma. Or maybe it came from the money Joe knew he must have in the bank. Piles of money could give a wealthy man the kind of instant self-confidence that a poorer man would have to work hard to find. As Joe watched, the American took a cigarette from a box on the bed. Dominique lit it for him, and he leaned toward her, smiling into her eyes as she blushed. Yes, indeed, this one had some kind of magic. Maybe Sibylle hadn't given up her bed. Maybe she was sharing it with him. The thought was an ugly one, but Joe was exhausted. His overnight information-gathering expedition had turned into a week-long nightmare. It was very much a miracle he'd made it back at all. Geisup. He turned to see Sibylle coming up the stairs, her face glowing with relief at the sight of him. She launched herself into his arms, and as always when he held her, which he didn't do often enough, he was amazed at how small, how slender and fragile she truly was. She was one of their staunchest leaders, and her quiet ability to take charge, her intense calm under pressure, and her limitless stamina made her seem so strong and sturdy. "Thank God," she murmured. "We'd heard rumors of your arrest, but I could get no one to tell me where they had taken you." She pulled back to look at him, her eyes filled with emotion. "Are you really all right?" She ran her hands across his shoulders, down his arms, all in one piece. "I'm just tired," he told her, also speaking her native French, "and very glad to be back. What happened?" "I was stopped by the Nazis and they demanded to see my papers." His forged papers. If there had been a chance to run, he would have. But there was nowhere to go, no way to escape. Running would have meant death. Of course, being exposed as an American spy would mean death, too. Death, but only after gruesome torture, as the SS attempted to extract from him the names of the brave men and women who fought alongside him, who opposed the Nazi occupation. But Sibylle had assured him his papers were the best she'd ever seen, so he'd handed them over, praying she was right. "I was detained," he told her, "but not because my papers didn't pass their scrutiny." He hadn't known that at first. He'd been led away at gunpoint by guards who'd barked at him in a Swiss-Italian dialect that he didn't understand. And then he was locked alone in a room, waiting for a deadly interrogation that never came. He didn't know what was going on until he was loaded onto an already too crowded railroad car. The Vichy's have become upset by the food shortages, he explained to Sibylle. Because my papers say I'm Italian, I was part of a roundup of non-nationals who were being deported. Sibylle laughed in disbelief. What? I was being sent back to Italy because the Vichy's don't want me eating their brie, and they're just stupid enough to think that as the situation gets worse, the Nazis won't take every little last bit. He'd been in the railroad car for close to 9 hours before he'd had the chance to escape by jumping from a speeding train. His bruises were nothing compared to the broken neck he might have gotten with a little less luck. After I got free, I had to travel carefully. My papers were still held by the Nazis on the train. It wasn't easy. That was an understatement, but he didn't have to go into detail. Sibylle had traveled to places she wasn't supposed to be. She knew full well how dangerous and frightening that was. I'm sorry I couldn't get back here sooner, he told her. It doesn't matter now, she said. I'm just so glad you are back. She hadn't yet pulled out of his arms, and as he held her, gazing down into the bottomless midnight of her beautiful eyes, he couldn't help himself. He bent his head to kiss her, to actually taste the lips he'd dreamed about so many nights. But Sibylle turned her face away, pressing her cheek against his shoulder, and he ended up with his nose buried in her hair. It had been a stupid move. But when she'd looked at him that way, he'd foolishly dared to hope she'd finally welcome his kisses. He felt doubly foolish as he looked up to find the blonde American watching him through the open doorway, amusement dancing in his eyes. Nice try, the man said dryly. The first American English Joe had heard in months that wasn't from a BBC radio broadcast or from his own mouth as he tried to teach Sibylle the language. But she's definitely not interested. I'm not sure what the story is, since my French is sketchy, but I think there's a husband somewhere. He looked from Joe to Luke Priox and Luke Lambert. And none of you have the foggiest idea what I'm saying. Not that it really matters as long as no one's speaking Deutsch, we'll all get along just fine. Sibylle had gently pulled free from Joe's arms, and she now looked up at him expectantly, waiting for him to translate. But the American didn't give him a chance to speak. He pointed to himself. Charles Ashton, he said, enunciating clearly. You must be the boss, the one who was missing. Things got a little tense around here when your friends thought you'd been taken by the Nazis. You're a little bit younger than I expected, but c'est la guerre, right? He lifted his right arm, then winced, and looking down at his sling, he held out his left hand. Let's see if you understand my high school French better than these other frogs. Je m'appelle Charles. Joe stepped into the room. I know your name is Charles Ashton, Lieutenant. He folded his arms across his chest, purposely not taking the other man's hand. I took your dog tags off you last week when you were brought in. These frogs saved your life. Charles was completely surprised, but he only let it show for maybe 1/10 of a second. He lowered his hand. Whoops. I guess you do understand me a little too well. If he were at all embarrassed, it was short-lived. He shifted painfully so he was sitting up in the bed. Behind his lazy, half-closed eyelids, his gaze was sharp as he looked at Joe with intense interest. You have a New York accent. Where the hell did you learn to speak English like that? In Brooklyn, Joe replied. My God, you're American, Charles laughed. I never would have known from looking at you, no offense. Unfortunately, I can't say the same about you. Joe turned to look at Sibylle, at Luke Lambert. Why isn't he up in the attic if the Germans were to search the house? He realized he was speaking English and repeated himself in French. Luke shrugged expansively, looking to Sibylle. The heat, she told him. I couldn't bear to hide him up there, not with his wounds, not after what he's done. Charles followed her French. I've done nothing, he protested in English. It was obvious to Joe they'd had this discussion before. Tell her whoever she thinks I am, she's mistaken. He's a hero, Sibylle told Joe. She's wrong, Charles told Joe. He turned to Sibylle. You're wrong. I've spent the week since Normandy keeping my head down. My goal is to get home to Baldwin's Bridge, Massachusetts, in one undamaged piece. I'm thinking the sooner you can get me back to my unit, the sooner I'll be shipped back to the States. I'm more than happy to let the rest of the 55th chase Hitler out of Berlin. I just want to get back to my summer house, make myself a dry martini, and sit watching the sun go down." Looking at him sitting there, cigarette dangling between his fingers, it was easy to believe he meant every word. Even dressed in ragged clothes, he looked more like a wealthy aristocrat than a common farmer. More often than not, it was the common folk, like Sibylle and the Lukes and Dominique and Joe, who were refusing to sit by and let Hitler and his vile SS have free run of Europe. As he turned away in disgust, Sibylle let loose a stream of French that nearly went too fast even for Joe to understand. But he managed to get most of it, and when she was done, he looked at Charles with new respect. He wouldn't have believed it coming from anyone but Sibylle. "She says you saved the lives of 25 children and 2 nuns," Joe translated. This was not the act of a man interested only in keeping his head down and protecting his own skin. "She said the sisters were hiding with the children in the basement of the Church of the Ascension up north, believing it was far enough from the fighting. But the Allies, the men in your battalion, pushed through the Germans' defense and the battle line moved. Because of that, the church became a target. You and 3 other American soldiers risked your lives to go to the children's aid." For a moment, Joe thought Charles was about to deny it all. But then he shook his head, his mouth a thin line. It was a stupid move. Like walking onto a shooting range. "I am so sorry your friends were killed," Sibylle murmured, her attempt at English solid but atrociously accented. Charles understood her nonetheless. "They weren't my friends. They were just some poor suckers I ordered to come with me. I didn't even give them a choice." He looked up at Joe, his eyes hard. "Tell her that. Parlez-vous en français and make sure she understands that." Joe quietly translated, aware that he was merely an interpreter in this highly charged conversation between Sibylle and this American. "Tell him all the children lived," Sibylle ordered. "Even that one little boy he went back for." Joe could see her heart in her eyes, and he knew she was thinking of Mitchell, her own son. No one had gone back for Mitchell when the 2-year-old had been caught in the crossfire during one of the few shows of resistance when the Germans first invaded France. His father, Sibylle's husband, had been killed first. The poor child had surely been alone and terrified before the explosion that had ended his too short, so precious life. Joe couldn't read the look that came into Charles Ashton's eyes as he repeated Sibylle's words to him in English. "Tell her not to look at me that way," the American said grimly, still gazing at Sibylle. "I'm not a goddamned hero. Tell her I don't know what came over me that morning, that I wouldn't do it again, not for $1,000,000. As Joe translated, Sibylle laughed softly. She turned away. "Don't tell him," she said to Joe, "but I don't believe him." "I understood that," Charles called after her as she left the room. "Je comprends, but you're wrong. I'm not like you." She called to the others to come downstairs and let the American rest, and as usual the room seemed much less bright without her in it. The very air seemed hotter and heavier. Silently, Dominique and both Lukes followed her out the door. Joe turned to go too, but Charles stopped him with a hand on his arm. "I'm not like you," he said again. "What are you anyway, us?" "The less you know about any of us the better," Joe told him. "For you and for us." "Whoops, and I overheard Sibylle call you Geisip. Hope you don't have to kill me now, Joe. As long as this war's on and I'm here, I'm Italian, not American. Don't get in the habit of calling me Joe. If you do, that could get me killed." "You're definitely us." Charles squinted from behind the smoke as he lit another cigarette. "I've heard of you guys living behind enemy lines, sometimes right next door to the Nazis. You're nuts. You wouldn't catch me doing that. And yet here you are. Not by choice. Maybe I got her wrong, but the girl Sibylle, she seemed to imply that as soon as I'm strong enough, your men'll help me get back to my unit." "This girl," Joe said to Charles, "owns this house that we're both guests in. And these men and women look to her for leadership. She's the boss, not me. They work with me, not for me." The American lieutenant gazed out the bedroom door into the hallway where Sibylle had vanished. That's incredible. She's the general of this motley army. She's so beautiful, feminine, slight of stature. Yet beneath Sibylle's captivatingly dark eyes lay determination that was harder than steel, surrounded by tireless strength. Some of the best saboteurs I know are women, Joe told him. Sibylle and her friends have helped us fight the Nazis by setting bombs that bend railroad tracks, by providing information about munitions dumps and troop movements, even just by painting one of Churchill's V's for victory on the wall of the commandant's house to keep the Germans on edge. It's a strange world we find ourselves in, Charles said. He shook his head. I can't begin to imagine my wife, Jenny, blowing up train tracks. I can't even picture her able to open a can of paint. You'd be surprised what people can do if they have to, Joe countered. Charles had a wife. The knowledge relieved him a little too much, as if he really thought he himself had a shot with Sibylle provided Charles was out of the picture. It was ridiculous. She was unattainable, untouchable. She was Joan of Arc, burning with passion but married to her cause. She was an angel to admire from afar, floating high above base human desires, always out of reach. Will you talk to Sibylle for me? Charles asked. Tell her I don't want to wait. I want to get back to the Allied side of the line as soon as possible. It's not going to be that simple. The line's way up to the north and west, Joe informed him. Miles away. The fighting's intense. The Germans aren't letting go easily. Getting you across, at least right now, could be pretty difficult. Damn. Charles glanced up at Joe, his elegant lips twisting into a smile. If I don't get back there soon, I'm not going to be considered wounded enough to be sent home. Joe looked down at the other man's bandaged leg. Until you can walk on your own, and quickly moving you would be too much of a risk. Sibylle flowed back into the room then, bringing in a tray with Charles's lunch. 2 precious eggs, a slab of dark bread, a bit of cheese, some of the ever-present turnips. Risk, she said, having caught the word as she set down the tray on the bed beside Charles. She looked at Joe expectantly. What are you planning now? She asked him, switching into her native tongue. Our guest is impatient. He wants to return to his unit as soon as possible. He's 2 weeks still, she said, then spoke in her stilted English directly to Charles. You are not yet strong enough to go anywhere. The lieutenant grinned at her. Can't bear the thought of my leaving, can you? I do seem to have that power over the girls, and you are a pretty one, especially for a 4-star. Your wish is my command, General. Sibylle looked at Joe, but this time he took liberties with the translation. He told Sibylle, he'll go when you say he's ready to go. Kelly sat behind her desk, completely overwhelmed. She knew she had to prioritize. She had to set up an administrative triage, but it was hard to get excited about paperwork when she just spent over 2 hours talking to Betsy McKenna's parents. God, what a nightmare. Brenda and Robert McKenna had crumpled at the news that 6-year-old Betsy's tests had come back positive. It was leukemia, and the fact that the survival rate was better than ever before didn't change the very real possibility that the McKennas could lose their precious child. They'd finally left, but the dazed look in their eyes haunted Kelly. Dr. Martin, the head of oncology at Children's Hospital, wouldn't be able to meet with them until 6. Technically, Kelly didn't really have to be there, but Brenda had asked her to come. That wasn't going to be fun, getting into the technical details of the treatment and its risks. As Kelly sat at her desk, the paperwork in front of her seemed stupid and unimportant. She rested her head on a pile of files. Yes, that was definitely a far better use for them. Her phone rang and she jerked upright. It was her private line. She picked it up apprehensively. Dad. No, actually, it's Tom. Oh God, what happened? Is my father? Whoa, wait, everything's okay. Geez, I'm sorry, Kel. It didn't even occur to me that you'd assume there was some kind of trouble if I called. Kelly had been holding her breath but now exhaled in a burst. Sorry, she said. I'm sorry, my fault for overreacting. It was Tom Paoletti. He'd called her on the phone, but not because her father was ill and needed her. Her pulse began to race for an entirely new reason. "Actually," he said with a soft laugh, "now I feel really stupid because this is not an important phone call. I mean, it really could have waited until after you got home. I just wanted to find out." Time hung for a split second as countless possibilities spun out enticingly around her. "If I could use your computer to sign on to the internet," Tom finished. "Oh," Kelly said, as disappointment settled down around her like a damp blanket. He only wanted to use her computer. He didn't want to take her dancing, to see a movie, to go to dinner, to have wild sex all night long. "Well, sure, yeah, that's no problem. I'll sign on as a guest, use my own account, of course." "Of course," she echoed. "Use it for as long as you like, whenever you like." "Thanks," he said. "I really appreciate it." "Actually," she said, "I'm not sure when I'm going to be home. I've got a meeting at 6 that could run for a while. I can call Mrs. Lerner and see if, don't sweat it. I'll hang with your father for as long as you need me to." Kelly closed her eyes. "Thanks." There was the slightest of pauses, and then he said, "Well, I won't keep you." At the exact same moment that she opened her mouth and said, "You know, Tom, I was wondering," this was it. She was going to do it. She was going to ask him to have dinner with her. She was going to ask him out on a date. "Whoops," he said with a laugh. "Sorry, what's up?" "Ice." Her entire cardiovascular system was suddenly filled with ice. I was wondering if you knew that my computer's in my bedroom," she told him. Chicken. God, she was such a chicken. "I figured I better tell you where it is so you don't have to search the whole house." She closed her eyes, wincing silently. Not only was she a chicken, but she sounded like an idiot. An idiot chicken. "My room's on the second floor, west wing. White walls, blue curtains. Big sign on the wall saying, 'Idiot lives here.'" It was the same bedroom she'd used as a child, a spacious room with a private bath and French doors connecting to a balcony that looked out over the backyard and the pool. From her second-floor vantage point, she'd been able to see Tom wherever he was working in the yard. Between the balcony and her tree house, she'd pretty much had him covered. Perverted idiot chicken. "Oops," he said. "I didn't realize you kept your computer in your bedroom. I don't want to invade your privacy, or do you smoke?" She asked. "No." "Then no problem," she said. "It's just a room I happen to sleep in. Brace yourself, though, it's a mess. Just kick aside the dirty laundry and ignore the fact that the bed's not made." He laughed again at that. He had an incredibly sexy laugh, low and husky and intimate. He could have made a fortune on one of those 900-number phone sex lines. "I thought the cleaning lady was just in." "Mrs. Lerner's under strict orders to stay out of my room," Kelly told him. "Happen to like my mess. And you're sure you want me going in there?" He didn't know the half of it. "It's really okay." Kelly flipped through her calendar, searching for the next evening she was available, and "You wouldn't happen to be free Thursday tomorrow night?" Dear God, she did it. She'd actually said the words. "Yeah, sure," he said. "Why, you need me to stay with your father again? No problem, I'm there." Words he'd completely misunderstood. How on earth did men live through this time and time again? It was a wonder more of them hadn't simply given up and become monks. "No," she closed her eyes, braced herself. "I was hoping you'd have dinner with me." There was complete silence for at least a solid second, but it was a very, very long second. "Well," he said. "Wow, yeah, that would be." Kelly waited. "Nice," he finished. It wasn't quite the word she was hoping for, but it was far better than a lot of words he might come up with. "Okay, good," she said. Odd, that had been easier than she'd imagined. There was another brief moment of silence, during which she realized he could well have accepted her invitation simply because he was kind and he didn't want to hurt her feelings. Maybe even right now he was trying to figure out how he could get out of it. Maybe. She started to stammer. "Because, I just thought it would be nice." Oh crap, there was that awful word again. "To go someplace that isn't work or home with someone who looks like you." No, wrong thing to say. Someone who has a penis. Oh God, someone who isn't 80 years old, he suggested. "Well," she said, "yeah, sort of." "God, that sounds awful." "It's not," he said. "Everyone needs a break, a little distraction." "God, yes." Although, to be honest, there's a chance I might have to cancel at the last minute. One of my patients. She had to clear her throat, glad she was talking to him over the phone, glad he couldn't see the sudden, very unprofessional tears that welled in her eyes at the thought of sweet little Betsy McKenna and what she was faced with simply to survive. She's starting chemotherapy, and she and her parents might need a little extra attention. Her voice wobbled slightly and she coughed to cover it. "Excuse me." "Oh man, that must be hard as hell," Tom said softly. Kelly closed her eyes, wanting nothing more than to lose herself in her nearly lifelong attraction to this man. She didn't want to have dinner with him tomorrow night. She wanted him to take her for a ride on his old motorcycle, the one that was still carefully kept under that drop cloth in the garage. She wanted to go fast, fast enough to blot out all her pain and anger and fear. It was the fear that hurt the worst. Fear that Betsy McKenna would die despite the advances of modern medicine, despite the care of one of the best children's hospital staffs in the world. Fear that her father would go to his grave without reconciling with Joe. Fear that Joe would never recover from such a terrible blow. Fear that she'd live the rest of her life wishing she'd had just a few more months with her father, wishing she'd had the nerve to look him in the eye and tell him that she'd loved him even when he drank, even when he was cruel, and to ask him if maybe there wasn't a time when he'd loved her back, just a little bit. Fear that she would die just as angry and just as tragically alone. She needed a distraction, all right, but she wanted something a little more high-octane than dinner and conversation. She wanted full body contact and hot, deep kisses. She wanted wild abandon, total, breathtaking, full penetration. She wanted to feel nothing but pleasure, nothing but heat. And wild Tom Paoletti was just the man for the job. She'd spent the past 16 years waiting for a chance to kiss him again, wondering if the reality could stand up to the perfection of the memory. Maybe tomorrow night she'd find out. "How old is she?" Tom asked, his husky voice like velvet against her ear. "Just turned 6. Her lower lip trembled as if she were no older than that herself. "Come on, Ashton, get a grip." "Damn, Tom." Kelly clamped her mouth shut. What was she going to do, just ask him to have sex with her? A dinner invitation was one thing, but God, she could imagine his surprised response, his attempt to be polite. "Well, sure, that would be nice, but I'm sorry," she said instead. "I really have to go. Kelly, I'm here if you need anything." "Thanks," she managed to choke out before she dropped the phone back into its cradle. And then, although she wanted nothing more than to drop her head onto her paperwork-laden desk and cry, she steeled herself the way she'd done so many times before and got to work. Her father would have been proud. Chapter 7. What good is an apology if you're not going to stop doing the thing that you're apologizing for? Charles's voice shook with anger. "That's like saying you're sorry for hitting me on the head with a 2x4, while you continue to hit me on the head with a 2x4. "But I'm not hitting you on the head," Joe countered hotly. "If you want to use that analogy, then you have to picture yourself hitting me over the head with that same 2x4 since 1944. You're the one who should apologize to me." As Tom came into the room, he saw Charles had stuck his fingers in his ears and was singing at the top of his lungs, "La, la, 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 la," to block out Joe's words. "What the hell is going on in here?" Tom had to raise his voice to a roar to be heard over them. The two old men both fell silent, although they still stood, facing off like a pair of ancient boxers in the middle of Charles's vast living room. Charles had his oxygen tank at hand, and he took a hit off it, covering his mouth and nose with the face mask, glaring at Joe. "Why don't you wear the nose clip?" Joe asked wearily. "If you need the oxygen." Charles picked up his walker and flung it as far as he could across the room, which wasn't very far. "That's why," he said bitterly, trembling with anger. "I can't walk by myself. I can't breathe by myself. Why doesn't God just strike me with lightning and kill me now?" "Because there are things left undone," Joe countered. "Like telling stupid stories to stupid interviewers." Charles had to sit down, and as he lowered himself onto the sofa, Tom stepped forward to help. Instead of a thanks, he got a dark look and a frown. "Stupid stories that mean nothing now. The past is the past, and the dead are dead, Geisop. Digging them up, guys," Tom said. Exactly what happened during the war. As he'd expected, they both shut up. Dead silence. Tom waited. He was in no rush. He had Kelly's permission to use her computer whenever he wanted. He could play referee for hours and still have plenty of time to scan his old files, to read his notes on the merchant, to wade through his doubt. Joe was the first to move, the first to speak. "I have to get back to work," he said, heading for the door. "The roses stop. The roses can wait," Tom ordered in his toughest team commander voice, and Joe actually obeyed him. "What do you know?" "Look, gentlemen, I'm not going to pry, so if you don't want to talk about it, we don't," Charles interrupted with another of his potent death ray glares aimed at Joe. "Fine," Tom said easily. "Then I'm not going to ask about it again. But answer this for me instead. Joe, this one's for you. How many days does Mr. Ashton have left to live?" It was a cruel question, but letting his uncle walk away, to let the rift between these two old friends continue, would have been even more cruel. Joe's shoulders sagged and he turned so that Tom couldn't see his face, so he could barely hear his reply. "I don't know." "Yes, you do," Tom told him. His stomach hurt for both of them, but this had to be said. "Kelly told me the doctors are saying 3 or 4 months, tops. I'm sure you both know this. And I'm certain neither of you are so old and decrepit that you can no longer do simple math." He looked at Charles. "How many days does 3 months work out to be?" Charles couldn't stay angry in the face of Joe's pain, and he turned his glare on Tom instead. His crackly voice was tinged with ice. "This isn't necessary." "Yes, sir," Tom said as mildly as he could manage. "I think it is. Please answer the question. How many days?" Charles looked at Joe again. "Maybe 90, he finally said, "but probably fewer." 90 days, Tom repeated. "How many perfect summer days like this, with a clear sky and low humidity, do you think we'll have over the next 90 days? Neither of them said a word. "Probably way fewer than 90, Tom answered for them. "In fact, we could well be into the single digits with that one, don't you agree?" Silence. Again Tom answered his own question. "Yes, you agree." "So the next obvious question, gentlemen, is, what the fuck are you doing wasting this gorgeous day fighting over some stupid-ass 55-year-old disagreement when you could be out on Mr. Ashton's boat, fishing?" Charles looked at Joe and Joe looked at Charles. "Here's the deal," Tom said. "This thing you're fighting about, you don't talk about it, you don't think about it. You go down to the marina, you pick up some bait, and you spend this day doing something you both love. You sit there in silence if you have to, but you take advantage of this beautiful, precious, God's gift of a day." More silence. But Tom stood there, feigning patience, waiting. Joe finally cleared his throat. "Shall I call ahead to the harbor master's office?" he asked Charles stiffly. "Have them ready the Lady Luck." For a minute Tom was afraid Charles was too much of a bastard to make this easy for either of them. He didn't answer for way too long. But when Tom raised his eyebrows and said, "Mr. Ashton," the old man finally gave in. "Oh, all right." It was by no means gracious, but it was good enough for now. "Listen up," Tom said to the pair of them. "Whatever this problem is, you need to work it out, not today but soon." "We can solve this in an instant," Charles said crankily. "Joe just has to promise to keep his big mouth shut." Joe's big mouth was set in a straight, grim line. "So I'm just supposed to stand there on that stage and accept that Medal of Honor all over again?" he asked. "I'm supposed to stand there in front of national news cameras and shake the hands of all those dignitaries who have come all the way from England and France and pretend—" "Whoa," Tom said. "Wait, dignitaries from where? What are you talking about?" "The ceremony honoring the Fighting 55th, Joe told him. "I don't even want to go." "You have to," Charles said. Joe bristled. "I don't have to do anything." "Wait," Tom said. "Rewind. Did you just say there are going to be dignitaries from England?" "Some distant cousin of the royal family no one's ever heard of," Charles said grumpily. "You'd think they'd send Winston Churchill's great-grandson. Now there's someone whose hand I'd be honored to shake. You don't even know if Churchill had a great-grandson, Joe countered. Well, you'd think the organizers of this celebration would at least try to find that out. And who are they sending from France? Some politicians, probably descended from Nazi collaborators. Kelly told me several U.S. senators would be attending, too, Tom realized. The United States, England, and France, the three countries that had worked together to catch the merchant back in 1996. The three countries responsible for taking out most of the merchant's team, including his beloved wife. Baldwin's Bridge would be packed with revered war heroes and crowds of spectators. CNN cameras would surely be there. Holy shit, Tom said. I've got to make a phone call. It's possible the merchant's target isn't going to be Boston after all, Tom told Jazz. It could be right here in Baldwin's Bridge, if you can believe that. You're thinking car bomb, Jazz said. You bet. It's been this bastard's mo in the past, Tom told his longtime Zoe and friend over the phone in the Ashton's kitchen. What kind of security they gonna have for this shindig? I don't know yet. I've got my uncle making a call to the local police to try to find that out. Charles and Joe had snapped too. They'd stopped their arguing in the face of this immediate situation. Tom had told them about spotting the merchant in the airport, leaving out the part about his recent injury and Admiral Crowley's intense skepticism. Joe and Charles had gone into Charles's home office to try to find out as much as they could about the security planned for the celebration's opening ceremony. It was amazing, actually. As they'd headed down the hall, Tom had heard them speaking entire sentences to each other without flinging a single accusation or petty insult. Crowley know yet? Jazz asked. I called, but he wasn't in, Tom reported. I didn't want to leave a message. No, this was definitely not the kind of thing he wanted to tell the Admiral through voicemail. He took a deep breath. This wasn't going to be easy to say, but Jazz had to be told. You need to know he's not behind me 100% on this one, Jaquette. It does sound nuts, sir. Jazz laughed, a low rumble of distant thunder. He's not behind me at all, Tom admitted. His Zoe wasn't fazed. So when do you want me out there? Jazz straightforward, no shit. I could be completely wrong about this. There's a real chance I've lost touch, that this goddamned head injury has made it so I can't tell fantasy from reality. Just give me a day or two to tie up some loose ends, Jazz told him, and I'll be there. I'll call the rest of the squad, too, see who can arrange for leave. Jazz was coming to help him. The relief was so intense, Tom had to sit down. Be up front with them, he ordered. If they do come, if you come, it's completely off record, 200% covert and totally volunteer. It's got to be on your own time as well, and I know you've all got better things to do while you're on leave, so I always wanted to meet your Uncle Joe. Sides, isn't there some kind of famous watercolor painting school in Baldwin's Bridge? Since when do you paint? Tom asked. Since 2 or 3 days from now, LT, Jazz told him. Unless you think I'll stand a better chance of blending with the white folk sunbathing on the beach. Good point. Tom looked up to see Joe standing in the doorway. He stepped into the room and handed a piece of paper to Tom, then disappeared again. There were several lines written in Charles's spidery, shaky-looking hand. Ah, Christ, Tom said to Jazz. The complete security plan for the ceremony honoring the Fighting 55th is the normal Baldwin's Bridge PD weekday staff 5 guys, plus 2 local rent-a-cops for additional crowd control. In that case, we'll definitely need help. Hang on. Tom could hear Jazz rustling papers, heard him swear. Wildcard's out of the picture, sir, Jazz reported. He's in California on special assignment. Senior Chief Walchenok's having knee surgery, and O'Leary won't be back for another few weeks. He's at a sharpshooters competition in Saudi Arabia. Damn, I'm going to want a shooter of his caliber. I don't want to assume car bomb and then have this turn out to be an assassination attempt. He closed his eyes, provided the merchant was real. Provided Tom hadn't simply imagined seeing the man who may or may not have been the terrorist. I'm going to want a sniper of my own set up and ready too. That's not going to be easy, sir. This competition has drawn all the best men in all the armed forces. All the best men. Find out if Alyssa Locke went to this competition, Tom ordered. So squad member Frank O'Leary was only the second best marksman in the U.S. Navy. Lieutenant Junior grade Locke had outscored him every single time they'd competed. She was a robot when it came to taking out a target. I know for a fact that she didn't, Jazz told him. She wouldn't have been invited, not to Saudi Arabia. A woman, not a chance. Call her. Jazz paused delicately. Sir, do you think that's wise? Locke was outspoken in her desire to be allowed into the May-lonely ranks of the SEALs. She hounded Tom and Jazz every opportunity she got. All she wanted, she claimed, was a chance to prove herself. She's pretty career-driven, Tom told him. She may not want to take the leave or the risk. Make sure she understands that this could well be a waste of time. Nothing may come of it at all. She may end up spending a few weeks at the beach learning to paint with you. With me? Oh, joy, Jazz said with a complete lack of enthusiasm. Did you get a chance to download those files from my computer? Tom asked. It's all there, LT, ready and waiting for you. Look, Jacket, I've got to say this again. I don't want you to feel like I'm ordering you to completely understood, sir. I'll email you with my flight and arrival time as soon as I've got it. Jazz cut the connection. David cleared his throat. Mind if I sit down? Mallory looked up at him, hostility flaring in her light brown eyes and in the tight line of her delicate lips. Paoletti was her last name. She lived with her mother in a house on the other side of town. It hadn't been hard for David to find out all about her from the kids who hung out down by the town beach, all about her. More, in fact, than he'd wanted to hear. Both she and her mother were well known for putting out for money or drugs. They weren't picky. They didn't take credit cards, but a simple line of cocaine would do the trick. According to town legend, that would buy a guy a professional quality blow job. A slightly larger amount would get that much more. Here in Baldwin's Bridge, a man could have his pick of Paolettis young or older. And apparently the mother was just as exotically, trashily beautiful as the daughter. While David was far from the most experienced man in the world, he'd been around enough to know that when rumors came in gift-wrapped packages like that, complete with a ribbon around them, it was unlikely they were true. Mallory and her mother, highly unlikely. It sounded like small-town pettiness and jealousy to David. He didn't believe a single word. He'd gone back to the ice cream shop to see what time she got off work, and the manager there had told him she was doing an extra shift today. Mallory was working until 8, but right now she was taking her dinner break. David had known exactly where to find her, and sure enough, she was back under the tree. Don't you ever give up? Mallory asked him. Haven't you gotten tired yet of me telling you to get the hell away from me? He sat down in the shade about 4 feet away from her, pretended to think about it. Nope. She made a point of turning slightly away from him and continuing to read. She had another of those pathetic-looking, dried-up little peanut butter sandwiches for her dinner, and she ate it slowly as she devoted all her attention to the pages of her book. David couldn't keep from looking at the soft curve of her cheek, her delicate nose, the slightly exotic shape of her eyes, her flawless skin, and her mouth. God, Mallory Paoletti had a perfect mouth. Her chin was perfect, too. She held it at a stubborn angle, unaware that the defiant pose exposed the soft, graceful lines of her throat and neck. She had a long, elegant neck, collarbones that could have inspired an entire epic poem, and truly magnificent breasts. She was his nightshade, come to life. Of course, dressed the way she was in wide-legged cargo pants and a tank top, she looked more like Nightshade's human alter ego, Nikki Sheldon. David pulled his day pack onto his lap, unzipping it and pulling out his own book, a copy of the same novel Mallory was reading. He'd managed to pick it up in the Super Stop and Shop at a discount. 4 feet away, Mallory changed her position. He didn't look up, but he heard her put her empty sandwich baggie back into the brown bag. He heard her crinkle that bag, heard her shift her position once again, and then she spoke, to him, in a voice dripping with skepticism. "Oh, come on, you don't expect me to believe you're really reading that, do you?" He looked at her over the top of his book. "Of course I'm reading it, I'm more than half done." The look on her face was so comical, he nearly pulled his camera out of his pack to get it down on film. "You're reading a romance." She looked around. "Out here in front of everyone." David looked around, too. There were about 20 people on the lawn in front of the hotel, more down by the marina. Not a single person was paying either of them the slightest bit of attention. He shrugged. "Yeah, you were right about it. It's great stuff. Thanks for recommending it." "You're really reading the whole thing?" she asked suspiciously. "You're not just flipping through and reading only the sex scenes." "Why would I do that?" "Because you're a guy." "I'm really reading the whole thing." He smiled. "But I have to confess, when I get to them, I read the sex scenes twice." Her lips twitched, curving up into a very small smile. "Yeah, well, join the club," she said. "So do I." She smiled at him. She smiled at him. It was a real, genuine we have something in common smile, not an I want to put your eye out with my finger smile. Mallory was nearly done with her book. "You read fast," he said. She looked at his book, at the place where he was using his finger as a bookmark. "You do, too." "I've always loved to read," he told her. "As long as I've got a book, it doesn't matter where I am. I can instantly be a million miles away, in a completely different place, on a different planet even. I can be someone else, you know, when it gets too complicated to be myself." Mallory nodded, but then she looked away as if she were afraid she'd given too much away with that one little gesture of agreement. "God, I need a cigarette," she breathed. "It's hard to quit, huh?" "You wouldn't happen to have one, would you?" "I don't smoke." "You wouldn't." It was meant to be an insult, but David let it slide. Mallory Paoletti had created some pretty staunch defenses to keep people out of her world. If he wanted in, and he did, he was going to have to ignore the scratch of the verbal brambles and step lightly over the passive-aggressive minefields. He unzipped his pack again and dug into it, searching for the book he'd put in this afternoon. He found it underneath his camera and held it out to her, but she didn't take it, and he ended up just setting it down in front of her, an offering to the goddess. "I started reading this book," he gestured to the one he was reading, the book she'd recommended. "And it occurred to me that you might have never read anything by Heinlein. I thought you might want to borrow one of my favorites." Mallory looked down at the book he'd put in front of her, but she didn't touch it. She just looked at the cover, looked back at him. "What do you want from me?" The question was so point-blank that David didn't quite know how to answer it. He couldn't answer it, not caught the way he was in the intensity of her eyes. "Do you really think that if you sign me up for some little private book club, I'll let you slip me something besides a book every now and then? Is that what this is about? You want to do it with me, geek boy, geek boy." Ouch, but David didn't get a chance to respond. She was spitting mad, and she wasn't done yet. He found his voice, but all he could get out was N. She pushed herself to her feet, savagely kicking his book back toward him, gathering up her crumpled bag, her half-finished soda, and her own book. David had envisioned himself taking days, weeks even, to make friends with Mallory, and only then, after they were friends, would he tell her about Nightshade. But he realized now it wasn't going to happen that way. It was now or never. And so he stood, too, fumbling in his pack for Wingmaster's 2, pulling it free. "I do want something from you, Mallory. You're right about that, but it's not what you think. See, I want you to model for me for my next project." He held it out, and she stared down at the dark colors on the cover. "Wingmaster's 2, she read. She looked up at him. "A comic book. It's a graphic novel. We try to make it higher quality than a comic book. But you better believe if we got an offer from DC or Marvel, we'd proudly become a comic book in an instant." He pointed to names on the front. "By Rennie Shimoda and David Sullivan. Artwork by David Sullivan. That's me." She gave him a disbelieving look as she pulled the book from his hands to take a closer look. "Wingmasters 1 and 2 both had limited printings, a few thousand copies each. We started our own publishing company to distribute them." he told her as she flipped through it. We had to pay for the printing up front, but we've made back most of our initial investment. Unfortunately, the series didn't catch on quite the way we'd hoped, he continued, even though it's a cult favorite. She was standing there, flipping through the pages, probably only half listening. For the past 2 months, I've been developing a new series, Nightshade. This one's all mine. The story's mine, too, not just the artwork. It's about this high school girl, Nikki Sheldon, who realizes she has these superpowers. Kind of Buffy meets the X-Men. Mallory frowned up at him. So I'm just supposed to believe that you're this David Sullivan, the one whose name is on the front of this thing, this graphic novel. David took out his wallet, took out his driver's license. She took it from him, squinted at his name and his parents' address in Newton. God, this picture sucks. She looked up at him again. Well, maybe it doesn't. She handed it back to him, still unconvinced. David Sullivan's a common enough name. David knew how to prove he was who he said he was. He sat down on the grass, searching through his pack for a pencil and his sketch pad. He opened to a clean page, balanced the pad on his leg, looked up at Mallory and started to draw. "Do me a favor and sit," he ordered her. "My neck's going to break." She was watching his pencil moving across the page, and she slowly lowered herself to the ground. She sat forward on her knees so she could watch him draw. "Oh my God," she breathed. "That is so cool." It wasn't that good. He could do a lot better when not under so much pressure. But it wasn't bad, either a rough comic book version of Mallory's face, complete with her trademark scowl. He added a body, an exaggerated, stylized, superhero-type body in a superhero pose. Hands on hips, legs slightly spread in a powerful stance, muscles rippling, chest out. "Nightshade," Mallory read aloud as he printed the name in block letters beneath his drawing. She looked at the similar drawings on the cover of Wingmasters 2, then up at him. "Holy shit, you did draw this, didn't you?" He turned his notebook around so that it faced her. "What I'd like to do," he told her, "is take photos of you. All kinds of poses from all angles. The hardest thing is drawing realistic-looking bodies, you know, anatomically correct bodies that move and bend and flex the way real people do. I took an anatomy class in school last year, and that's helped a lot. But getting the right perspective is hard, too. Still, if I can have a few hundred photos of you pinned up around my drawing table, it makes it that much easier." She laughed as she gazed at the drawing. "That really looks like me. That's so weird." "Here," David said, moving closer to her. "Let me show you what I mean." He took his camera out of his pack and placed it gently on the grass as he dug for the pictures he just got back from the developers at the drugstore. "Oh man, that's one huge camera." The camera's actually pretty small. He picked it up again and handed it to her. "It's the lens that's big." He pointed to the viewfinder. "Look through there, check it out, and move this here to focus." Their fingers touched, and she didn't pull away. He was close enough to smell the sweet scent of peanut butter on her breath. She laughed. "This is one of those paparazzi lenses, the kind photographers from the National Enquirer used to get pictures of Fergie sunbathing topless from like 5 miles away." She looked up from the viewfinder, and at this proximity he could see flecks of green and gold mixed in with the light brown of her eyes. She was gorgeous from 40 feet away, stunning from 4 feet. From 4 inches, she was heart-stopping. David felt his ick drop into the single digits as he stared into her eyes. "So who were you taking pictures of with this super lens?" she asked. "Prince William in town?" "No," he managed to say. "No one, I mean, not yet. I mean, I was going to take some pictures later this afternoon." Pictures. Right. He was going to show her his pictures. Come on, brain, don't fail now. She was sitting here, she was listening to him, she was interested in his project. She handed the camera back to him, and again their fingers touched. "I was in media club in middle school," she told him. "I loved it. I got to borrow this really cool camera and take all these freaky black and white pictures. Well, I did until Mark Fritz stole the camera from my locker. He told me he took it, but then he denied it when I told Mr. Marley. It was Mark against me, and he got straight as and was captain of the middle school tennis team, so I was blamed. I wasn't kicked out of media club, but I wasn't allowed to borrow the equipment anymore, so what was the point? My mother bought me some little instamatic piece of shit to try to make me feel better. She didn't know the difference between that and a Nikon. Both Mark Fritz and Mr. Marley deserved a sound thrashing. You can do a lot with an instamatic, he said. Or even one of those disposable cameras you can pick up at the drugstore, especially if you work with natural light. Do you still take pictures? She shrugged evasively. It was hard to say whether it was a yes shrug or a no shrug. She glanced at her watch. Damn, he was losing her. I have to head back to the ice cream shop in about 5 minutes. David found the packets of photos in the front pocket of his pack. Here, let me just show you these really quickly. Some of them were pictures he'd taken here in town, but most were from his recent photo session with Brandon. I took these in my apartment, he told her. This is my friend Brandon Crane. He's a lifeguard over at the hotel. Basically, what I do is have him come in. He puts on a bathing suit. Oh, is that what you call that? Mallory asked. It doesn't leave a whole lot to the imagination, does it? David laughed. It's a Speedo. It's legal. Guys wear 'em all the time. Yeah, maybe in Provincetown. She flipped through the photos. God, what are you going to have me wear? His pulse kicked into gear. The way she'd asked that question, it was as if it was already a done deal, as if she was ready to sign on. But he couldn't assume that. He had to play it cool, play it out. Do you have a bikini? He asked. She shook her head. I burn so I don't do much sunbathing. I've got a costume box with bikinis in just about every size. If you found one you liked, you could even keep it after. She went back through the pictures of Brandon, looking at them more closely. I'm not sure I'd want to keep it after. Besides, what if it was the one you like to wear? Was that light-hearted teasing, or was her comment intended to belittle, to cruelly mock him? David couldn't tell. Personally, I'm fond of my pink ballerina tutu, he said lightly, choosing to believe she was teasing. That and the chicken suit, as long as you stay away from those. She laughed, and then she held up a particularly buff photo of Bran. Is this guy really a lifeguard here in town? He looks like he belongs on a movie set in L.A. How'd you talk him into doing this anyway? We've been friends since 4th grade. He got this summer job for me as a breakfast waiter at the hotel. He poses for me for free for something called deferred payment. We have an understanding that if I make it big, I'll pay him lots of money down the road. But I could pay you up front if you want. $50 an hour is about all I could afford, with a 2-hour guarantee. She was suddenly intently studying the photos again, as if she didn't want to look him in the eye. That seems like an awful lot of money just for standing around in a bathing suit. Professional models get more than that, he told her. She was silent. What I'd really like, David said, praying that he hadn't just screwed this up by talking about money, would be to schedule a shoot with both you and Brandon. I'm going to want a bunch of individual shots of you, of course, but it would be good to get some of the two of you together. He can show you how it's done. Maybe she'd be more comfortable knowing she wasn't going to be alone with David in his apartment studio. He's going to be Julian, your love interest in the graphic novel. Just how graphic is this graphic novel? She asked suspiciously. No, he said quickly. Not that way, not at all. I'm targeting as wide an audience as possible. Some of the artists like to be, well, explicit. And while I imply certain relationships, I don't. I mean, sure, I'll show the two characters kiss, but... She looked down at the pictures of Brandon again. So, you want to take pictures of me kissing your friend? Well, yeah, I mean, a few shots, sure. Kisses are hard to draw, so, is he like unattached? David's stomach twisted as he gazed at her. The question was posed so casually, too casually. Oh, damn. This had happened too many times before. He and Brandon would be out somewhere, he'd meet a girl he really liked, and Bran would take her home. It was inevitable. It was a pain in his ass. Still, this wasn't about him liking this girl. This was about convincing her to pose for him. This was about Nightshade. Yeah, he told her, pushing up his glasses with one finger. "He's unattached. A word of warning, though, one look at you and he'll be hitting on you." He felt like some kind of backward pimp, trying to entice her to come to his studio with promises of a role with his friend, Mr. Incredible Pecs. Mallory shook her head. "No way. A guy like this only goes out with the Susan Thornridges and the Mary Bate Blackleys." She put the photos back in the envelope. "And even if he did ask, I wouldn't go anywhere with him. I don't need his kind of shit messing up my life, no thanks." "Well, then I'll make sure I tell him to back off." David was ready to promise her anything. Whatever it took, Brandon or not. Of course he preferred or not, but she would probably change her mind with one face-to-face meeting with his charismatic friend. She stood up, brushing off the seat of her jeans. "I'm late, I've got to go." "How's tonight?" he asked, reaching into his pack for one of his cards. "I happen to know that Brand's got the night off. He could be at my place by 9. What do you say, 9 to 11? He wanted to drop to his knees and plead, but he knew he'd get further by staying at least relatively cool. She took her time taking his card from him, but this time she actually read it. He'd written his summer address and phone number on it in clean block letters. "The bathing suit stays on?" she asked. "Swear to God," he said. "If you want, you can bring your father along as a chaperone." "How about I bring my uncle?" she said challengingly. "He's a Navy SEAL in town on leave." David fumbled his sketch pad, dropping it onto the grass. "A SEAL, really?" His voice cracked. "That's so cool. SEALs are built like gods. Definitely bring him, do you think?" "Wow, do you think he'd pose for me?" Mallory laughed. "No," she said, "but I will. You just convince me you're for real, Sullivan. God, your dork index is off the charts." "Yes, thank God for his dork index, whatever that meant." David grinned at her. "Then I'll see you tonight." Oh man, he had to get home fast and clean his apartment. She scowled at him. "If I turn out to be wrong about you, I will kick you so hard your balls will come out your nose. Do you understand?" David couldn't keep from laughing. The image was such an intense one. "Absolutely." She glared at him one more time as if to prove that she was dead serious, then turned and walked away, heading back to work, carefully tucking his card into the back pocket of her jeans. David waited until she turned the corner onto South Street, and only then did he do a victory dance around the tree. She was his. She was his. Well, on paper anyway. Chapter 8. Just kick aside the laundry, Kelly had said. It seemed easy enough in theory. Execution, however, was slightly more difficult, because it seemed to Tom as if most of the laundry that was scattered about the room was underwear. Lacy, silky, completely feminine underwear. It was on the bed, on the floor, on the chair in front of the computer, spilling out of the open top drawer of Kelly's dresser. Sure, there were jeans and shorts and t-shirts too. But he had those things in his own laundry hamper. He was used to them. He could kick that aside. No problem, he had many times in his own room. But the bras and panties and pantyhose. Yikes. And when he had actually tried to push the laundry gingerly aside with his foot, a pair of green satin and lace panties had caught on his sandal, the fabric decadently cool against his bare toes. Kelly Ashton's underwear. That alone would have been too much to deal with. But when he'd leaned over to pull the green lace free, he'd found out something he wasn't sure he wanted to know. Kelly Ashton wore thong panties. Tom sat at her computer now, head pounding, slightly nauseated from dizziness, breathing in the ghostly fragrance of her perfumes and lotions, still slightly shocked. Jesus, he didn't want that image in his head. Kelly in her underwear was bad enough, but Kelly wearing that. Forget about his head injury, that image alone was enough to make him dizzy. And it was definitely not what he wanted to be thinking about when he had dinner with her tomorrow night. God help him. Kelly Ashton had asked him to have dinner with her. Down boy. It was only dinner, or was it? He'd assumed that whipped cream comment she'd made this morning had been a joke. But what if she'd been only half kidding? What if she truly wanted? Don't go there, dirtbrain. Kelly Ashton probably wouldn't have agreed to let him use her computer if she'd known that he'd sit here, ogling her underwear, imagining her naked and locked with him in heart-stopping, gymnastically energetic sex. Or maybe not energetic sex. Maybe sex with Kelly would be pulse-hammeringly slow, devastatingly lethargic, like one of those pseudo-erotic black and white fragrance commercials on TV, except there would be nothing pseudo about it. He would surround himself with her infinitely slowly, losing himself in her body as surely as he lost himself in her eyes. It would be the kind of sex where just one touch, just one of her fingers trailed lightly down the length of his arm, would be enough to push him over the edge and, Christ, he had to get out of here. Because that wasn't going to happen. Not tomorrow night, not ever. Even if she wanted it, he was in no position right now to begin anything with a woman like Kelly Ashton. He'd spent his entire life avoiding women like her, the sweet, the innocent, the nice women who deserved lasting, committed relationships with gentle, caring men, and Kelly was their queen. But sweet God, he wanted her. He'd always wanted her, even when it was illegal to want her. Back then, it was easy. If he had touched her the way he'd wanted to touch her, he'd go to jail. It was bad enough that he'd kissed her. He'd banished himself for that, forcing himself to face the hurt in her eyes as he left without any real explanation. Afraid to be alone with her, he'd written a note. "I'm sorry, I can't do this." He'd said nothing about her being too young, nothing about his fear that he'd be swept away by passion if he so much as faced her again. He could still hear her whisper, "Meet me later tonight, in the tree house," when he closed his eyes. He'd wanted to. God, he had wanted Kelly more than he'd ever wanted anyone or anything. But his passion had terrified him. He'd taken only the time to scribble that note and put it where she'd find it before he'd taken off on his motorcycle, riding hard and fast until he'd run out of gas, until he'd stranded himself far from home, until there was no possible way he could make it back to Baldwin's Bridge that night, to meet Kelly in her tree house. But he was back in Baldwin's Bridge now. And she wasn't too young any longer. No, now the risks were far less well-defined and mostly emotional. But they were no less dangerous, because it was Kelly's heart he'd be risking. As Tom waited for the printer to spit out the second of his pictures of the merchant, he glanced around Kelly's room, trying to ignore the underwear. Her bed was unmade. It was a colorful jumble of flowery sheets, an antique four-poster complete with a blue canopy that matched the window curtains. It looked comfortable and cool, and he longed to crawl in, to soothe his aching head by closing his eyes and sinking back among her sweetly fragranced pillows. Like a reverse Goldilocks and the Three Bears, he'd be there when she got home and, well, there you go. If he ended up getting kicked out of the Navy, he had a future writing scripts for porno flicks. Jesus, what was wrong with him that he should be completely unable to stop fantasizing about Kelly this way? And the truly stupid part was that she wasn't just some low-wattage babe he'd spotted in some trashy bar. The truth was that he respected Kelly. He admired her. She was brilliant and bright. Back when they were both in high school, he'd loved to talk to her, to watch her brain work. She wasn't afraid to disagree with him, although always politely, of course. She was one of the nicest, sweetest, kindest people on the face of the earth. His instincts should have been to protect her, to revere her, to worship her from afar, to hold her in esteem, as she deserved to be the way he did his grandmother, Mother Teresa, and Julie Andrews. Sunlight streamed in through the curtains, through the French doors that opened onto a narrow balcony. It was pretty enough to look at, but completely idiotic when it came to Kelly's personal safety. Any fool could climb up to the balcony in half a second, and the locks on the French doors were Bush League. A 4-year-old could have kicked them in. Tom made a mental note to go back to Home Depot, get some proper locks, dead bolts. After all, he wasn't going to be in town forever. Surely she knew. So why then had she asked him to dinner? She was still attracted to him. He'd have to be a fool not to see it. But if he was a bad candidate for a love affair this morning, this afternoon he was even worse. The fear that had grabbed him when he'd seen the merchant at the Home Depot had lodged in his chest, solid and unmoving. What if he was crazy? What if he started seeing terrorists everywhere he went? What if, because of this, he really did have to leave the Navy? Now more than ever, he had to keep Kelly at arm's length. But now more than ever, Tom wanted to lose himself in the sweet comfort of her arms. God, he wanted her. And if she wanted him, how the hell was he going to keep turning her down? The printer fell silent and Tom shut down Kelly's computer. As he crossed to the door, he had to shake another piece of silk and lace from his foot. Cursing, he took the pictures he'd printed out into the hallway, down the stairs, and into the dining room, only to find Charles and Joe smack in the middle of another argument. "You're wrong," Charles said hotly. "That's too obvious." "Keep it simple, stupid," Joe countered. Charles glared. "Who are you calling stupid?" Pain knifed behind Tom's left eye and his stomach churned. "Mother of God," he ground out, and they turned to look at him. "I leave you alone for 30 minutes and you're back at it. If you can't get along without fighting, I don't want your help." He gazed sternly at his uncle. "I expected better from you," he told Joe. "I mean, come on, calling him names." "Names?" Joe looked from Tom to Charles, clearly confused. "Stupid, stupid," Charles reminded him. "Dawn broke." "No," Joe said. "It's that expression. Tommy, you say it all the time. KISS simple. KISS stands for keep it simple, stupid. I wasn't." He started to chuckle. "You thought I was calling Charles." He looked at Charles, sitting at the table taking a grim hit from his oxygen tank. "You thought it too. I could call you a lot of things, Ashton, but I'd never call you stupid." Charles looked mollified. "Well, thank you, I think. We were trying to figure out the best place near the hotel for a terrorist to leave a car bomb," Joe told Tom. Tom saw that, indeed, they'd spread out a huge map of the town on the dining room table. Joe put one finger down on the map, directly on top of the circular drive that graced the front of the hotel. "I thought this merchant fellow would just pull right up to the front doors, but Charles thought that would be too obvious." He looked at his friend. "You went with us once to take out the train tracks the Germans were using to send reinforcements and supplies to the front line. The Nazis were expecting sabotage. They expected us to sneak to some secluded part of the track in the night. Do you remember what we did?" Charles didn't answer. "We went in near the town, near the German barracks," Joe reminded him. "They never expected us to come so close, so the tracks weren't guarded there." "It was Sibyll's idea, of course I remember," Charles cut him off, suddenly looking every minute of his age. "You know I remember, God damn it." "Was this back in '44? Tom asked. He honestly wanted to know, but even more than that, he wanted to keep them talking. Who was this Sibyl? They both would have been impossibly young. Joe something ridiculous like 20, Charles barely 24. When Tom was 24, he just finished Bud S, the SEAL training program. He'd just been assigned to his first team, and he'd taken part in some dangerous covert operations almost right away. But he'd been trained, extensively and exhaustively, for years. He was strong and fit, both physically and psychologically. He was prepared to deal with damn near anything. And despite all his massive preparation, there had been times down through the years when he'd been scared shitless. Joe and Charles had had a few short months, at best, of boot camp before they were tossed into the fray. Fate had dealt them a hand, requiring them to fight a very personal war from deep within enemy territory, one of the very things Tom had been trained so extensively to do. But they'd had no training in covert operations, no experience, not much more than an intense conviction that what they were doing was right and necessary. Tom had grown up knowing Joe and Charles had fought in the Second World War, but he'd never known exactly what that meant before this. Sabotaging German trains. Going in close to the German barracks. Sibyl, of course, he wasn't likely to find out any more details since both were silent, neither of them answering his questions, Joe looking at him as if he'd said what he'd said only because he'd forgotten Tom was standing there. His uncle sat down on the other side of the table as if he were suddenly feeling as ancient and ill as Charles. "You want me to leave so you can keep talking about this?" Tom asked them quietly. "No." They spoke in unison, both vehemently. "I've made a few phone calls," Charles said, clearing his throat repeatedly, changing the subject. "I figured we'd need a few more computers if we were going to catch this terrorist. I ordered 3. We can use the East Wing for our HQ. I ordered more phone lines, too. I had to pay out my butt to get them to come on Friday, and that was the absolute earliest they could get here." Whoa. Tom was dizzy now for an entirely new reason. "Before you start spending any money, you need to know that your superiors don't believe this man you saw is really the merchant." Charles fixed him with a gaze that was laser beam sharp. "There is that little problem," Tom agreed. "Figured as much. It does sound crazy. A terrorist planning to blow up a New England seaside resort. What drugs are you on?" "Which is why you shouldn't be so quick to spend your money," Tom countered. "It's my money," Charles said crankily. "I'll spend it however I damn please. It's not like I'm going to be able to use it in a few months, so I might as well use it now." Tom sat at the table, wishing his legs didn't feel so weak, pressing his left eyebrow with his thumb. Christ, his head hurt. "What I have to do," Tom told them, "is make my story sound less crazy. Tracking down this guy or finding this bomb I'm pretty sure he's making would help." "A photo of him," Charles suggested. He reached for the telephone. "I'll get us some cameras." Tom stopped him, gently moving the telephone out of the old man's reach. "A photo won't necessarily help." He slid the 2 pictures he'd printed off Kelly's computer toward the old men. "That's him, huh?" Charles asked, fumbling for the reading glasses he kept in his shirt pocket. "The merchant. I'm pretty sure this was the man I saw," Tom told them. "But he doesn't look much like this anymore." "He wouldn't," Joe commented, "considering half the world is after him. The changes he's made to his face are subtle, but it really does the trick," Tom admitted. "Any identifying marks?" Joe asked. "Something that would give him away." "Nothing that he wouldn't have already changed. However, the extremist group he's associated with in the past all wore the same tattoo," Tom told him. "A stylized eye on the back of their right hands." He drew the circular symbol of power and omnipotence for them on the back of one of the pictures. "It's relatively small, no larger than a quarter, probably more like the size of a nickel. The merchant I knew wouldn't have had that removed, but now, who knows? If he still got it, he probably wears a band-aid to conceal it." "So we should look for a man about your height," Charles clarified. "Graying hair, bad skin, with a band-aid or a tattooed eyeball on the back of his right hand." Charles was really getting into this. In fact, ever since Tom had shown them the pictures of the merchant, the old man hadn't looked quite such a deadly shade of pale. While he didn't quite have color in his cheeks, it had been several minutes since he'd needed his oxygen tank, since he'd had one of his coughing spells. Still, Tom couldn't keep from smiling, imagining Charles wandering up and down the streets of Baldwin's Bridge with his walker and his oxygen tank, glaring at every passerby, searching for a man with a band-aid on the back on his right hand. "What we need to do is get this merchant's fingerprints," Charles declared. "They'll believe you then. Provided Navantal or the CIA has a record of his fingerprints on file, getting a match would probably solve our problems," Tom said cautiously. "But before we can get his prints, we've got to find the man. We're going to need more than just 3 pairs of eyes for that. My Zoe, Lieutenant Jaquette, is coming into town Friday afternoon, along with Ensign Starrett and Lieutenant Locke." There had been email from Jazz. The rest of the men in the SO squad were tied down, but he and Sam Starrett could and would get leave. They would rent a car from Logan and drive out to Baldwin's Bridge, 8 of 1500 hours. Oh yeah, Alyssa Locke would be with them too, God help them all. "They can stay here," Charles decided. "We've got plenty of room." "It would probably be a good idea to check with Kelly first," Joe suggested. "Why do I have to check with Kelly? It's my house, because she's your daughter and she lives here too," Tom cut him off. "Although it would be good when you check with her if you could ask if she minds my vacationing friends staying in some of your spare rooms." "You don't want Kelly to know about this?" Joe asked. Tom hesitated. Maybe Kelly should know everything. Maybe if she thought he was Looney Tunes, she'd back off and he wouldn't have to worry about finding the strength to push her away. "I don't know," he finally said. "Let me decide what to tell her. In the meantime, no one knows." He looked from Charles to Joe. "We need to keep this to ourselves, gentlemen. I know you can keep a secret." Obviously, since they'd been keeping something secret since 1944. "And I'm serious about needing you to stop the bullshit quarreling. If you can't do that, then you better just stay the hell away. I don't need that kind of help. Am I understood?" Charles looked at Joe and Joe looked at Charles. They both looked at Tom and nodded. Jesus, it was reluctant though, as if they'd been mortal enemies these past 60 years instead of best friends. Tom stuck it to them mercilessly. "From now on, I need you to be inseparable. Whenever you leave this estate, you go together and you go with a cell phone. You see anyone suspicious, you stay out of sight. You follow them if you can and you call me. No heroics." "Do you want us to go over to the hotel, set up surveillance in the lobby?" Charles asked, enjoying this immensely. "If this merchant's in town, he's got to be staying somewhere." "I'll get the chess set," Joe said. "It'll be the perfect cover. This terrorist will never suspect that two old men playing chess in the hotel lobby are really looking for him." He disappeared into the other room, and Charles stood up too. "Better get my hat." Tom watched him shuffle from the room, his oxygen tank forgotten. And for the first time in his life, he found himself thinking, thank God for the merchant. After hearing at the farm stand that Mrs. Ellis had seen her father and Joe playing chess in the lobby of the Baldwin's Bridge Hotel, Kelly had been in a real rush to get home. But now that she was here, she paused just outside the door. She could see Tom through the screen, sitting at the kitchen table, surrounded by piles of papers and file folders. He was wearing reading glasses, half glasses that made him look completely paradoxical, the intellectual warrior, or the thug librarian, and he rested his forehead in the palm of one hand. As she stood for a moment, holding the bag of fresh fruit and vegetables she'd picked up, he closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead as if he still had that terrible headache. She shifted her weight slightly, and the brown paper of the bag made only the very softest sound, but he looked up, looked out into the darkness toward her, instantly alert. He was up on his feet, moving toward the door in one graceful motion. Flipping on the outside light, he opened the screen. Kelly stood there, blinking at him in the sudden brightness. He grabbed the glasses off his face and all but hid them behind his back. "Hi, honey, I'm home." For a few brief seconds, Kelly let herself imagine what it could be like to come home after a hard day of work to someone like Tom Paoletti. He'd meet her at the door with a soul kiss, start stripping her out of her professional doctor's clothes before they even made it down the hall to the bedroom. They'd have sex right there on the kitchen table, or up against the wall outside her bedroom door, or on the living room floor, and all the struggles and pain and frustrations of her day would just slip away. "Sorry," he said, stepping aside to let her in. "I wasn't thinking. I should have turned on that outside light earlier." "That's okay." Her voice sounded breathy and she cleared her throat, afraid he'd somehow know the direction her thoughts had gone. "It's not as dark out there as it looks from in here." She put the bag down on the counter as he started to gather up his papers, having neatly made his glasses vanish into one of his pockets. He was wearing a loose-fitting t-shirt and a baggy pair of shorts that tried to hide the hard perfection of his body. But she could see most of his legs, long and tanned, lightly covered with golden brown, sun-bleached hair. His calves were muscular, his taut thighs disappearing up into the loose legs of his shorts. It didn't take much imagination to visualize the way those thighs would keep going, leading up to the sculpted perfection of his rear end and narrow hips. "You don't have to put that away," she told him. "You can work here as long as you like." "Thanks," he said, "but I'm pretty much done." "Everything okay?" she managed to smile. "As okay as it can be when a 6-year-old has a potentially terminal illness. Betsy's going into the hospital first thing in the morning. There's a few more tests to run before we start the chemo, and Kelly realized she could hear the sounds of a baseball game coming from the living room. The living room. When Charles was alone, he watched from his favorite chair in the room he called the TV room. But he usually watched in the living room on the big screen television when he wasn't alone, when Joe was with him. She pushed open the kitchen door that led into the darkened dining room and moved toward the archway that separated the banquet-size area from the enormous living room. There was only one lamp on, but the light from the big screen TV more than illuminated the large room. It flickered across Charles's and Joe's faces. They were sitting together in the same room on the very same sofa, watching the Red Sox play Baltimore, discussing Namur Garciaparra, who'd just gotten up to bat. As she stood in the shadows and watched, Namur hit one and both men shouted in excitement as the ball went clear out of the park. She didn't hear what Joe said then, but whatever it was, it made her father laugh. Charles was laughing with Joe. Kelly felt more than heard Tom move behind her, and she turned to face him, putting one finger up to her lips. Whatever had happened between Charles and Joe today had to have been the result of some powerful magic, and she wasn't going to risk breaking the spell. Gesturing for him to follow, she quickly led the way out onto the deck, through the dining room sliders. Only when the door was shut behind them did she speak. "What did you do?" she asked Tom. "What did you say to them?" "Don't get too excited," he warned her. "This thing they're fighting about, it's still not resolved. But they're sitting there. How did you do it? Did you hypnotize them? I thought nothing short of a miracle." Kelly's voice broke, and she turned away as her eyes welled with tears. "It was a miracle." "I didn't really do much of anything," Tom said. "I just told them about a project I'm working on, and I said if they wanted to help me with it, their arguments and fighting would have to stop." Kelly could feel him watching her, feel him wondering if she was about to experience emotional meltdown and burst into tears. But he needn't have worried. Ashtons didn't do meltdowns. They tried to stay as far as possible from such unpleasantly base things as emotions. She herself had been well trained. Get a grip, her father had told her without passion back when she'd been small, burying himself behind his open newspaper. Come back when you're prepared to discuss this like a rational human being. Tears of any kind, even joy, were to be avoided at all costs. She'd learned to distance herself from her emotions, to separate and partition away everything she was feeling so she'd be calm and collected. It was an ability that had proven quite useful in her medical career. In fact, she'd used it extensively just today when talking to Betsy McKenna's distraught parents. The only problem was, it didn't keep her from feeling all those untidy emotions. And it didn't keep her from carrying them around with her until she reached a time and a place where she could unload or explode. Now was neither the time nor the place. "Are you all right?" Tom asked, his voice gentle in the growing darkness. "Tough day, huh?" "I'm a little tired," she admitted. Ashtons were the kings and queens of understatement too, god damn it. But why was she being so careful, so polite? This was Tom. She was talking to the closest thing to a friend she had here in Baldwin's Bridge. So she told him the truth. "Actually, I'm so exhausted I can barely see straight. It's been a complete bitch of a day." Her voice broke again, but she no longer cared. Or at least it was until I stopped at the farm stand and heard that my father and Joe spent the afternoon playing chess together in the hotel lobby. Her voice wobbled as she turned to face him. "I don't know what I can say or do to thank you for whatever it was you did." She wanted to embrace him, the way Joe had embraced him out on the driveway, but she didn't. She couldn't. She didn't know how. Besides, she could see from the look on his face that she was scaring him to death the same way she'd scared Gary back when they were first married, before she'd learned to hide everything she was feeling from him, too, the same way she'd scared her father when she was a little girl. "Don't worry," she reassured Tom. "I'm not going to cry." Of course, that was the precise moment she burst into tears. But it wasn't just tears, she was laughing, too. laughing at her perfect timing, at the comical look on his face, at the thought of all those pure Bostonian Ashtons rolling in their graves, at the idea of their offspring emoting so loudly and violently. She did the only thing she could do under the circumstances. She excused herself politely, of course, and ran for the privacy of her room. Tom didn't follow. She hadn't expected him to. "She isn't going to show." David glanced up from putting a new roll of film into his camera to see that Brandon still had on his jeans and t-shirt. "She'll be here soon. Get changed, will you?" "No way, bro. Not until she's here. No point to it. I've got places to go, people to see. Sharon, that red-headed cocktail waitress who works the pool the same shift I do. She dropped a major hint that she was going to go see the Jimmy Buffett wannabe over at the Marina Grill tonight. She's definitely mine if I want her." Bran wandered over to David's drawing table. "Whoa, is this Mallory?" "Yeah." David had done some preliminary sketches this afternoon from memory. "You're using her just for her face, right? I mean this body, that's whatchamacallit, artistic license, right?" David adjusted the white sheet he'd spread out on the bare wooden floor. "Nope." Brandon whistled. "Yow, I hope she does show." He looked up at his friend. "Don't hit on her, Bran, she's fragile." It was true, but no one would know that from the tough bitch facade Mallory had erected for the world to see. Most people wouldn't try to see what was behind that mask. "She's too young," he finally said. "I don't think she's even 18 yet." The doorbell rang. "Please," David said, heading for the door. "Don't scare her off." He took a deep breath before he opened it, but then there she was, standing out on the wooden steps that led up to his top-floor apartment, trying to hide the fact that she was having second thoughts about being here. "Hi," he said, coming out onto the little wooden landing instead of pushing open the screen door so she could come inside. If she was at all nervous, taking it slowly might help. "Did you have any trouble finding this place?" She shook her head. God, she was young and incredibly uncertain. "You know," he said, "it's okay if you've changed your mind. I don't want you to do this if you're scared." He was going to say scared, and he realized just in time that that would not be a word this girl would ever want used to describe her, even if it was true. She lifted her chin and gave him a scathing look. "I'm not like afraid," she told him. "She says she's not afraid," Bran echoed from behind the screen door. "But I am, because you have completely lost your mind. You're supposed to talk her into doing this, fool, not give her permission to run away. Mallory, you gorgeous thing, come in here and see what Sully's done just from memory." Brandon opened the door and, taking Mallory by the hand, drew her inside. "Oh my God, it's cool in here," she said. "You have air conditioning." "You and me, babe," Bran said as he led Mallory toward David's drawing table. "We are going to be so freaking famous when Sul hits it big. Hasbro's gonna make little action figures with our faces on 'em. We'll go to comic book conventions and sign autographs until our hands hurt. It is gonna be such a blast." As David closed the door, Mallory leaned over his drawings, studying them carefully. And then she looked up at him, seeming to examine him just as completely. As she did, he could not for the life of him read the look in her eyes. Self-consciously, he glanced down to make sure his fly was zipped, to make sure he'd remembered to put pants on in the first place. But he was still wearing the bathing trunks he'd thrown on after this evening sweatfest when he'd cleaned and vacuumed his apartment in the oppressive heat. He hadn't turned on the air conditioner until about a half hour ago. It cost way too much to run, and he was saving every penny. He'd showered after cleaning, but putting on anything more than his bathing suit had seemed insane. He'd finally pulled on a t-shirt when he'd gone out to get a pizza for dinner. He now double-checked the logo on the front to make sure he wasn't wearing something offensive or too strange. No, it was his Spock for President shirt, faded and loose, with a small but growing hole in the shoulder along the seam. "Why don't you get new glasses?" Mallory asked. "You know, there's one of those one-hour places down on Route 1. David wasn't sure what to say. Was she trying to feel more in control of this situation by pointing out his obvious flaws? Except why stop with his broken glasses? I don't have the money, he answered her as if her question was sincere. Right now everything I've got is going toward getting Nightshade drawn and printed. What about your parents? She asked. Couldn't you call them and tell them your glasses broke? I bet if you went to visit them, the first thing they'd do would be to take you to get new glasses. She was right, except it's one thing when they offer to help, but to call and ask for money. He shook his head. Mallory nodded solemnly. I know what you mean. I'll be going home about a week before school starts, he told her. I'll probably get new glasses then. Her question had been sincere, not a thinly veiled put-down. She was talking to him, having this conversation as if she cared what he said, as if his thoughts and opinions were valid, as if she actually liked him. David's pulse kicked into a higher speed as he stood there, gazing into her luminescent eyes, unable to look away, barely able to breathe. He and Mallory and Brandon were in a room together, and Mal was talking to him, looking at him, liking him. What's the big deal? Brand said loudly. They're your parents. They expect you to call and ask for money. He yanked his shirt over his head and began unfastening his pants. His gleaming golden abs and pecs seemed to fill the room, and Mallory turned away from David to stare. The look of awe on her face would have been funny, except for the fact that it completely killed the little seed of hope that had unfurled just seconds ago in David's stomach. And as Brandon kicked off his sneakers and stepped out of his jeans, as Mallory turned, wide-eyed, to watch him walk across the room in his boxers, David felt himself return to his normal, invisible, unnoticed state, which was just as well, since he had work to do. Chapter 9. Tom couldn't concentrate on the baseball game. And there was no point in reading his printed file on the merchant again. He'd read all the information 5 or 6 times, and he could recite parts of it from memory. What he wanted to do was to get back online and see if Wildcard had emailed him a download of additional information. But the computer was in Kelly's bedroom, and her door was tightly shut. He stood outside her room for several long seconds, just listening. There was nothing but silence. If she was in there, and he knew she was probably asleep. What he really wanted was to be in Kelly's bedroom with her. It had killed him earlier tonight when she'd started to cry. Not pulling her into his arms had been one of the hardest things he'd ever done. But he knew himself too well, knew he couldn't be the kind of friend who offered casual physical comfort. He wanted this woman too much. Holding her would have pushed him over the edge. He wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation, and he would have kissed her, and she would have either kissed him back or pushed him away. Tom wasn't sure which response would have been worse. If he had kissed her and she hadn't pushed him away, he didn't doubt for 1 second that he'd be in Kelly's room, behind that closed and locked door, right this very moment. He was good with women, it was a fact. He could say that with very little ego involved. He knew just what to do, what to say to make a woman set aside her doubts and embrace the moment, so to speak. The problem was, when it came to Kelly Ashton, he couldn't get past his own multitude of doubts. What if the man he'd seen at Logan and the Home Depot wasn't the merchant? He'd always hated the fact that the terrorist had escaped capture. That had chafed long after the other members of the counterterrorist team had accepted the fact that the man was gone. The CIA had tried to pick up the merchant's trail, but they'd come up empty-handed again and again. With Wildcard's help getting reports and records that normally wouldn't have crossed his desk, Tom had followed their progress over the past few years, if you could call it progress, when absolutely nothing happened. Wildcard had jokingly referred to Tom's interest in the merchant as TLO Tommy's little obsession. They'd both laughed about it, but Tom wasn't laughing now. Now the word obsession made him a little too uncomfortable. He gets a serious head injury and starts seeing the merchant every time he turns around. As the leader of a SEAL team, he needed to know without a doubt that everything he saw was real. There was no room for trying to figure out what was real and what was a hallucination. No room for him, not in this condition. Tom went outside, but the night air was neither cool nor fresh. The beautiful summer day had become more and more humid until this heavy mass of heat now sat solidly on top of them. Needless to say, the change in weather didn't help his persistent headaches at all. He was restless and dizzy and far too keyed up to try to go to bed. From out in the yard, he could see that the light in Kelly's room was off. She was asleep. He went farther into the yard, all the way to the fence. That was the shortest route into town provided you could make it over the fence. Dizzy or not, it took Tom about a half-second to climb, and another half-second to drop down into the neighbor's yard. In the distance, he could hear strains of music from the carnival that was in town, set up in the Catholic church parking lot. He headed toward it, hoping that a brisk walk there and back would at least make him tired enough to sleep. Despite her exhaustion, Kelly couldn't sleep. She heard the water running downstairs after the baseball game ended and her father got ready for bed. Slipping on her robe, she went out into the dark hallway and down the stairs. He'd left his bedroom door ajar, and she knocked on it as she pushed it open even farther. Charles had managed to get himself into bed, but it wouldn't be long before he could no longer do that. Every day he seemed a little bit skinnier, a little more frail. He was disappearing before her very eyes. "Can I get you anything?" Kelly asked through the lump in her throat. He shook his head, and she knew he was uncomfortable. "It's okay if you take one of the pills Dr. Grant prescribed." He looked at her, only briefly meeting her eyes before he looked away again. "I took one an hour ago. It was too soon to take another." "I can call the doctor," she told him, "see if it's not that bad." He nodded at her, dismissing her. "Good night." Frustration bloomed, choking her from inside out, and she couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't pretend to be the perfect Ashton daughter another minute longer, quiet and polite and careful not to be emotionally untidy for fear she'd upset her father. The man was dying. How bad could a little upset be compared to that? "Aren't you at all curious about what I did today?" she asked him, her voice a little too loud, a little too angry. She didn't give him time to answer before she continued, pulling up a chair to the side of his bed and sitting down. "Today I had a meeting with the parents of a little girl who's probably going to die of leukemia. Even though these days the odds of survival are high, this little girl is pretty frail. If the cancer doesn't kill her, the chemotherapy might be too much for her. She could die of an infection. She could catch a cold and her suppressed immune system might not be able to fight it off." I had to sit there and explain this to her parents, trying to give them hope while cautioning them about the potential outcome. Her voice shook. "I've done this before, but this time it was different. I know there's always a fighting chance, but this time, I honestly don't think this little girl is going to make it, and I knew her parents could tell. Daddy, it was one of the worst days of my life." Her father didn't say a word. He just sat there, leaning back against his pillows, staring down at the lump his feet made underneath the sheet and blanket as if he wished he were anywhere but there. "I probably should never have become a doctor," Kelly told him. She'd never admitted anything like this to him before. She'd never dared. "I'm not cut out for this. On the surface, I look fine, but inside I feel like I'm going to die." Kelly knew he wanted her to leave. He wanted her to take her whining and get the hell out of his room, leave him in peace. But she couldn't do that. She was running out of time. And if she wanted him to talk to her, then damn it, she was going to have to start by talking to him. Tough shit if he thought it was wrong. Tough shit if he found it offensive. He was the one who was wrong all these years. All those two stoic Ashtons were. Hold it inside, don't let it show, try not to feel. But you couldn't not feel, and keeping it trapped didn't make it go away. It would build and build, a terrible ball of pain and anger and joy, yes, even joy, because God forbid an Ashton should laugh too loudly in public. And nothing, not even the alcohol her father had soused himself with for years, could make those feelings disappear. She just had to do it. She had to open her mouth and talk to him. It was exactly like asking Tom to dinner, the way she'd done this afternoon. She just had to grit her teeth and make an attempt. because she knew for damn sure she'd never get what she wanted, a chance to truly know her father, if she simply and meekly continued to act the way she had in the past. "I came home today completely wrung out," she told him. "All I wanted to do was curl up somewhere and cry. You know, I cry a lot." His gaze flicked up to hers, but then he quickly looked away again. Cry. It was one of the most obscene words in the Ashton dictionary. "Don't worry, I usually don't let anyone see," she added. "But I completely lost it tonight when I was talking to Tom." Nothing. No response. She didn't even know if he was listening or if he was running mathematical equations in his head trying to shut her out. She felt a deeper flare of anger and hurt. "You know, I still have a crush on him. Ever since he's been back, I've been trying to figure out the best way to get him into bed." Her father started to cough. Yes, he was listening. Kelly helped him with his oxygen, and when he was finally breathing more easily again, he glared up at her. Eye contact. Jackpot. "Why on earth would you say something like that to me?" Honesty. Brutal honesty. She could do this. If she could ask Tom to dinner, if she could look Brenda and Bob McKenna in the eye and tell them little Betsy was probably going to die, she could do this. "I want you to know who I am. I know who you are. You don't know even a tiny fraction of, I know all that I want to know, thanks." "Really?" Kelly asked quietly, her heart tearing in half. How could he say that? "You honestly don't want to know any of my secrets? You don't want to know things like, she searched for something important, something she'd never told him or anybody. "Like, up until today, I've had two absolute best, golden days with memories that I'll cherish until the day I die. You don't want to know that one of those was a day I spent with you. You took me out in your sailboat. I think I was 12 and we got caught in a squall. Do you remember that?" No, he did. She knew he did. She could see the memory of the wind and waves in his eyes. "Instead of sending me below, you trusted me to help you get us safely back to shore," she continued. "And after the storm was over, that night when we finally got home, you gave me the Purple Heart you won in the war. I know you remember that." He didn't do more than stubbornly shake his head no. "I still have it, you know. You told me I was a good sailor," she said to him. "I was so proud that you thought so, but then Mom never let you take me out on the boat again." God, Kelly had wanted to be part of her father's life so badly. She'd had this crazy dream that together they'd race his sailboat. She'd help him win first prize again and again, and he'd tell her how much he loved her. You didn't fight very hard to get her to change her mind. You didn't even argue at all. You just lay down and let her win. I was so angry with you, I thought you were such a loser." Kelly couldn't believe those words had just come out of her proper Ashton mouth. Neither could Charles. He opened his own mouth, then shut it. "What?" Kelly said. "Please talk to me, Dad." "You never knew the seriousness of the situation that day on the boat," he finally said stiffly, stiltedly. "The truth was, I couldn't have made it back in without your help. It was sheer luck we didn't capsize. You weren't a strong swimmer and I was sure you'd drown, even with the life vest on. After that day, I didn't want to take you out on the boat again." Her father had been afraid that she would drown. Her father afraid. It was hard to imagine. He'd been so calm, practically blasé, even during the worst of the storm. But suddenly other things made sense. "That was when you signed me up for those awful early morning swimming lessons with the pool Nazis." She'd thought, despite his momentary lapse when he gave her that medal, that he simply didn't care for her and wanted her out of the house as often as possible. Charles actually looked at her now. "Pool Nazis." "Excuse me, Herr Commandant," Kelly said, making her voice that of a young child's. "But it's only 60 degrees this morning, and the water temperature is 52. I've heard of this thing called hypothermia. You will get into Z pool und you will stay warm by doing 200 laps of Z breaststroke, ja." Charles coughed. It might have been a laugh, but Kelly wasn't certain. "I had no idea. By the time I got my swimming certificate, the summer was over, and the next year you sold the sailboat." He shook his head. "I wasn't using it, and when someone made me an offer, you weren't using it because you were drinking." Well, there was an ugly little truth that came plopping out and now just lay there between them. Kelly spoke to fill the sudden, tense silence. My other perfect, golden day was when I wiped out on my bike at the bottom of High Meadow Road and completely bent the front wheel's rim. He harumphed. I'm noticing an alarming correlation between your idea of a perfect day and near catastrophes. His tone was less than pleasant, but God, at least he was still talking. After that drinking comment, Kelly had been certain he wasn't going to say another word. I had my first beer at a party that day, she admitted, and I thought I was going to throw up. When I left, I took the hill too fast, skidded into the corner and skinned my elbow. He sniffed. So naturally you remember it fondly. I was sitting by the side of the road when Tom came along on his motorcycle, Kelly told him. That's what I remember fondly. I spent the entire rest of the day and most of the evening with him just driving around. She smiled. We drove past this antiques fair, and we went in on the pretense of getting a soda, but I knew he really wanted to look at all the old stuff. He was so into the history of it and so nice to me, all day long. I'll never forget a single minute of that day. It was perfect, even the scraped elbow, because that's what made him stop to help me. She could still remember the way it had felt to ride on Tom's motorcycle with her arms wrapped tightly around him, her cheek against his back, her legs pressed against his thighs. She remembered later that same night, sitting next to him in Joe's station wagon with her bike in the back. I'm going to add today to my list of special days, Kelly told him, because even though it started out really dreadfully, it ended wonderfully. Daddy, when I came home and heard that you and Joe spent the day together without fighting, when I saw you in the living room, she started to blink back her tears but stopped, letting her eyes fill. Let him see how moved she'd been, how moved she still was. Let him see. I was so glad you've realized how precious this time is, this time you've got left especially for the people who love you. Charles closed his eyes, but he didn't order her to get out, so she pushed even harder. I know you don't want Joe to talk to that writer. I know you're angry with him, but I don't understand why. I'm still so afraid you're going to argue more, that you're going to say something in anger and then die before you can get a chance to take it back. I'm afraid you're going to die wishing you could erase your angry words without ever having found peace. Her voice shook. Daddy, I wish you would talk to me. I wish you would tell me what you and Joe have been fighting about. How can I help if I don't know what the problem is? I don't understand what could possibly come between two people who have been friends for as long as you've been. Charles was silent for so long, Kelly knew he wasn't going to answer. In fact, as she sat there, she was certain he'd shut her out so completely that he'd fallen asleep. I love you, she whispered, daring to say the words aloud. I want to feel as if I'm a part of your life, even just a small part. But then he spoke, his eyes still shut. It was a woman, he whispered. Her name was Sibylle Desjardins. The French name sounded musical on his lips, his French pronunciation flawless. She was with the resistance. She saved my life. She saved dozens of Allied flyers, scores of Jews. Everything she did was dedicated to defeating the Nazis. She thought nothing of risking her life to sabotage German railroad shipments and ammunition sites. She was incredibly brave and remarkably beautiful. Such eyes, such conviction. He looked up at Kelly and she realized with a jolt of shock that his eyes were swimming in unshed tears, and his lip, that stiff Ashton lip, actually trembled. I was married, he told her, and I knew Joe was in love with her, and Kelly took his hand, and for the first time in what seemed like forever, her father actually held on to her. A woman. This fight between Joe and Charles was over a woman. She never would have believed it possible, never in a million years. I still can't talk about her, he said, closing his eyes again. I can barely stand to think about her. What Joe wants to do will rip my heart out all over again. He wants to tell the whole story to the entire world. Kelly pushed her father's hair back from his face, aching for him, wishing he'd tell her more, knowing he'd already told her far more than she'd ever believed he would. A woman. Do you want me to talk to Joe? She asked gently. Do you want me to see if I can make him change his mind? I want what I can't have. Charles didn't open his eyes, and when he spoke again it was so quiet, Kelly wasn't certain he'd actually said the words aloud. 56 years, and still, all I want is to have her back. The baby oil was wicked disgusting. Mallory had come out of the bathroom after changing into one of the bathing suits from David's costume box to find Brandon smearing himself with baby oil. It was amazing. He was even better looking in person, with golden brown hair that shimmered and a ben a folk, perfect nose. He was tall, at least 5 inches taller than she was, with broad shoulders and anatomy textbook model muscles. His smile was a flash of quicksilver, his eyes a wondrous shade of blue. He was one of those people who was always in motion, filled with a kinetic energy that could knock you on your ass if you accidentally stepped into his path. She could picture him sitting in his lifeguard chair at the Baldwin's Bridge Hotel pool. Even slouched, he would be in motion, constantly swinging his whistle on its chain, wrapping and unwrapping it around his hand. The oil helps provide muscle definition for the camera. Brandon handed her the bottle. I hate to be forward, but if you slime some on my back, I'll slime some on yours. It was weird to touch him in a way that seemed so intimate, especially considering they were both wearing next to nothing. The top of the bathing suit David chose for her was a little too small, 2 triangles of thin fabric that tied around her neck and around her back, barely containing her megaboobs. The bottoms were cut high in the back, not quite a thong, but not the kind of suit her grandmother would have worn either. So, David tells me you live in Baldwin's Bridge year-round. Brandon took the bottle from her and spread oil across her shoulder blades. That must be so great. It was the first time she'd ever heard her status as a townie described as great, but she stayed silent. His hands felt too good against her skin for her even to open her mouth to speak. But he was done far too soon, and Mallory took the bottle back from him. She covered her legs and then the tops of her breasts and her stomach with the oil, aware that Brandon was watching her. David was glancing at her too, but he was less obvious about it than his friend. I'm going to need to take a shower after this, she said, suddenly terribly self-conscious. It was cold in here. She was freezing, a fact that neither of them could possibly have missed. God, she wanted a cigarette. That's no problem, David said quickly. I have a shower you can use in the bathroom. He blushed as if he realized how stupid he sounded. I hope you've got a shower in the bathroom, Mallory said. I mean, like, instead of in the bedroom closet. Brandon laughed as if she were Jerry Seinfeld. It wasn't that funny still. His laughter was so infectious she couldn't help smiling back at him. He took her hand, his was still slimy, but otherwise very nice, and pulled her onto a sheet that was spread out on the floor. They stood on it, in front of a bare white wall, looking like a thoroughly slimed-up version of Frankie and Annette from one of those campy beach movies. Except Frankie and Annette never wore bathing suits like these. Brandon kept up a constant chatter as David looked through his camera and did things with his light meter. This is the boring part, he told her. Once Saul actually gets behind the camera and starts shooting, it's a lot more fun. And tonight it's going to be even more fun than usual. He winked at her. He was the first guy she'd ever met who could actually pull that off. Winking made most guys just look stupid. He's making sure he's got the right amount of light for every little last detail. David held the meter up to her face, then lowered it so his hand was nearly touching the tops of her breasts. He was completely focused on whatever that little box was showing him. He looked from the light meter to her breasts completely dispassionately, though then to the meter and to her breasts again. Every detail, Mallory echoed. As in, every nipple. Excuse me, David, are you having fun down there? Brandon shouted with laughter, and David looked up at her in surprise, directly into her eyes. As she gazed back at him, she saw her words finally penetrate his intense concentration, saw as he realized what she'd said. His gaze dropped back to her breasts as for a fraction of a second he really looked at her before he forced his eyes up guiltily to her face. and he blushed. Again. "I'm sorry. Honestly, I don't mean to be disrespectful." She believed him. He was painfully sincere. No one was that good an actor. "Any chance we can turn down the Instafreeze setting on the air conditioner?" She asked him. "I'm sorry," he said again, blinking at her from behind his windshield. "Are you cold? I didn't realize." "Are you kidding?" she asked. "Am I cold? Hello? You want to look at me again, Einstein, this time with your eyes open." Brandon laughed again as David did a quick about-face, lunging for the industrial-size air conditioner laboring in the window across the room. Bran usually complains about being too hot under the lights. David adjusted the temperature control, his face pink again. It wouldn't take much to keep him blushing all night long. "Maybe I should offer a complete apology in advance. I get pretty intense when I'm working, but please, I want you to know, I absolutely do not intend any disrespect." He was completely embarrassed. In fact, it was more like mortified. He didn't intend any disrespect. It was funny, but besides her Uncle Tom and her great-uncle Joe, Mallory couldn't think of a single person who actually intended to be respectful when they interacted with her. "I think you're quite possibly the most uniquely beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life," David continued. "But I'm also well aware that there's substantially more to you than your body and face. And if at any point tonight I start to treat you like some kind of object, please let me know. And please keep in mind that it's not intentional, at all, whatsoever." "Go, Saul," Brandon said. "Way to sling the woo." This time it was Mallory whose face was heating up. She'd heard a lot of bullshit compliments in her life, all intended to get her into the backseat of some loser's car, but this was different. David actually meant what he'd said. He was serious. It was incredibly sweet. He was incredibly sweet. For a dork, anyway. "Well, thanks," Mallory said. "I think you're completely full of shit, but thanks," David laughed. "Now, how did I know you were going to say that?" She laughed too. It was funny, his smile was nearly as nice as Brandon's, and when he looked at her like that, gazing into her eyes, "Ditto all that from me too, babe." Brandon grabbed her hand and spun her in a circle away from David. "I'm definitely the co-president of your fan club." David cleared his throat. "Maybe we should get started." "Absolutely. Once we start, it'll really warm up," Brandon told her, waggling his eyebrows, his smile promising heat of a completely different kind. She tried to pull her hand free, but Brandon held on to her tightly, despite the slippery oil. "Have you done any acting?" David asked her. "A little." Mallory thought of all those times she'd walked through the halls of the high school, pretending that she didn't give a damn what the other kids said behind her back. Sure, a little, provided 99% of her life could be defined as a little. "Nightshade, the character you're helping me with, is 17 years old, David told her. "She's still in high school, and when she's her alter ego Nikki, she's, well, a loner, I guess. With the exception of another character named Hubert, she doesn't have any friends." "Well, hey, that shouldn't be too much of a stretch for her." "How old are you anyway?" Brandon asked. 18. "So doesn't that mean you just graduated, right? Congratulations." Brandon looked over at David and grinned. "She's 18 and she just graduated. Great news, huh?" "I thought you were in a hurry to get out of here tonight," David said evenly. "Me? No way. I can't think of anywhere else I'd rather be than right here, wearing my lovely little Speedo, flexing my abs, playing superheroes with my new friend Mallory." Brandon rubbed Mallory's arm as if trying to warm her up. His thumb accidentally brushed against her breast. "Let's do this before the woman freezes to death." Mallory stepped slightly away from him. "What's Nightshade's deal?" "She's got super X-ray night vision," Brandon told her. "And she can fly or something, right?" "She can completely dematerialize," David corrected him. "What she does is kind of like what the transporter does on Star Trek, except she can change the state of her molecules at will. She doesn't need a machine to do it. When she's dematerialized, she can move more quickly from place to place, which, yeah, is kind of like flying. But when she gets to her destination, it takes about an hour for her to rematerialize. And while she's rematerializing, she can't fight. She's got none of her powers except her ability to see in the dark. She's completely vulnerable. Mallory knew all about being vulnerable. When she's materialized, she's a kick-ass fighter, Brandon volunteered. Martial arts, you name it, she's down with it. She's pretty much invincible. No fear, you know. No fear. Now that would require some acting. Okay, David said, retreating back behind his camera. Let's do it. Doing it with pleasure, Brandon murmured, waggling his perfect eyebrows at her again. The pain pills Charles was taking didn't blot out things the way a good, stiff drink used to. With gin, a man could just keep pouring himself drink after drink until the memories faded into nothingness. But his pain medication was rationed, and he couldn't keep taking pill upon pill. Well, he supposed he could, but Kelly, for one, would frown upon it. Kelly. She'd always tried to please him until tonight. Tonight she'd let him have it everything he deserved. Well, not quite everything. She'd gone easy with the scorn and derision. With his eyes closed, he could see her at 3, at 7, at 13, with her bright eyes and her brilliant mind and that impossibly sweet face. But even Kelly, as much as he'd loved her, hadn't been able to take away the emptiness that rotted him from the inside out. Only gin could numb that, and far too often even the gin wasn't enough. Charles kept his eyes shut, breathing as deeply as he could without coughing, pretending he was asleep. After 3 failed marriages, if there was one thing he was good at, it was pretending he was asleep. Kelly kissed him on the cheek. "Good night, Daddy. I love you." She loved him. After over 30 years of behaving like a son of a bitch, his daughter still somehow managed to love him. But it still wasn't enough. God, what was wrong with him? He heard the bedroom door close gently, and he opened his eyes, stared up at the ceiling. His room was dimly lit from the night light Kelly'd left on in the bathroom. The pill he'd taken an hour ago made him feel as if he were floating just a little above the bed. It took the edge off the constant pain, but it didn't stop the memories. France. 1944 / the summer after Normandy. He blinked and suddenly it was bright as midday in his room. He blinked again and it wasn't his room any longer. It was Sibyll's kitchen. He wasn't 80 and dying, he was 24 and healing. He was doing well. He could shuffle around with a cane. Sibyl had taken out the stitches in his side and his shoulder, and he'd taken off his sling just the day before. Sibyl, who thought he was some kind of hero because he went back into that church for some child who'd been left behind. He didn't know why he'd done it. He couldn't even remember it clearly. The entire battle was a blur. When he'd felt the bullets hit him, he'd been sure he was dead. Yet here he was, still taking up space, although thankfully not space in a Kraut-Pow camp. Instead, he was the great American hero in this small-town French resistance headquarters. Joe Paoletti, Charles was supposed to call him Giuseppe, was 100 times the man Charles was. He was Os, for crying out loud, yet no one gave him an extra egg for dinner. And even if they did, he wouldn't have eaten it. He was too much of a hero not to give it to someone else who needed the nourishment more. Despite the fact that Joe was an overachiever in the hero department, despite his intensity and too serious nature, Charles liked the man. How could he not? It would have been like disliking Jesus. It was only a matter of days before Sibyl and Joe and the others were to smuggle Charles back to the Allied side of the line. He couldn't wait to leave. Compared to the alternative's death and its second cousin, life in a Nazi concentration camp, Charles's life here in Ste. Helene was pleasant enough. He didn't dare set foot outdoors in daylight since Sibyl's house was 5 doors down from one of the highest-ranking Nazis in town, but that was just as well. For him, as for most of the men, days were mostly lazy. Henry, the 2 men he dubbed Luke Un and Luke Jew, and the others rarely went out in the daytime. They did most of their movement at night, venturing forth only in the shadows like ghouls or vampires. They'd return to Sibyl's house before dawn and sleep on the kitchen floor until noon or later, hiding out from the Germans. Sibyl and the other women, however, lived 2 lives. They lived in the nighttime world of the men, often participating in their missions despite the dangers. But they lived in the regular world as well, cooking for the small army of resistance fighters who dozed on the kitchen floor, cleaning, doing the laundry, fishing in the river. Sibylle took in mending to earn money to buy flour for bread. She and the other women didn't sit still without a sock and a darning needle in their hands. It seemed ironic her best customers were the Nazi soldiers who patrolled the streets of the town. Their worn socks appeared in Sibylle's basket again and again, and St. Joe was as tireless as Sibylle. He spent much of his days, even those when he was up, until dawn out in the small plot of land behind Sibylle's house. He turned every workable inch of dirt into a vegetable garden, and he tended it more carefully than a miser would tend to a chestful of gold, coaxing precious food from the soil. For a kid from New York City, he had one hell of a green thumb. Charles's French was improving, or rather, his understanding of what the others were saying was improving. He still couldn't speak the language despite Sibylle's gentle tutoring. She would laugh at his attempts, though. Frankly, it was worth it to fail just to hear her laughter. He told her all about Baldwin's Bridge in English, about lazy summers by the ocean, about his years at Harvard, and she would tell him in French about life in Ste, hailing before the Nazi invasion. Her husband and son had been killed by the Germans, and Sibylle's heart was still broken. She'd never said as much, but Charles knew it was so. She'd asked him in turn about Jenny. It had been one of those hot afternoons a week or so after his arrival when Charles had reached into Sibylle's basket and pulled out a sock and a needle. Sibylle had laughed at him. "Don't tell me they taught mending at your Harvard University," she'd teased. "No such luck. I'm going to have to ask you to teach me to do this," he'd said, and she'd laugh some more as if he'd made the biggest joke of the whole war. "I'm sitting here doing nothing," he'd insisted. "Woman's work be damned. I'm going out of my mind. Show me how to do this. God knows I eat the bread you make from the money you earn darning these socks." Her eyes had grown wide as she realized he wasn't joking. Henry and the Lukes refused to learn. It was all I could do to get them to help with the cooking. Henry and the Lukes are asses. Charles put his finger through the hole in the toe of the sock and waggled it at her. "Get over here and teach me. I want to help." Laughing again, She'd had to sit close to show him what to do. Her work-roughened fingers were cool against his, her thighs soft against his uninjured leg. She'd pulled her long hair up into a haphazard pile on her head, and several dark wisps lay against the long, graceful paleness of her neck. Her dress was old and loose and made of patched and faded cotton, and she smelled of cheap soap. She was too skinny from years of giving most of her dinner away to the people using her attic as a temporary stop on their dangerous road to freedom, and her collarbone stood out starkly on her chest. And when she turned and looked into his eyes from just those few inches away, it had been the closest Charles had ever come, at that point in his life, to a religious experience. Yet he knew that if she'd walked past him on the streets of Baldwin's Bridge, he never would have given her a second glance. He never would have taken the time to look into her eyes and see who she really was. She was everything he wasn't, everything Jenny wasn't. They'd sat on that bench for quite some time, heads closed together, hands occasionally touching as she corrected him, as he tried to make his two large fingers move like Sibylle's. It was hard as hell to do women's work indeed. But finally he'd finished. One clumsily darned sock to 6 of Sibylle's. And yet she applauded him, her brown eyes sparkling with admiration and warmth. He took another sock from the basket and doggedly set to work. He could tell from the way she watched him that she'd expected him to stop after one. But there were 60 more socks in that basket that needed mending. At his current pace, he'd be done by next Wednesday. But it wasn't as if he had a whole hell of a lot else to do. He could feel Sibylle watching him, but he didn't dare let himself look up again. He knew he'd see hero worship in her eyes. And sure, while he wanted her to like him, he wanted her to like him for the man he really was, not because of some twisted misconception. Maybe he'd been a hero by accident, but those days were behind him now. "First thing I'm going to do when I get back to Baldwin's Bridge," he told her, "is absolutely nothing. I'm going to sit on the front porch of my father's summer house, and for about 2 months I'm going to do nothing but eat steak at every meal and watch the tides turn." He glanced up. Big mistake. He tried to bluster on, tried to make a joke. "I'm going to talk Joe into coming with me, and I'm going to pay him thousands of dollars to plant a flower garden in my backyard. No turnips, no cabbage, just flowers." He saw it coming, saw her lean toward him, saw her gaze drop briefly to his mouth, and his heart nearly stopped beating. He didn't close his eyes until her lips brushed his in the gentlest of kisses. It was achingly sweet and over far too soon. He didn't reach for her, he didn't move. He couldn't. He was married. He had no business kissing anyone but Jenny. But God, he wanted Sibylle. He might have given in to the temptation to haul her into his arms and kiss her again, hard, until the room spun, had she not stood up and moved halfway across the kitchen. She turned to face him, but she couldn't hold his gaze. "Thank you," she said. Charles nodded. He even somehow managed to smile. He let them both pretend that that had been a kiss of gratitude, even though they both knew damned well it had been so much more. Chapter 10. Okay, that's it. David straightened up from behind his camera, suddenly acutely aware that Bran was still kissing Mallory. His friend lifted his head just long enough to say, "Aw, come on, take a few more," before he kissed her again. "I don't need more." David managed to say it evenly instead of shouting, "God damn it, stop kissing her. I only needed a few." Every time he'd drawn Marcus and Webster kissing in Wingmasters, Wren had claimed the picture was unidentifiable and had made him draw it over again. This time, for Nightshade, David was determined to work from a photo, but it's not like there's going to be a lot of kissing in this story. He turned around so he wouldn't have to watch Mallory with her mouth locked on Brandon's and her fingers in his wavy blonde hair. Somehow it had looked a little less real through his camera's lens. Besides, I'm out of film. He may as well have spoken Swahili for all the attention either one of them paid him. He crossed to the refrigerator, grabbed himself a can of soda, and opened it with a loud crack. He drank nearly the whole thing with his back still turned. "Wow," he heard Bran murmur to Mallory. "I kind of forgot where I was for a minute there." "No shit, Sherlock." David drained the rest of the soda and crushed the aluminum can in his hands. "Do you want to?" Bran laughed self-consciously. "This is going to sound crazy, but..." He laughed again. "But from the first moment I saw you, I felt a connection." David tossed the can into the bag he had for recyclables and sat down at his drawing table, suddenly exhausted. It was after 11 and he had to be dressed and at the restaurant ready to wait tables in less than 5 hours. "From the first moment I saw you, I felt this incredible connection between us," Bran whispered. "Destiny. It was destiny." "Yeah, right." David had heard Bran use these particular lines far too many times. At the beach, at a college party, on that camping trip they'd taken when they were both 18. The really stupid thing was, if David ever tried slinging that kind of crap around, he'd probably be tarred and feathered and run out of town. But Brandon got away with it. When Bran used it, he got laid. Talk about destiny. "It's like destiny," Bran said now to Mallory. "Here it came. I've never felt anything like this before." David couldn't stop himself from glancing over at them as he savagely sharpened his pencil. Bran still held her loosely in his arms. She could have pulled away if she wanted to. Obviously, she didn't want to. "I've never felt anything like this before," Bran said so sincerely, "except for the 467 other times. Come on, Nightshade, use your super night vision to see clear through this son of a bitch." It wasn't that David didn't like Brandon, because he truly did. They'd been best friends for as long as he could remember, but the thought of Bran taking Mallory home tonight, the thought of them together making love in Bran's apartment just downstairs from David, was too much to deal with. He knew all it would take to stop it was 4 little words in Brandon's ear: "I like this girl." Bran would back off, but where would that leave David? With a girl who'd rather be with Brandon. "Come out with me tonight," Brandon murmured. "Are you hungry? We could go get something to eat." David started to draw rough sketches of Nightshade after Nightshade, running, jumping, flying, fighting evil at her most invincible. He tried not to listen, tried not to care when Mallory finally spoke. "I'm kind of gross with all this baby oil on me. Sully already said he didn't mind if you used his shower." Brandon pushed her toward David's bathroom as if it were a given she'd agree to go with him. "I'll run and use my own. I live right downstairs." She hesitated, glancing over at David. "I'm not sure. Hey, we can go over to that carnival, grab a burger, and take a ride on the Ferris wheel." She lit up, and David knew it was over. But then again, who was he kidding? He knew it was a given she'd spend tonight with Brandon before he'd even asked her to pose for him. "It's still in town, isn't it?" Brandon asked. "You know that carnival in the church parking lot?" "It's here until Sunday," Mallory told him. "Great. Come on, what do you say?" David kept his eyes glued to his sketch of Nightshade. "All right," was what she said. "Well, all right." Bran headed for the door. "I'll be back in 10. Slimed. Later, dude," he called to David, slamming the door behind him. David heard her hesitate, but he didn't look up. He just kept drawing. Finally, the bathroom door closed and locked, and he heard the shower go on. He put his pencil down. There was a small mirror over by the door. He slipped down off his stool and crossed toward it, looking at his reflection. After over an hour of shooting, his hair was standing up straight in places. He looked as if he'd put his finger in a light socket. He tried to push it down, but that only made it worse. And his glasses. The tape and the safety pin didn't add to the fact that his glasses were about 15 years out of fashion. The lenses were huge and thick and heavy as hell, a far cry from the little oval-shaped frames he now saw people wearing all over the place. He hadn't noticed the new style until yesterday when Bran had pointed it out. David drawn a few sketches of his Julian character in civilian mode, with glasses on, and Bran had told him no one who looked like Julian would be caught dead in nerd glasses like the ones he'd drawn. Nerd glasses. They'd been just like David's. It seemed ridiculous. Glasses were merely a valuable instrument he used to enable himself to see. Why should it matter what they looked like? Why should it matter what he looked like? He took his glasses off and leaned closer to the mirror, squinting at himself in the glass. It wasn't as if he were some kind of a horrible, deformed monster. His eyes, nose, and mouth were all in relatively normal places on his face. Still, he was no Brandon, that was for sure. But the flip side was that Brandon was no David either. And David wouldn't trade his intelligence and his innate drawing talent for Brandon's looks. Not in a million years. That was a no-brainer. He had a hell of a lot going for him, and if Mallory was too shallow to see that, if she cared more about the kind of beauty that was only skin deep, if she was completely swept away by Brandon's body and face, well, hypocrite. He was a complete hypocrite. The reason he'd followed Mallory around town for days had nothing to do with her sharp sense of humor and her refreshingly acerbic personality. He'd followed her because she had a great ass, world-class breasts, and a face that was the perfect mix of exotic woman and sweet child. He'd followed her because he'd been completely swept away by her body and face. The shower went off, and he put his glasses back on, quickly crossing back to his drawing table. He sat there pretending to be engrossed by his sketch when the bathroom door opened several minutes later. Mallory had put her clothes back on, but her hair was wet. She ran her fingers through it as she stood just outside the bathroom, clearly ill at ease. Brandon wasn't back yet. It was just Mallory and David. Alone. Again, David didn't say a word. He just kept drawing. From the corner of his eye, he saw her square her shoulders. She came toward him. It was the dead last thing he'd expected her to do. "Look it," she said. I know you probably think I'm an asshole because I said one thing and now I'm doing another. He only does short term." David looked up at her. "Sometimes not more than one night stands. Don't expect more than that from him." She laughed. "God, I'm not gonna," she broke off. "I guess you have no reason to believe anything I say, but I swear I'm just going to ride on the Ferris wheel with him. You don't need to give me any explanations. I'm not going to judge you for doing what you want to do." David just kept on drawing. "So you miscalculated your reaction to Bran. Big deal. If I were a girl, I would have slept with him a long time ago." She pulled his other stool up to the table. "I'm not going to sleep with him. That's not what he thinks." "My God." She leaned closer to look at the sketches he'd done. "You are so good." "Hold it right there, don't move," he ordered her, pulling a fresh sheet of paper in front of him. She was looking at him with such wonder, such admiration, he wanted to capture it. With her hair wet, she looked both tougher and more vulnerable, her eyes enormous in her face. He drew her swiftly, and with just a few quick lines he managed to catch her energy, her soul, or whatever that life force was that burned so fiercely inside of her. It was a selfish thing to do, drawing her that way, telling her not to move, forcing her to give him her full attention, to look at him while he took in every millimeter of her face. He took longer than he needed, doing some shading, adding more detail than he normally would have. But finally he was done, and still holding her gaze, he pushed it toward her. Mallory stared at him just a moment longer before she looked down. She turned the sketch to face her, gazing at it for a long time before she looked back at him. "Is this her?" she finally asked. "Nightshade," he shook his head. "No, that one's all you." She looked at the sketch again. "This is really how you see me?" She shook her head. "I don't know, but that's not what I see when I look into the mirror." He could hear Brandon's footsteps coming up the outside stairs, and he stood, turning away from her. "Have fun tonight." "I just want to go to the carnival with him." "Everyone from school hangs out there," she said. "I just want to show up there with him. I want those bitches to see me out with this guy." David turned back. She was leaning toward him, intensity in her eyes. "It's a shitty reason for going with him," she admitted. "I know that, I'm a jerk. But just once I want—" The door opened and Hurricane Brandon swept in. "Ready, babe." "I want to be the one who's envied for a change," Mallory whispered, her eyes begging David to understand, "instead of the one doing the envying. It's stupid, I know. You probably don't understand." Brandon caught sight of himself in the mirror and made a slight adjustment to his still wet hair. "Come on, I'm starving. Let's blow this joint." Mallory stood up, folding the drawing carefully and putting it into her pocket as Brandon came toward her. He put his arm around her waist as if he had every right to touch her, his hand sliding possessively beneath the bottom edge of her shirt, his fingers touching what David knew had to be the warm softness of her skin. As he watched, Bran pulled her toward the door, and then they were gone. What Mallory had said wasn't stupid, and David did understand. Being best friends with Bran, he knew a thing or two about envy. Tom was in the convenience store when he saw him. The man at the counter buying a pack of cigarettes and a lottery ticket wasn't the merchant. He was about the same height as the merchant, but he was much younger, in his early 20s, with dark curly hair and average brown eyes. Tom had made note of him mostly that he wasn't the merchant when he'd come into the store to get a cola and some pain reliever. The brisk walk into town hadn't made him feel better. In fact, it had made his head pound even harder. He grabbed a soda from the wall of refrigerators in the back of the store, wishing he'd taken something for his headache before he'd left the house, wishing he hadn't come quite this far, because now he had to walk all the way back. All the way. It was a mile at the most. What was wrong with him that he should be daunted at the idea of having to walk a mere mile? He headed toward the checkout counter, and that's when he saw it. The dark-haired young man left the store, pushing open the door with his right hand. And on the back of that hand he had a small, round, dark mark. A tattoo. Tom wasn't close enough to see the details, see if it was, indeed, the merchant's mark, the stylized open eye. but it was round and it was the right size. He might have been mistaken. It might have been a coincidence, except for the fact that he didn't believe in coincidences. In the very same small town where he'd spotted the merchant, he also coincidentally sees a man with a round tattoo on the back of his hand. Not a chance. His head was pounding and he felt sick to his stomach, but he'd been a SEAL long enough to know exactly what he had to do. He had to follow the dark-haired man covertly, without him knowing he was being followed. He had to see where this guy was going, possibly find out where he was staying, and he had to try to get close enough to get another look at that mark on his hand. Sorry, changed my mind. Tom set the bottle of soda down on the counter as he swiftly moved past it toward the door. His headache and nausea faded to a dull background hum as he stepped out of the store and into the humid summer heat. The night was sharper now, clearer. He had a renewed sense of purpose and the entire world had an edge. He saw the dark-haired man walking across the convenience store parking lot to shit. As Tom watched, the man pulled an old touring bicycle from the bike rack, climbed on and began to pedal away. Tom jogged to the rack, but the only other bike there was securely locked. Double shit. He could follow on foot, but running after a bike didn't exactly qualify as covert. Unless he was wearing shorts and sneakers, a t-shirt. As long as the dark-haired man didn't go too fast. Tom took off down the street at the fastest pace he could get away with and still look as if he were out for a leisurely recreational run. For a small town, Baldwin's Bridge was hopping. It was 23:30, and the downtown area from the honey farms all the way past the hotel and marina, all the way to the beach, was still brightly lit and crowded with people. Tourists and vacationers and high school students were out in droves, wandering the quaint brick-paved streets. The music from the distant church carnival down by the beach gave the town an even more festive air. The dark-haired man on the bike was moving faster than most of the strollers, but not by much. Brick roads, even ones as carefully kept as those in Baldwin's Bridge, could be hell on a bike rider. Tom knew that from experience. Riding too fast could make a man feel as if he'd spent an hour with his balls being shaken by a hardware store's paint mixer. But Tom had to push himself faster as the dark-haired man turned the corner onto Webster Street, heading toward the beach and the church carnival. Webster Street had regular pavement and a slight downward slope to it. By the time Tom reached the bottom, he was running as fast as he could, and the dark-haired man was still pulling away from him. He'd soaked his t-shirt through, and his legs and lungs were on fire. He hadn't run too often since his release from the hospital, certainly not this hard, never this far. And he hadn't run at all over the past few days, not with the headaches he'd been having. Still, this should have been nothing. This was a garden party compared to the running he'd done regularly with Team 16. Jesus, take a few months off, and it's all over. The pounding in his head had moved to a very prominent place in the foreground, directly behind his left eye, in fact. Tom staggered slightly as the road in front of him seemed to shift and heave. He forced himself to keep his eyes on the dark-haired man. He'd slowed slightly because of the crowds around the entrance to the church parking lot, but Tom had to slow down too. His ears were roaring and the world was spinning, one foot in front of the other. He'd done this before he could do it again. Music was blaring from speakers, and barkers trying to draw the attention of the crowd were shouting over it. The bright lights, spinning dizzily with the carnival rides, only added to the chaos of the jostling crowds. Tom could barely focus, barely see. He searched for the dark-haired man, but he was gone, completely swallowed by the crowd and confusion. He lurched forward, unwilling or maybe just unable to give up. The frowning face of a disapproving mother flashed into his line of sight as a wide-eyed boy was yanked out of Tom's path. He wanted, he had to get out of this crowd, and he pushed his way to a clearing by the side of a food stand, desperate for air, but able to fill his lungs with only the cloyingly sweet scent of fried dough. Hands on his knees, he tried to catch his breath, tried to grab hold of his equilibrium, tried to make the world stop moving and the lights stop swaying. And there it was, a bike, leaning up against the railing of the tilt-a-whirl. It was quite possibly the dark-haired man's bike, although Tom wasn't completely sure. He couldn't seem to focus well enough to see it clearly. Tom moved toward it, back out into the crowd, searching for the dark-haired man. Christ, where were those blinding lights when he needed them? The people lined up to ride the tilt-a-whirl were standing in the shadows, and because of that, they all seemed to have dark hair. Tom looked instead for the tattoo. Right hands, right, he saw it. But then he saw another, and there were dozens of them. He was standing here, literally surrounded by dozens of members of the merchant's secret organization. Pain knifed behind his eyes. Jesus, that didn't make sense. That was wrong. It had to be wrong. He fought the haze, searching for the reason, and cell size. Yeah, he knew for a fact that the merchant never operated with a cell of more than 10, usually more like 6 or 7. Yet there it was. That round mark, the merchant's eye. Everywhere he looked, everyone had one. He tried to look more closely, tried to see it more clearly, but his vision was blurred. He had to sit down. He had to. One of the tattooed hands reached out to him. Tom, oh my God, are you all right? The hand was attached to an arm, which by following it led him to a face. A familiar female face. Mallory, Angie's daughter. No, it was two Mallorys. They were both looking at him as if from a very great distance. Since when had she been recruited by the merchant? He grabbed her hand, pulling it closer to his eyes, and it wasn't an eye or even a tattoo. It's a fucking clown's face, he said, his voice distant over the roaring in his ears. It was a badly smudged ink stamp of Bozo the Clown. Everyone had a fucking clown face on their hand. You pay $10 for the stamp, the Mallorys told him in eerie unison. How the hell could she sound so far away when he was holding onto her hand? And then you can ride all you want until the carnival closes at 1. Tom sank to his knees. Jesus, Tom. Mallory crouched down next to him as he let go of her hand and dropped to all fours. He just needed to rest. You know this guy? Another voice, male, almost as young as Mallory, came from just as far away. He's my uncle, he heard her say. I think he's completely shit-faced. Brand, do you have a car? I need to get him home. No. Mal, I think I have to go now. Oh, Mallory said. Well, sure. This is just a little too weird for me, you know, no offense, but I'll see you around sometime. Right, sure, I'll see you. Asshole. Tom didn't realize he'd said it aloud until Mallory laughed. You got that right, she said. I'm sorry, but it would be a little too effing weird for me just to leave you here to get rolled or picked up by the police. I'm sorry, he muttered through his haze of gray. I'm not. But he couldn't remember what it was that he wasn't. He focused on a sorry-looking patch of grass directly in front of him, focused on not giving in to the grayness. There was a reason he couldn't just put his face on the ground and give up, wasn't there? Don't worry about it, she told him. He was pretty much looking for a way to ditch me after I turned down his generous offer to jump my bones, like that was my grand prize for going out with him. Last of the romantics, she laughed again. Come on, Tommy, back on your feet. Do you think you can walk? Am I walking now? Not exactly. She tugged at him and he tried to help her, but his body was uncooperative. Come on, Tom, I'll get you home. Just lean on me. Kelly couldn't sleep. She sat out on her balcony, pretending she wasn't gazing at the dark windows of Joe's cottage. She wasn't gazing at just any windows. The windows she particularly wasn't gazing at were Tom's bedroom windows. She willed him to get up out of bed and turn on his light. She willed him out his door, out of Joe's house and across the driveway. She bet he could climb up onto her balcony effortlessly. And she'd been waiting almost 17 years for him to do just that. She willed him to come to her rescue, to save her from this sleeplessness that haunted her, from her anger and her grief and her pain. It wouldn't be the first time Tom had come to her rescue. She'd been 15 the first time he'd saved her. She'd arrived home from school to find that her father had consumed his physical limit of evening martinis about 5 hours too early and had crash-landed in the middle of the kitchen floor. She'd searched for Joe, desperate to get her father to his bedroom before her mother came home, desperate to avoid the start of World War III. But it was Tom she'd found, gleaming with sweat, at his pile of weights back behind the garage. And after he'd helped her wrestle Charles into bed, Kelly had started in on her litany of excuses. "I don't know what happened," she said. "He must have slipped on some water in the kitchen. Maybe he's not feeling well, the flu's going around. Maybe he had the flu and he was dizzy and he slipped on some water in the kitchen, and Kelly, I know your father's drunk." Tom hadn't let her get away with any of it. "I could smell the alcohol on him." Kelly had been shocked. Charles Ashton was an investment banker. He'd never missed a day of work because of his drinking, but from the moment he came home till the moment he went to bed at night, he always had a glass of something potent in his hand. He wasn't a public drunk, though. He'd sit out on the deck or in front of the TV and just quietly fade away. You were safe if you didn't get too close. If you did, he would lash out with that acerbic tongue, that scalding sarcasm. Nothing was good enough, no answer was acceptable. There had been nothing she could say that wouldn't warrant the response of some belittling comment from her father, so Kelly had learned to keep her distance. And she'd never, ever brought friends home with her. That was her rule number one. She followed it devoutly, especially when Charles went into semi-retirement. He worked from an office in Baldwin's Bridge from 9 to 12. And then he came home and sat in that same damn deck chair all afternoon until he staggered off to bed shortly after dinner. "I know he drinks himself to sleep every night," Tom had told her all those years ago, gently lifting her chin so that she had to look into his eyes. "I take the trash to the dump. I see the bottles. You don't have to pretend with me." Kelly was mortified. Someone besides her and her mother knew. Tom knew. "Don't tell," she begged, suddenly afraid that she might throw up, afraid she might make it even worse by bursting into tears. "Please don't tell anyone." "Oh," he said quickly, "no way, you don't have to worry about that because I wouldn't. I won't. That stuff's private. You can trust me." He was so kind, sitting next to her on the stone wall that framed one end of the driveway. And for the first time that Kelly could remember, she'd actually been able to drop her upbeat pretense of optimism. For the first time, she'd finally had a chance to unload a little of her despair and anger at her father. None of her friends knew her father drank the way he did, and it was such a relief to finally have someone to talk to about it, someone she didn't have to, as he'd said, pretend around. And for a few weeks, in the magical evenings of the early summer, when Kelly went out in the yard to her tree swing after dinner, Tom would often appear and they'd talk. Sometimes for hours. Sometimes about her father, but mostly about nothing. Anything. Everything. Kelly's friendship with Tom was based on a soul-bearing level of honesty she'd never had before, and it was incredibly precious to her. For a while she even dared to hope he had a crush on her, too. But one day he just stopped coming out to the swing about the time she heard from her friends that wild Tom Paoletti was dating Darcy Tompkins. Darcy was a senior who owned a red convertible and had a reputation for taking her own top down as well on the deserted beach over by Sandy Hook. It hadn't been until later that summer that, once again, Tom had come to Kelly's rescue. That had been one of Kelly's precious, golden days. She'd fallen off her bike and skinned her elbow miles away from her house, up by Lenelman's orchards, coming home from a party at Ellen Fritz's. Tom had come by on his motorcycle, probably on his way to Ellen's, but he stopped when he saw her sitting on the side of the road, her front wheel irreparably bent. It was awkward at first, but it didn't take long for them to fall into their old, familiar, easy conversation. They drove around for hours that afternoon and evening, first on his Harley, her arms tightly wrapped around him. God, that had been paradise. Later they rode around in Joe's station wagon after going back to pick up her bike. They'd stopped to walk through an antiques fair that filled the streets of nearby Salem, and they'd shared a large order of fried clams and French fries from the Grey Gull Grill down by the water, and they'd talked and laughed for hours and hours. It had been a wonderful, magical day, and when it was nearly midnight, they'd been down by the marina, stopped at a traffic light. Kelly could remember gazing at Tom, her heart in her throat, wanting him to kiss her so badly, and when he turned to look at her, she didn't remember moving, but she must have. Both of his hands were on the steering wheel. Still, somehow, it happened. She was kissing him finally kissing him. He made a low, desperate sound in the back of his throat as he pulled her closer, as he swept his tongue into her mouth. Kelly had never been kissed like that before, and in the back of her mind she thought she should probably be shocked, but she wasn't. It was too perfect, too right. He tasted like the chocolate ice cream they'd shared, like the salty ocean air, like freedom. Kissing Tom was everything she'd imagined and more. Someone honked behind them, and Kelly looked up to see that the light had turned green. Tom hit the gas and with a squeal of tires pulled the station wagon into the bank parking lot, skidding to a stop. He killed the engine and pulled her back to him, kissing her again and again. It was paradise. "Oh God," he breathed, leaning back to look into her eyes. "Make me stop. I shouldn't be doing this." His hands were in her hair and he was breathing hard. She didn't want him to stop, so she kissed him the way he'd kissed her, deeply, fiercely, stroking his tongue with hers, sucking him with her lips. He made that same low sound, and she knew despite her inexperience, she'd kissed him the way he liked to be kissed. Still, he pulled away. "My God, you're dangerous." She was instantly uncertain. "Don't you, but that was how you kissed me." He made a noise that wasn't quite a groan, wasn't quite laughter. "How many boys have you kissed, Kelly?" She couldn't meet his gaze. "I don't know exactly, I don't keep track." He didn't say anything, he just watched her. "One," she whispered, "and it wasn't anything like this." She melted into the beautiful hazel green of his eyes. "Nothing's ever felt like this. I want to kiss you forever." "You're so sweet," he murmured, and this time when he kissed her he was gentle, his mouth soft, almost delicate against her lips. It was the most wonderful sensation she'd ever known. "I really have to take you home now," he told her quietly. "It's not that late," she dared to say. "We could go down to the beach." That was where the high school lovers went to park, steaming up the windows of their cars. The bolder ones took a blanket and a dinghy out past Sandy Hook to Fane's Island. She'd never been there. "You really want to?" His voice sounded funny tight. "Yes." She dared to glance at him again. The muscle was jumping in the side of his jaw. She slowly reached out and put her hand on his knee. "God help me," he said. "Lord Jesus, save me." He started to laugh at her. Kelly jerked her hand back, mortified, but he somehow knew what she was thinking and was instantly contrite. "Kel, no, I'm not." "I'm laughing at me." She didn't get it. "As much as I want to, I can't take you to the beach," he explained. "You have no idea what goes on down there." "Yes, I do," he wanted to. His words made her bold again, and she kissed him as sweetly as he'd kissed her. "And what I don't know, you could teach me." She heard Tom groan again. And then he pushed her back onto the passenger's side, fastening the seat belt around her, and started the car. And for several heart-stopping moments she was both terrified and elated. But instead of taking the road to the beach, he sped up the hill, toward home. "Tom, don't," he cut her off, his voice rough as he took the turn onto their street. "Don't say anything else." "But please," he said, "I love you." Kelly clamped her teeth tightly over the words. Joe came out of his cottage as soon as Tom pulled into the driveway. Her mother came from the main house, looking suspiciously from Kelly to Tom. "Where have you been?" "Do you know it's almost midnight?" "Meet me later tonight," Kelly whispered to Tom. "In the tree house." Her mother had swept her inside, but before the door closed, Kelly looked back at Tom. He was lifting her bike out of the back of the station wagon, but he looked up and directly into her eyes, and she knew from the heat she saw there that he'd meet her. She knew it. But by 2 a.m. she was finally ready to believe the scribbled note he'd left for her. "I'm sorry. I can't do this." Still, hope won out over doubt, and she went to sleep believing that he couldn't have kissed her the way he had unless he loved her, too. But the next day, Tom had left town for good. To Kelly's complete shock, he'd gotten a buzz cut. He'd joined the Navy and was shipping out. She didn't even get a chance to speak to him without Joe and her parents overhearing. "I'm sorry," he told her quietly, as he shook her hand, and she knew it was true. He was sorry. He didn't love her. She had been a fool even to think that he might. Kelly had kept her distance from him the few times he came home on leave that first year he was in the service. She pretended not even to notice he was in town, hoping desperately all the while that he'd approach her. But he never did. And then, a few weeks before she turned 17, her parents separated, and she and her mom moved out of Baldwin's Bridge. Kelly's visits to her father had never lined up with Tom's visits home to Joe. Until now. Tomorrow night she was having dinner with him, with wild Tom Paoletti, and this time she was playing his game by his rules. Charles drifted, dreaming about ice, dreaming about frozen daiquiris in big, wide-mouthed glasses filled with crushed ice. He and Jenny'd gone to Cuba for their honeymoon. The trip had been exorbitantly expensive. The entire week had probably cost more than Sibyll's house in Haleen. The irony hadn't escaped him. Even back then he'd paid big money to travel by plane from the ice and snow to a place that was hot, and then he'd paid still more for a glass of that very same ice that had probably been shipped on the plane with him. Not just ice. Ice and Cuban rum. It went down like sugar candy. And after a few glasses, even the idea of spending the rest of his life with the childishly selfish Jenny had seemed positively grand. Charles awoke with a start, with Lucan's foot jabbing him sharply in the side as the Frenchman muttered something dark he didn't quite catch. The meaning was unmistakable, though you bum. The two Lukes and Henry and Jean, whoever Claude or Pierre or maybe even another Luke, who could keep them straight, were all still darkly unhappy with Charles for making them learn how to darn socks. In truth, Charles had done nothing. He'd merely made sure he was busy and working every chance he got. It was the only way he had to fight the Nazis, by freeing up Sibylle and the other women so that they could do more dangerous work. Which he told himself was fine with him. If he had a choice, if he couldn't be shipped safely back home, then he'd stay here in this kitchen, right until the end of the war. He was much faster with his needle now, not as fast as Sibylle or Dominique, true, but certainly the fastest among the men. Joe had been next. Charles hadn't been at it for more than a day before Joe had picked up a needle and joined him, trying to earn points with Sibylle, no doubt. As far as Charles could tell, Joe had earned only one of Sibylle's luminous smiles. No kisses. Charles was the only one who'd received that particular prize. Of course, Sibylle had been careful not to be alone with him since then. And that was a good thing, he reminded himself. He'd entertained her with stories about Baldwin's Bridge, but only when Joe was around to act as interpreter and chaperone. Now Joe, he was a piece of work. He was so quiet, you'd almost forget he was there. But the beans and fresh greens on the table at dinner were courtesy of Joe. And whenever there was an uproar in town, whenever the Germans had a truckload of supplies stolen out from under their noses or a train was derailed in the night, whenever downed American pilots mysteriously escaped Nazi capture, well, chances were that was courtesy of Joe, too. For all their differences, Charles liked Joe. He respected Joe. And he didn't need his degree from Harvard to know that Joe was in love with Sibylle. It was a wondrously pure, worshipful love. The kind that a woman like Sibylle Desjardins deserved. A saintly love. An honest, respectful, humble, and true love. There was no doubt about it. Joe would do anything for her if she so much as asked. Yeah, he would lay down his life for Sibylle, who had kissed Charles a week ago. Now Charles had kissed a lot of women in his relatively short life, and on a scale from 1 to 5, with 5 being that greatest number of inches an enthusiastic woman's tongue could go down his throat, that tiny little kiss had been a solid 0. Not a single tongue had been involved. It was nothing. Zilch. It was the kind of dry, dutiful kiss he might bestow upon his elderly maiden aunt. It was completely platonic. It was, Christ, who was he kidding? That kiss had been anything but platonic. It had trembled with emotion and barely contained passion. It had been a promise, the very slightest whisper of a promise, true, but a promise of paradise for sure. He'd thought about that single, tiny kiss for hours, days. He'd spent more time dreaming about it than any other kiss he'd ever partaken of in his entire life. And when he wasn't thinking about that kiss, he was thinking about Sibyl's eyes. Eyes that a man could lose himself in for an eternity. Eyes that saw so much, that knew so much. Impossibly beautiful eyes, and her mouth, graceful lips full and moist, slightly, charmingly crooked teeth she didn't try to hide when she smiled. And yes, he'd thought about her body plenty too. The slight curve of her hips beneath her skirt, the oversized dresses that both concealed and revealed her less than ample breasts. Compared to Jenny, she had the body of a boy, or at least he'd imagined she did. He'd spent a hell of a lot of time imagining. God help him, but he wanted her. He ached for her, he burned for her. Jenny and Joe be damned. Geisep, Dominique burst through the kitchen door. She lunged for the man sitting across from Charles at the kitchen table, crumpling to her knees in front of him, erupting in a whispered explosion of undecipherable French. Undecipherable to Charles, that is. Joe seemed to get what she was saying, his face tightening, his eyes suddenly hard. He stood up, issuing orders rapid fire. Charles could only make out some of the words. Market basket. Egg money. Luke was the only other man in the house. The others had strayed too far the night before and hadn't been able to get back before dawn. But now Luke went one way, Dominique the other, gathering the market basket and the carefully hoarded egg money Sibyl kept hidden in her wooden gardening shoes. Joe found his hat and headed purposefully for the door. Charles pulled himself clumsily to his feet. What's happening? The Germans have shot Andre Leg. They're searching his house. Dominique fears that Sibyl's there, that she'll be arrested, or he opened the door. I'm going out to find her, to warn her. Out, into town, in broad daylight. Was he nuts? Charles grabbed the cane Sibyl had given him and hobbled after Joe. There's 4 of us. We can each head in a different direction. Joe turned to give him a disbelieving look. You're not going out there. What if you're stopped? You don't have any papers. Neither do you. Charles knew for a fact that Joe's papers hadn't yet been replaced. He'd overheard Sibyl, the forger that they'd used in the past, had been arrested. Sibyl was trying to get hold of the supplies needed to do the work herself. If she was at Legs, she could well be dead already, Joe said harshly. And if she wasn't, she might show up there at any moment, Charles countered, and give herself away. I can help find her. He pushed past Joe, out the door, into the bright sunshine for the first time in weeks. The sky was brilliant blue, sheer perfection. Sibyl could not be dead. Not on a day like today. God couldn't possibly be so cruel. But Sibyl had whispered to him that the sky had been a beautiful shade of blue on the day her husband and son had died. Joe took off his battered hat and jammed it onto Charles's head, covering as much of his blonde hair as possible. If you're captured, she'll never forgive me. He shot off some orders to Dominique and Luke, who dashed away. I'm heading to the Legs. You should stay here in case she comes back. Her friend. Charles hobbled after him, whispering, suddenly aware he was speaking English. American English, out on the street in Nazi-occupied Sti, hailing France. Marley's the one who's about to have a baby. Sibyl said something this morning about bringing her fresh spinach from your garden. In French, Joe hissed. He didn't stop. Only in French. Marley's lives above the bakery, bread, baker, go there and come right back. Do you understand me? Oui. Joe pointed up the street. That way. God help us all if you're caught. And then he was gone, moving faster than Charles could manage, leaving Charles alone. But not completely alone. Holy God. There were people walking toward him on the opposite side of the street. 2 older women. 1 man in a dapper business suit, it's cut straight from a Paris showroom. Charles hunched his shoulders in the ragged shirt he was wearing, lowered his head, and his heart pounding, hobbled past. None of them looked up. None of them called out to him or challenged him in any way. The sidewalk was uneven, the cobblestone street in dire need of repair. He tried not to stare like an American tourist at the ancient stone buildings. Many of them were crumbling, yet they still had a fairy tale air to them, a European magic, as if there should be a sign out in front of each, boasting, "Cinderella slept here." It was harder to walk up the hill than he'd anticipated, every step sending flames of pain through his leg. But that was a good thing. It counteracted the glacier of fear that threatened to turn his circulatory system into a solid block of ice. Finally, he was there, at the bakery. Marlies lived above it, Joe had said. Looking up, Charles could see windows above the storefront, but there was only one door, the one leading into the shop. He heard them before he saw them. The clatter of feet on the street that could only be made by German army-issue boots. The hair on the back of his neck stood straight up, and he turned. 4 Nazi soldiers in full uniform, heading straight toward him, or maybe toward the bakery. He didn't wait to find out which. A narrow alley separated the building from the one next door. He didn't slow down or speed up. He just kept on moving as if that alley had been his intended destination. Dear, sweet Jesus. What if instead of helping Sibylle, he led the Germans directly to her? There was no door along the side of the building, and he went around to the back. Again, there was only one door, and it belonged to the bakery. It was ajar, the fragrant scent of fresh bread floating out of the kitchen. He hobbled up the steps and inside, and there was Sibylle, sitting in the kitchen with a heavily pregnant woman. The woman, Marlies, made a small squeak of surprise as he stepped through the door without knocking. "I'm so sorry we have no work today," she said. Nor scraps to spare. Sibylle's eyes widened only slightly at the sight of him. She stopped Marlies with a hand on her arm. "He's a friend of mine," she said quietly. "I think it must be urgent." Marlies turned away as if she didn't want to see and remember his face. "A cup of water for my friend," Sibylle said, her eyes still on Charles's face, "and then we'll go." Marlies pointed to the sink, and Sibylle quickly washed out a cup, then filled it with water. Charles realized he was dripping with perspiration. He wiped his face with the sleeve of his shirt, then took the cup, his fingers briefly touching hers. Her hand was trembling. "Merci," he started to say as he handed the cup back to her, but she put one finger to her lips. Sibylle set down the cup, then led him back out the door, watching, ready to reach for him if he had trouble on the steps. She was silent as she led the way farther into the alley, away from the bakery door. But then she turned to face him. "I know this can't be good news," she whispered, "so don't try to make it bearable, Charles." His name was melodious in its French rendition, soft and sweet on her lips. "Just say it," she begged him, so he did. "André Lague is dead, shot by the Nazis." She closed her eyes, drawing in a deep breath. "And the children? I don't know," he told her. "I didn't hear anything about any children." André and Matthijs were hiding over a dozen children, Jews and gypsies, in their attic. There was no way those children could have remained undiscovered, not with the Nazis searching Chez Lague. He knew that, and she knew it too. She was still trembling despite her attempts to steady herself, and he couldn't help it. He put his arms around her, pulling her close. She clung to him, and he was astonished by both her softness and her strength. He heard his cane clatter to the ground as the entire world seemed to slow, as the earth itself seemed to grind to a halt. She fit against him so perfectly he wanted to weep. Instead, he breathed in her sweet scent, closing his eyes as he felt the warmth of the sun on his face, as he felt his heart pounding. André Lague was dead, but Charles was alive. And Sibylle was alive, too. He lifted his head to look down at her, at the way the sunlight shimmered on her eyelashes, the way it lit her delicate nose and cheeks. Her eyes looked bruised and a little dazed, as if she weren't quite certain where or even who she was. She searched his face in surprise as he gazed at her, and he knew at this moment he was unable to hide anything he was feeling. It was all right there in his eyes, his fear and his intense relief at finding her safe, his grief and his anger over the death of her friend. and all his smoldering, selfish desire, his petty physical needs, his weaknesses and his self-disgust, his very knowledge that to kiss her the way he wanted would be wrong. It was all there for her to see as surely as if he'd been stripped naked. He saw something wild flare in her eyes, and she stood on her toes, pulling his mouth down to hers as she hissed, "Kiss me, quick!" She nearly knocked him over, pushing him back against the brick building, out of the sunlight and into the shadows. She had turned to fire in his arms, her mouth burning his, her arms entwined around his neck, one leg encircling his, the softness of her thighs open to him as if she wanted. As if. Charles pulled her tightly against him, filling his hands with the soft curve of her rear end, angling his head to kiss her harder, deeper. Dear God! He found the edge of her skirt as well as he kissed her again and again. Reaching up, he ran the palm of his hand against the silken smoothness of her thigh. He felt her fingers on the buckle of his belt, and his heart nearly stopped. Did she want? Was she going to? He heard it then, the sound of leering male laughter, and he broke free from Sibyl's kiss to see 3 German soldiers looking out at them from the open bakery door. Sibyl pulled him back to her, kissing him again, her eyes open for a moment as she looked at him. And he understood. She'd known the soldiers were there from the start. This wasn't real. She wanted the Germans to think they'd met here in this alley for a sexual liaison, rather than to discuss the devastating death of their comrade in the resistance. This wasn't real. His relief was mixed with a rush of disappointment so strong. He knew that if she'd actually unfastened his pants, if this hadn't been pretense on her part, he would have made love to her right there in that alley, without any thought to who might be watching, without any thought to the child they could well conceive, and without any thought to Joe, who loved her, or Jenny, his wife, to whom Charles had vowed to be faithful. But it wasn't real, and no matter how badly he wanted Sibyl, he couldn't have her. All he had were these next few moments, this period of make-believe until the Germans tired of watching. So Charles kissed her. Not fiercely as they'd kissed just seconds ago, not hungrily, not that explosive wrestling match of lips and tongues that had made him ache with wanting to thrust himself deeply, and just as savagely inside of her. No, this time he kissed her slowly. He made his lips soft and he took her mouth gently, almost lazily but much more thoroughly than before. This time he took his time and tasted her, memorized her, loved her. She melted, somehow managing to nestle herself even more completely against him. He knew he should have been ashamed. There was no way she could miss his arousal. Her friend was dead, and here was Charles, clearly ready for a quick roll. He deserved a slap across the face for his insensitivity. But she didn't pull away. She just held on to him, kissing him slowly, sweetly, until long after the Germans had gone back into the shop. Finally she stepped back and he let her pull free from his arms. He stood leaning against the bricks with his eyes closed, waiting for her to speak, dreading what she might say. He heard her ragged breathing as she tried to catch her breath, heard her clear her throat. "Please, Charles, forgive me, don't." He opened his eyes as he sharply cut her off. "You know damn well I don't need an apology from you. I sure as hell have no intention of telling you I'm sorry because I'm not." "En français," she whispered, glancing toward the bakery door. He couldn't say what he needed to say to her in French. He didn't know the words. But then again, he probably didn't know the words in English either. He refastened his belt and picked up his cane, silently cursing the pain in his leg. Funny how he hadn't noticed it at all with his hand up Sibyl's skirt. He didn't know which was more awkward and unwieldy, his stiff leg or the fact that even now he was still almost completely aroused. Maybe now she'd finally realize he wasn't any kind of hero. "We need to get you home, back safely inside," she told him, trying her best to sound normal, as if mere moments ago her tongue hadn't been in his mouth, as if her body hadn't been warm against him, as if her very soul hadn't touched his. Moving painfully, he followed her out of the alley. "Then I'll go to legs, that's too dangerous," he told her harshly. Jesus Christ, did she want to die? She didn't meet his eyes. "I'll be careful." "If you're going, I'm going too." "That's crazy." "Exactly." She was clearly dying to say more, but there were other people on the street and Charles's French was too awful. They went down the hill as quickly as he could manage, through the front gate and around to the back of the house. She all but pushed him through the kitchen door. "Joe's already gone there looking for you," he told her. "Let's wait for him to return before those children," she said. "Two of them were mine. Two of them were. They were staying here," she explained. "In my attic, two girls, Simone and little Rachel. She's only 4 years old. But then after you arrived, the weather was so hot and I was afraid your being here would put them in danger." She was trembling again. "I sent them to Andre's to assure their safety." "Oh God, will they talk?" Charles gripped her shoulders and all but shook her. "Do they know your name?" "They're babies," she said. "They knew nothing. Rachel called me Ma'am and Belle." Her lip trembled. "I need to go if there's even a chance." "There's not." Charles and Sibylle both looked up to see Joe standing in the door. He had tears in his eyes. "I was just there," he said quietly. "The children were taken away in a truck, all of them." Sibylle was silent, her face terrible. "Where?" she whispered. Charles gazed at Joe, who met his eyes only briefly before looking away. The news wasn't going to be good. "Where did they take them?" she said again, her voice paper thin in the stillness. Joe wiped away his tears with the back of his hand. He couldn't answer, couldn't speak. "Where?" Sibylle said, louder now, pulling away from Charles. "Where did those monsters take my children? I'll kill them. I'll kill them, every one of them." She tried to push past Joe to get out the door, but he caught her, held her. She fought him, slapping and kicking, and he simply endured until she collapsed against him. Sibylle, who never cried, was sobbing as if her heart were breaking. Charles couldn't move. He stood there with his own heart in his throat, unable to say or do anything. As he watched, her knees gave out. She crumpled to the floor and Joe went with her, his arms still around her. He was crying too, rocking her in his arms. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry, Sibylle. I don't know where they were taken. There's no way I could know such a thing. But there must be rumors. There are always rumors." She pulled back to look at him, her breathing coming in ragged gasps. She searched Joe's eyes and her face crumpled. "To one of the death camps," she breathed. "Sherry, it's only a rumor. We don't know for sure." As Charles stood there and watched Sibylle cry, he knew there was nothing he wouldn't do to help stop this woman's grief and pain. Nothing. But there was nothing he could do. Absolutely nothing. Chapter 11. David had fallen asleep in his clothes, which was a good thing because apparently he wasn't aware of the pounding on his door. He also wasn't aware when the door opened. But he sure as hell came to fast enough when the overhead lights switched on. He must have been sleeping with his eyes slightly open. It was as if 1 second he was in a cave, the next he was on the surface of the sun. He shut them tightly. "Geez, Bran, David," he squinted up at. "Nightshade." He blinked and sure enough it was Mallory. He reached down, checking to make sure he wasn't lying there spread-eagled and naked, the way he did nearly every night in his attempt to save money by not turning on the bank account, sucking air conditioner. His hand encountered clothing. Bathing suit, t-shirt. "Thank you, God. You actually wear your glasses to bed." He sat up. "No, of course not," he said, then realized that he did indeed still have his glasses on. "Well, not all the time." "David, I'm really sorry I woke you, but it's kind of an emergency." An emergency. His sleep-fogged mind was slowly coming back online. Mallory had gone out with Brandon after the photo shoot. He dreaded hearing her come home with him, knowing the two of them were in Brand's apartment downstairs together. But Mallory wasn't downstairs. She was here. Alone. "Emergency," he said, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and standing up. "Are you all right? What do you need? What can I do?" She smiled wanly. "Brandon is such a jerk." Oh God, David felt sick. "What did he do to you?" "He didn't do anything except ditch me when I needed help. I'm fine. It's Tom who's not feeling so fresh." "Tom, do you have a car?" "Yeah, it's kind of old, but I can usually get it to start." "Who's Tom?" "My uncle." She took his hand and pulled him toward the door. "Remember I told you about him? The Navy SEAL." Mallory was holding his hand. Was this some kind of weird, wonderful dream? David caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror as she led him out the door. His hair looked like a bad accident. No way was this a dream. If he were dreaming, he'd at least let himself look more like James Bond and less like Jerry Lewis. He says he wasn't drinking, but he's, like, completely trashed, Mallory told him as they went down the stairs. I don't know what he's taken. I don't know anything anymore. If you told me an hour ago that Tom was on something mind-altering, I would have told you were full of shit, but he can't even sit up. I need to get him back to my Uncle Joe's. David stopped short as he saw him. Tom was a big man and he was sprawled on his side near the last of the tiger lilies. Maybe we should take him to the hospital. Not if he's high, Mallory said. He's career Navy. If he's using, her voice shook. If he's using. If he's on something, Mal, the hospital is the best place for him to be. She nodded. Yeah, I know, but let's take him to Uncle Joe's first, okay? She was really upset about this, on the verge of total meltdown. Absolutely, David said. Let me pull my car up onto the lawn instead of trying to wrestle your uncle out to the street. He looks pretty heavy. He is. He gently freed his hand from her death grip. I need to run upstairs and get my keys. He moved quickly and was almost at the top when she called to him. David. He turned to see her looking up at him. In the dim streetlight, her face was only a smudge of pale. Nightshade at her most vulnerable. Thank you, she said softly. I know what a pain in the ass this must be since you've got to get to work so early. Forget about that, he said. It's no big deal. I'll be down in a sec. Charles. Joe had left the light on in the hallway, and in the dimness, he saw Charles's eyelids flutter. He spoke a little louder. Ashton, wake up. Charles's eyes opened, but they were glazed from the combined haze of painkillers and sleep. Another air raid, he rasped, speaking in his horrendously accented French. No, there hadn't been an air raid for close to 60 years. It's Tom. As Joe watched, Charles made the journey from 1944 to all the way to today, who said there was no such thing as time travel. Tom. When Charles looked at Joe again, his eyes were sharper. You're Tom. Mallory, my niece Angela's daughter, just brought him home. Joe moved his friend's walker to the bed. He's in pretty bad shape, but he's refusing to go to the hospital. I'm going to need your help. Kelly sat up, her heart pounding, instantly awake as she turned on the light on her bedside table. There it was again, a soft knock on her door. Didn't it figure that as soon as she finally fell asleep, someone would need her? But who was it? Dad. It seemed unlikely he'd make it up the stairs with his walker. Besides, she deprogrammed the number for her private line into his phone. If he needed her, all he had to do was hit the speed dial. Dr. Ashton. It wasn't her father. The voice from the other side of the door was young and decidedly female. But who the heck? Who would have come into the house? Who would have the key? Whoever it was, it definitely wasn't Mrs. Lerner, the cleaning lady. Just a sec. Kelly pulled back the covers and climbed out of bed. Her robe was on the floor, but the belt that tied it together was nowhere to be found. It was just as well it was too warm for a robe, and her makeshift pajamas, an old t-shirt and a pair of red plaid boxers, covered her perfectly. She opened the door, pushing her hair back out of her face. I'm really sorry to bother you, Dr. Ashton. The young girl standing self-consciously out in the hallway looked familiar. She was dressed in teenaged contradictions, a body-hugging tank top, and a too large pair of cargo pants that exposed both her glitteringly pierced belly button and the top edge of her underpants. Her hair was dyed an impossible shade of black, and her eyes were light brown, and they should have been hazel, of course. If her eyes had been more hazel than brown, Kelly would have recognized her right away. Mallory Paoletti, she said. My God, I haven't seen you since you were in 5th grade. What are you doing here? Are you okay? There was a boy, a young man, really standing just behind her, his clothes and hair rumpled as if, like Kelly, he'd been pulled out of bed. Or maybe he'd worked for hours with gel and hairspray to get that effect with his hair. It was hard to tell. There's a problem, Mallory said. But it's not me, it's Tom. Kelly glanced at the young man again. Tom. No, he's David, Mallory said. Tom's downstairs with Uncle Joe and Mr. Ashton. You know Tom, my uncle, Tom. Yes, of course I know Tom. What's wrong? They're arguing about what to do. Tom says he's not drunk, that he had an accident a few months ago, but he doesn't want to go to the hospital to get himself checked out. Mallory gestured to David again. David thinks he should go see a doctor because he was really out of it even just a few minutes ago, but see, David's not obsessed with being a macho he-man. He thinks with his brain, not with his penis. David winced, as if he suspected Mallory's comment hadn't exactly been a compliment, as if he wasn't entirely sure he wanted his penis to be the topic of this or any discussion. Kelly didn't blame him. She was entirely confused. Tom's downstairs and he's not drunk, but you're a doctor, right? Mallory persisted. A pediatrician, Kelly told her. Perfect, Mallory said, because right now Tom's acting like a real baby. Tom was okay, as long as he sat with his head down nearly between his knees, with his hands clamped around the back of his neck. The word okay was relative. At this point in time, it meant that the world wasn't shaking and shimmying, and he was no longer seeing that world doubled and blurred and through a haze of gray. The odds he was going to puke up his dinner were down to about 50-50, and the roaring in his ears had dropped to a persistent but manageable hum. I'm okay, he said for the 50,000th time, and compared to the way he'd felt just a short time ago, he was. I just want to go to bed. I want to take a shower and I want to lie down for about 8 hours. You were in the hospital for how long? Charles asked. Joe was silent, too silent, sitting across from Tom at the cottage's kitchen table. Not very long, Tom said, not daring to look up at Joe. Yes, I think that was what you said before, and I was actually looking for something a little more specific, like 2 days, or overnight, or 3 months. Or not very long, Tom repeated, enunciating as clearly as possible. Look, Mr. Ashton, I'm okay. Yes, I believe you said that before as well. Forgive us if we're skeptical, considering right now you look like shit on a stick. For an old dying guy hooked up to an oxygen tank and leaning on a walker, Charles Ashton was a real son of a bitch. Joe stood. That's it. I'm taking him to the emergency room. Tom finally looked up at his uncle. Joe, please, you've got to trust me here. Joe took his keys down from the wooden hanger that hung by the door. It was in the shape of a giant key. Tom had made it for him in 6th grade woodshop with a lot of love and not much skill or patience. It still hung there, carefully dusted and cared for as if it were some kind of work of art. Get in the car, Tommy. No, yes. What are you going to do, Joe? Carry me? Don't think that I won't. Joe was really mad and just ready to try. Look, going to the hospital would just be a waste of time. Tom tried to sound reasonable, hoping Joe would do the same. I know what the problem is. I pushed too hard too soon. I'm getting older, he's getting older, Charles said darkly. Shall I hit him with my walker or my oxygen tank? And it's not as easy to bounce back from this kind of injury, Tom finished. From what kind of injury? Joe exploded. You've been here for days and this is the first I've heard of any injury. I'm sorry, but it's not that big a deal. I didn't want to worry you. If it's really not that big a deal, then when you told me about it, I wouldn't be worried, would I? Excuse me for thinking you had enough to worry about. Tom couldn't help it. His voice started getting louder too. Great, except now all I'm going to do is worry, Joe countered. Because I know something bad happens to you, you're not going to call me. Look, I'm fine. You were in the hospital and you didn't tell me. You were in the OS and you won a fucking Medal of Honor and you didn't tell me. Silence. Even Charles kept his mouth shut after that one. Tom pressed the tips of his fingers against his eyebrows, against the bridge of his nose. Shit, he swore softly. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm exhausted. I've had a tough night, and the last thing I want to do is go to some and get poked and prodded by some pain in the ass doctors all night long. How about I look you over, take your blood pressure? Does that qualify as poking and prodding, Kelly? Tom looked up to see her standing in the archway between the kitchen and the dining room. She was carrying her medical bag, and she came farther into the room, setting it down on the table. She was wearing what had to be her pajamas, an old Harvard t-shirt and red boxers that were about 4 sizes too big. There was nothing remotely sexy about it except for the fact that she was wearing it, and that was enough. It gave a whole new meaning to the phrase house call. Jesus. Tom sat back. Don't touch me. I really need a shower. She was undaunted, leaning over to look at him, to shine a little light from an ophthalmoscope into his eyes. Just look straight at me, she ordered, her fingers cool and firm beneath his chin. He was still dripping with sweat, and it wasn't that fresh, clean, healthy sweat that came with regular physical exertion. It was sick sweat, cold and nasty and profoundly foul-smelling. He couldn't look into her eyes, he couldn't bear to. Instead, he focused on her forehead, just above her gracefully arched left eyebrow. She put down the scope and straightened up slightly, touching him with both hands, her fingers moving gently but methodically through his hair, across his scalp. "Did you fall at all tonight?" she asked. "Hit your head?" "Not tonight." She wasn't wearing a bra beneath her t-shirt, and as she reached around behind his head, Tom closed his eyes. He was definitely all right, his body returning to normal, although that wasn't something he wanted to advertise. "Hey, look, Joe, I must be fine because once again, with Kelly Ashton standing directly in front of me, I'm unable to keep from thinking about sex. I'm going to ask you some stupid questions, okay?" she said. "Let's start with your name. Thomas J. Paoletti. You want rank and serial number too?" "Nope, but today's date would be nice." "It's 9 August, minutes from 10 August. "Very good. You want to tell me Joe's phone number?" He rattled off the numbers, throwing in her private line at work for good measure. Kelly looked up from wrapping the blood pressure cuff around his arm. "Very impressive. I retain numbers. I still know the phone numbers and addresses of every apartment I lived in as a kid, and we moved around a lot. I'll probably remember your work number when I'm 80. I'm hoping to retire before then," she said as she pumped the cuff full of air. "Why don't you plan to call me a few decades earlier?" "I mean, as long as you know the number, you might as well make use of it." "Too tight." He shook his head. Was she actually flirting with him? As long as you know the number. That was definitely flirting in public too, and while he stank to high heaven. Across the table, Joe had sat down again, but it was only on the edge of his seat. He looked as if he were dying to speak. Mallory and a weird-looking kid he didn't really recognize, but he vaguely thought might have been named David, were hovering anxiously in the archway that led to the dining room. Charles sat with his arms folded, like the king that he was, actually wearing a satin smoking jacket, critically surveying all that he owned. Kelly slipped the head of her stethoscope between the cuff and Tom's arm, pressing his hand between her elbow and her hip. It felt good there. It would have felt even better if she'd been naked. She slowly let the air out of the cuff, listening intently. When she was done, she did it all over again. "Your blood pressure's pretty close to perfect," she finally told him, reaching down to take his pulse, her fingers against his wrist, her focus now on the face of her watch. Joe couldn't hold it in any longer. He could barely walk in here when Mallory and her friend brought him home. "Pulse is strong," Kelly reported. "You should also know," Joe continued, "that he was in the hospital for some kind of head injury not too long ago." Kelly looked at Joe. "It would probably be a good idea," she agreed, "if Tom were to fill me in on the details of his previous injury as well as exactly what happened tonight, but that's up to him." She turned to Tom. "Regardless of what you do or don't decide to tell me, I'd like to talk to you privately. You feel up to tackling the stairs to the second floor?" "No problem," Tom lied. This was it. If he could stand up and walk up the stairs without falling on his face, all talk about dragging him to the would probably stop. He stood and the world shifted slightly. "Mind if I take a quick shower first?" he asked Kelly, trying to draw her attention away from the fact that he wasn't quite as steady as he'd thought, that he was holding on to the back of his chair. "Nope." She didn't miss a thing. "As long as you think you're up to it. I'll be up in 5 minutes." She followed him out into the hall, as did Joe, and watched him every step up the stairs. Finally, he reached the top and he looked down at her. He'd started to sweat again, but she was too far away to see that. "Tada," he said, or maybe she wasn't too far away. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Don't lock the bathroom door. You've got 5 minutes. Be out of the shower by then or I'm coming in after you." That a threat or a promise? He asked. God, what was he doing saying something like that to Kelly? He'd meant to disarm her, to draw her attention away from the fact that climbing the stairs had damn near wrung the last of his energy from him. It was a tactic that had worked for him with female doctors and nurses in the past, designed to fluster and embarrass. "Sorry," he said quickly. That wasn't very nice. I beg your pardon." He beat a quick retreat before he could say or do anything else stupid. Kelly took a deep breath as she stood outside of Tom's bedroom door. Mallory had described the way she'd found Tom staggering through the carnival, as if he were drunk or high. He'd started to come around as Joe had helped bring him into the cottage, and apparently his first coherent words once he was